The glorious club boasts an impressive 15 floors. While the lobby occupies the first floor, the remaining 14 floors are dedicated to various entertainment venues. The 2nd through 10th floors feature private rooms of different sizes and styles. Even the private spaces available to regular Classic members exude a sense of luxury, but the rooms designated for VIP Gold members are fit for royalty. On the 11th through 14th floors, members can enjoy swimming pools, a sky garden, and a range of fitness and entertainment facilities. Among all the floors, the 15th floor stands out as the epitome of luxury. As Charlie stepped off the elevator on the 15th floor, he was immediately enveloped by an aura of opulence. The decor and design of this floor were nothing short of spectacular, with every corner reflecting elegance and luxury. The feng shui and overall design were impeccably crafted. Walking alongside Charlie, Jasmine enthusiastically introduced the 15th floor. "Mr. Wade, this is the club's most luxurious floor. It features a semi-outdoor infinity pool, a presidential suite, and a private dining area. If you're in the mood for music, we could even organize a small concert here. Should you have any favorite singers, I can arrange for them to perform just for you on the 15th floor." She quickly added, "By the way, I heard that a very popular girl group is scheduled to perform in Oris Hill soon. One of their members has recently skyrocketed in fame and is now regarded as one of the top artists in the entertainment industry. The Moore family is one of their sponsors. If you're interested." Charlie offered a slight smile and waved his hand dismissively. "No, thank you. I'm not particularly interested in the entertainment scene." Jasmine nodded in agreement. "True, the entertainment industry can be quite messy and complicated. If you prefer other top singers, I could invite them to come and sing for you." Charlie responded with a smile. "All right, I'll let you know if I'd like that." "Great." Jasmine replied with a smile of her own. "I just want to say that you don't need to be overly formal with me, Mr. Wade. If you have any requests or needs, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll do my best to fulfill them." A faint blush crept onto Jasmine's cheeks as she spoke. Being the proud and glamorous daughter of the Moore family, she was not accustomed to feeling embarrassed in front of men. She had always cherished her grandfather's advice, aiming to find a way to make Charlie the Moore family's son-in-law. Moreover, Jasmine was genuinely drawn to Charlie. She admired his strength, capability, and humility, and had developed feelings for him long ago. When Jasmine conveyed those sentiments, she was not only expressing gratitude but also subtly revealing her affection for him. However, Charlie misinterpreted her words and simply thanked her sincerely. He then remarked, "The feng shui of this club appears to be quite good at first glance. Still, I believe it's essential to approach feng shui with caution. I'd like to examine each floor thoroughly." With a relaxed demeanor, Charlie suggested, "Jasmine, why don't you let me explore on my own?" Jasmine quickly insisted, "I'll accompany you." Charlie smiled gently, "There's no need for that. I need to remain calm and focused while assessing the feng shui. It's better for me to go alone. You can wait for me here." Respecting his wishes, Jasmine replied, "Mr. Wade, if you need anything, don't hesitate to call me." Charlie nodded and headed toward the elevator. Descending from the 15th floor, Charlie took his time to explore each level, assessing the feng shui of the club. He carefully examined the various floors until he finally reached the 2nd floor. Stepping out of the elevator, Charlie was once again struck by the luxurious decor and design of the 2nd floor. It was evident that the designer had invested considerable effort into crafting an exquisite atmosphere for each level of the club. However, upon reflection, Charlie found that the feng shui of the 2nd floor was just passable. The feng shui at Glorious Club was quite impressive to a degree. Nevertheless, Charlie felt it was nothing out of the ordinary. For someone untrained in such matters, the feng shui might seem exceptional, but to Charlie, the ambience on the 2nd floor resembled a glass of plain water. It neither brought benefits nor posed risks, it simply lacked flavor and interest. Despite his reservations, Charlie had promised Jasmine he would enhance the feng shui of Glorious Club, and he was determined to take action. At that moment, Charlie reflected on the feng shui principles he had studied in the apocalyptic book, brainstorming various ideas to elevate the energy of this place. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his thoughts from behind him. "Charlie, you worthless piece of trash. What are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Charlie frowned and turned around to find Wendy approaching, accompanied by a man clad in a white Zegna suit. This man was not just anyone, he was Jeffrey Weaver, the eldest son of the influential Weaver family. Jeffrey had been infatuated with Wendy ever since Kenneth had introduced her to him, and he promised her he would take care of her in the future. Initially, Wendy was hesitant about being treated as a mere possession, easily handed over by Kenneth. However, Jeffrey's genuine affection soon won her over, and she gladly became his lover. In Wendy's eyes, while the Weaver family might not rival Kenneth or Modest Way Group in power, their billion-dollar assets far surpassed those of the Wilson family. As a result, Wendy quickly regained her confidence and pride after becoming Jeffrey's partner. On this special day of the Glorious Club's opening, Jeffrey had spent an impressive $5 million to secure a silver membership, hoping to give Wendy a taste of this luxurious venue. Upon entering Glorious Club, Wendy was taken aback by the lavishness surrounding her and felt as if she were mingling among the elite. However, while she was lost in this opulent experience, she suddenly spotted Charlie, the person she loathed the most. It was as if she had spotted a fly buzzing around while trying to enjoy a delightful meal. What a disappointment! This was truly disheartening. Wendy felt an overwhelming urge to swat away this nuisance. Otherwise, Charlie would surely ruin her enjoyment of this extravagant feast. It would be even better if she could eliminate this fly for good. Seeing Wendy launch an attack on the casually dressed young man, Jeffrey tightened his grip around her waist and asked with curiosity, "Wendy, is this Charlie, the infamous son-in-law of the Wilson family you mentioned?" "Yes, that's him," Wendy hissed through clenched teeth. She shot a glare at Charlie and continued, "This guy has been labeled a notorious failure ever since college. I can't believe he dares to step foot in Glorious Club." Having spent time with Wendy recently, Jeffrey was familiar with the Wilson family's background and Wendy's disdain for Charlie. Desiring to win her favor as she had just agreed to be his lover, he felt compelled to impress her. Jeffrey turned to Charlie with a sneer and remarked, "Young man, do you honestly think you belong here at Glorious Club?" Charlie maintained a cold demeanor as he replied, "And what gives you the right to say I can't be here? Why shouldn't you be here?" Jeffrey chuckled mockingly, "Because you simply aren't worthy." Charlie burst into laughter at Jeffrey's comment. Rather than getting upset, he maintained a calm smile and asked, "So, can you tell me why you think I don't belong here?" Jeffrey shot him a condescending look and scoffed, "Do you really need me to spell it out for you? You clearly don't belong here. Just look at your messy clothes, honestly, you look worse than those valet parking guys." Charlie chuckled lightly. "What I wear is entirely up to me. Does the Glorious Club enforce a strict dress code for its patrons?" Jeffrey sneered in response. "Not exactly. You can wear whatever you like, but remember, this is a members-only establishment. Non-members are absolutely not allowed." He regarded Charlie with disdain. "Are you a classic member here?" Charlie shook his head gently. "No." "Then, are you a silver member?" "No." Jeffrey's scornful laugh echoed. "Don't tell me you're claiming to be a gold member." Charlie casually spread his hands. "Nope." Jeffrey laughed mockingly. "Oh my God, you pathetic freeloader. Are you seriously saying you're a VIP member? As far as I know, there are only 10 VIPs in Oris Hill." As Jeffrey examined the card, a frown creased his forehead. First and foremost, the quality of this card was outstanding. It far surpassed the craftsmanship of his classic membership card. However, he had never heard of a supreme member status within the Glorious Club. He was certain there were only 4 levels of membership. A thought struck Jeffrey, Charlie must have forged the card. What a bold move. How dare this pathetic loser attempt to forge a membership card for the Moore family's exclusive club? It was akin to counterfeiting a bank check. With his arms crossed in arrogance, he scoffed, "You better apologize right now and get out of here. Don't make me call Uncle Oscar, the butler of the Moore family. Do you even know the connection I have with Uncle Oscar? He's tight with my dad." In reality, Jeffrey's father had very little to do with Uncle Oscar. They hailed from the same hometown and had known each other for a bit longer than most. Oscar had been employed by the Moore family for many years, earning their respect and admiration. In many ways, he was the most influential figure outside the prominent members of the Moore family. In terms of respect and status, he overshadowed even Don Albert Rhodes, the notorious king of the underworld. While Don Albert's notorious reputation made him feared and disliked by many, Oscar was quite the opposite. He often represented the Moore family in various public affairs. As a result, Jeffrey frequently mentioned Oscar, using his name to intimidate others. Upon hearing Jeffrey mention Oscar, Charlie chuckled and replied, "Oh, I forgot to mention that Miss Jasmine Moore personally gave me the Supreme VIP card. You were just asking who the heck issued my name? Well, it's Miss Moore herself. Get lost." Jeffrey retorted, "Miss Moore gave you that name. Do you really expect me to buy that nonsense? You think you can just brag endlessly? Let me show you a lesson. Sometimes, bragging can lead to your downfall, you know." With curiosity, Charlie asked, "Why? Is it poisonous?" "You little," Jeffrey huffed in frustration, "do you think that's amusing? You're disrespecting Miss Moore. If she catches wind of this, you'll be in big trouble." Charlie laughed. "I believe you're the one being disrespectful to Miss Moore." Wendy leaned closer to Jeffrey and said, "Jeffrey, don't waste your time with this loser. Just call security and report what he just said. I guarantee they won't let him off easily. Then, get Uncle Oscar to deal with him. Make sure he suffers for this." Wendy harbored resentment towards Charlie, believing he had something to do with Kenneth's issues. She wished for someone to bring him down as well. Jeffrey reassured her, "Don't worry, my dear. I'll call the security guards right away and teach him a lesson." He then shouted, "Where are the guards? Get over here. Someone's pretending to be a club member and disrespecting Miss Moore." A deep, commanding voice interrupted, "Who's causing all this ruckus? What's happening?" Charlie looked up to find Oscar approaching them. Charlie smiled softly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Nope, try again." Jeffrey frowned in confusion. "What the heck are you then? I bet you snuck in here when no one was looking just to score a free meal, am I right?" Wendy, standing next to Jeffrey, chimed in with sarcasm, "Of course he did. He's just a loser who got kicked out of our family. How could he possibly be a member here? He definitely sneaked in like the pathetic loser he is." She then glared at Charlie and added, "Charlie, you've come to the wrong place today. This is the Moore family's newly opened high-end Glorious Club, and today is its soft launch. The guests here are all prominent figures in the city. How dare you sneak in and cause a scene? Aren't you worried that the security guards will throw you out and give you a beating?" Charlie feigned innocence. "I'm a member here, why would the security guards want to kick me out?" Jeffrey scoffed. "Are you seriously messing with me right now? There are only 4 membership tiers: Classic, Silver, Gold, and VIP. You're none of those. How dare you claim to be a member?" Charlie replied sincerely, "Believe it or not, I really am a member. I'm not in one of those tiers, but I hold the All-Access Supreme VIP membership. Haven't you heard of it?" "Shut up," Jeffrey retorted contemptuously. "Just shut the heck up. Didn't you see the introduction board in the lobby? There are only 4 tiers. You're quite the storyteller, aren't you? All-Access Supreme VIP, what a joke. Aren't you afraid of upsetting the Moore family with your nonsense?" Charlie shook his head, feeling exasperated. "You're being so strange. I'm telling you the truth, why don't you believe me? You want me to believe you?" Jeffrey cackled as if he had just heard the funniest joke. "Do you really think you can fool me, you little deadbeat? I'm Jeffrey Weaver." Curious, Charlie asked, "Are you famous? I've never heard of you before." Jeffrey sneered, "Weaver Pharmaceuticals, ever heard of it? I'm the general manager there." Charlie shook his head. "I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it." Jeffrey's expression darkened, convinced that Charlie was mocking him. "Buddy, you're in trouble today. You barged into this place claiming to be some kind of Supreme VIP member. Who the heck gave you that title? You're such a liar. Unfazed, Charlie shook his head again, pulled out his membership card, and said, "Look for yourself. This is my membership card. It clearly states All Access Supreme VIP, doesn't it?" Charlie burst into laughter at Jeffrey's comment. Rather than getting upset, he maintained a calm smile and asked, "So, can you tell me why you think I don't belong here?" Jeffrey shot him a condescending look and scoffed, "Do you really need me to spell it out for you? You clearly don't belong here. Just look at your messy clothes. Honestly, you look worse than those valet parking guys." Charlie chuckled lightly. "What I wear is entirely up to me. Does the Glorious Club enforce a strict dress code for its patrons?" Jeffrey sneered in response. "Not exactly. You can wear whatever you like, but remember, this is a members-only establishment. Non-members are absolutely not allowed." He regarded Charlie with disdain. "Are you a classic member here?" Charlie shook his head gently. "No." "Then, are you a silver member?" "No." Jeffrey's scornful laugh echoed. "Don't tell me you're claiming to be a gold member." Charlie casually spread his hands. "Nope." Jeffrey laughed mockingly. "Oh my God, you pathetic freeloader. Are you seriously saying you're a VIP member? As far as I know, there are only 10 VIPs in Oris Hill." As Jeffrey examined the card, a frown creased his forehead. First and foremost, the quality of this card was outstanding. It far surpassed the craftsmanship of his classic membership card. However, he had never heard of a supreme member status within the Glorious Club. He was certain there were only 4 levels of membership. A thought struck Jeffrey: Charlie must have forged the card. What a bold move. How dare this pathetic loser attempt to forge a membership card for the Moore family's exclusive club? It was akin to counterfeiting a bank check. With his arms crossed in arrogance, he scoffed, "You better apologize right now and get out of here. Don't make me call Uncle Oscar, the butler of the Moore family. Do you even know the connection I have with Uncle Oscar? He's tight with my dad." In reality, Jeffrey's father had very little to do with Uncle Oscar. They hailed from the same hometown and had known each other for a bit longer than most. Oscar had been employed by the Moore family for many years, earning their respect and admiration. In many ways, he was the most influential figure outside the prominent members of the Moore family. In terms of respect and status, he overshadowed even Don Albert Rhodes, the notorious king of the underworld. While Don Albert's notorious reputation made him feared and disliked by many, Oscar was quite the opposite. He often represented the Moore family in various public affairs. As a result, Jeffrey frequently mentioned Oscar, using his name to intimidate others. Upon hearing Jeffrey mention Oscar, Charlie chuckled and replied, "Oh, I forgot to mention that Miss Jasmine Moore personally gave me the Supreme VIP card." "You were just asking who the heck issued my name?" "Well, it's Miss Moore herself." "Get lost." Jeffrey retorted, "Miss Moore gave you that name. Do you really expect me to buy that nonsense? You think you can just brag endlessly? Let me show you a lesson. Sometimes, bragging can lead to your downfall, you know." With curiosity, Charlie asked, "Why? Is it poisonous?" "You little," Jeffrey huffed in frustration, "do you think that's amusing? You're disrespecting Miss Moore. If she catches wind of this, you'll be in big trouble." Charlie laughed. "I believe you're the one being disrespectful to Miss Moore." Wendy leaned closer to Jeffrey and said, "Jeffrey, don't waste your time with this loser. Just call security and report what he just said. I guarantee they won't let him off easily. Then, get Uncle Oscar to deal with him. Make sure he suffers for this." Wendy harbored resentment towards Charlie, believing he had something to do with Kenneth's issues. She wished for someone to bring him down as well. Jeffrey reassured her, "Don't worry, my dear. I'll call the security guards right away and teach him a lesson." He then shouted, "Where are the guards? Get over here. Someone's pretending to be a club member and disrespecting Miss Moore." A deep, commanding voice interrupted, "Who's causing all this ruckus? What's happening?" Charlie looked up to find Oscar approaching them. Charlie smiled softly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Nope, try again. Jeffrey frowned in confusion. What the heck are you then? I bet you snuck in here when no one was looking just to score a free meal, am I right? Wendy, standing next to Jeffrey, chimed in with sarcasm, of course he did. He's just a loser who got kicked out of our family, how could he possibly be a member here? He definitely sneaked in like the pathetic loser he is. She then glared at Charlie and added, Charlie, you've come to the wrong place today. This is the Moore family's newly opened high-end Glorious Club, and today is its soft launch. The guests here are all prominent figures in the city. How dare you sneak in and cause a scene? Aren't you worried that the security guards will throw you out and give you a beating? Charlie feigned innocence. I'm a member here, why would the security guards want to kick me out? Jeffrey scoffed. Are you seriously messing with me right now? There are only 4 membership tiers, Classic, Silver, Gold, and VIP. You're none of those, how dare you claim to be a member? Charlie replied sincerely, believe it or not, I really am a member. I'm not in one of those tiers, but I hold the All-Access Supreme VIP membership. Haven't you heard of it? Shut up. Jeffrey retorted contemptuously. Just shut the heck up. Didn't you see the introduction board in the lobby? There are only 4 tiers. You're quite the storyteller, aren't you? All-Access Supreme VIP, what a joke. Aren't you afraid of upsetting the Moore family with your nonsense? Charlie shook his head, feeling exasperated. You're being so strange. I'm telling you the truth, why don't you believe me? You want me to believe you? Jeffrey cackled as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Do you really think you can fool me, you little deadbeat? I'm Jeffrey Weaver. Curious, Charlie asked, are you famous? I've never heard of you before. Jeffrey sneered, Weaver Pharmaceuticals, ever heard of it? I'm the general manager there. Charlie shook his head. I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it. Jeffrey's expression darkened, convinced that Charlie was mocking him. Buddy, you're in trouble today. You barged into this place claiming to be some kind of supreme VIP member. Who the heck gave you that title? You're such a liar. Unfazed, Charlie shook his head again, pulled out his membership card, and said, look for yourself. This is my membership card. It clearly states All-Access Supreme VIP, doesn't it? As Oscar's deep growl reverberated down the hall, Jeffrey couldn't help but put on a mischievous grin. He glanced at Charlie and taunted, oh, Uncle Oscar is here. You're in big trouble now, loser. Not even the gods can save you. Turning his attention to Oscar, Jeffrey pointed at Charlie and complained, Uncle Oscar, there's a loser pretending to belong to this club, and he's being disrespectful to Miss Moore. You really need to teach him a lesson. Oscar frowned at the direction Jeffrey was pointing, squinting to try and make out who it was. His aging eyes struggled to see clearly from a distance, but he could certainly see Jeffrey, who was close by. Since Jeffrey was the son of an old friend, Oscar felt a sense of trust towards him and replied sternly, who is it? Guards, apprehend him. In an instant, several muscular security guards charged toward them with an air of aggression. Wendy was absolutely thrilled by the commotion. With a sneer, she glared at Charlie and declared, "Ha, Charlie, you're done for today." Charlie just smiled back. "Don't worry, you'll get your turn before me." Without a moment's hesitation, Oscar sank to his knees before Charlie, his voice trembling with reverence as he implored, "Master Wade, I beg you to forgive me for any wrongs I may have committed. Please, point out my mistakes, and I'll rectify them at once." Charlie nodded thoughtfully, looking down at Oscar. He gestured toward the bewildered Jeffrey and inquired, "That guy over there claims to be your father's best friend. Is that true?" Oscar quickly glanced at Jeffrey and replied, "We're from the same hometown, but we can hardly be called friends, more like mere acquaintances." "Understood," Charlie said, nodding again. "That kid and his companion have been using your name to insult, threaten, and even plot against me. What's your take on that?" Oscar immediately grasped the situation. Charlie's anger stemmed entirely from Jeffrey's actions. he turned to Jeffrey, his voice rising in fury, "You little brat. Come over here and apologize to Master Wade for your behavior." Jeffrey blinked in disbelief, clearly confused. What does Master Wade mean? Why is he kneeling? Isn't he just a useless loser? Has Oscar lost his mind? In a moment of instinct, Jeffrey blurted out, "Uncle Oscar, that guy is just a nobody. Why are you bowing to him? You represent the Moore family. Plus, he slandered Miss Moore. You should punish him for that." Oscar trembled with outrage. Did he really just suggest punishing Master Wade? Was he out of his mind? In the upper echelons of Oris Hill society, everyone knew of Master Wade's renown. Lord Moore's recovery was due to Master Wade's acupuncture and miraculous elixir. The entire Moore family revered Charlie like a deity, treating him with the utmost respect. Despite Oscar's position within the family, he knew his place as a servant. If even the esteemed members of the Moore family idolized Master Wade, he too had to show him the same respect. Lord Moore had recently been heard saying, "I can't wait for my family to have Charlie, the true dragon among men, under our wing. I long to have him as my grandson-in-law." Thus, Oscar viewed Charlie as being even above Lord Moore in importance. Now, this ignorant brat, Jeffrey, had the audacity to claim friendship with Oscar's father and insult Master Wade? It was unacceptable. In a fit of indignation, Oscar stood up, slapped Jeffrey across the face, and commanded the guards, "Bring him to his knees." And that woman too. Jeffrey was taken aback by the slap. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, he felt two guards forcing him down to his knees. Wendy was equally perplexed, dazed as she found herself pinned to the ground. Oscar, hands on the floor, looked up at Charlie and said anxiously, "Master Wade, I apologize for associating with the wrong people. I had no idea he had such a vile son. Don't worry, I'll handle this personally and ensure he understands the consequences of offending you." Charlie replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I'm just a nobody with little influence. What if he did offend me? It's no big deal. Besides, he knows you and calls you by your first name, so I guess I'll just have to take whatever he throws at me." From Charlie's sarcastic tone, Oscar realized he had not yet earned forgiveness. He began to knock his head against the floor repeatedly, pleading, "Master Wade, please tell me what's wrong. Let me know how I can ease your anger. I'm willing to do anything, even if it means harming myself." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. I simply want to know how you would react if someone insulted Miss Moore." He then pointed to the Supreme membership card in Jeffrey's hand and continued, "Miss Moore entrusted me with this card, designating it as All Access Supreme VIP to show her respect. Yet, with that guy here, it has turned into a mockery, made ridiculous by foolish individuals. Tell me, does this mean he's calling Miss Moore foolish?" Oscar fixed a furious, menacing glare at Jeffrey and demanded, "You little brat, do you wish to die?" Wendy stomped her feet in frustration. "Damn it! You and your big mouth. Jeffrey, tell them to shut him up." Charlie paid no mind to their taunts. Instead, he turned to Oscar and shouted, "Oscar Watts, you clueless fool, feeling powerful and brave today. Do you really think you can take me down?" The crowd was stunned into silence at his boldness. Did he truly want to provoke Oscar? How dare he call him a clueless fool? Everyone was on edge, eagerly anticipating how Oscar would respond. Rumors had circulated that Oscar could be terrifying when angered. It had been years since Oscar had truly lost his temper, but it was clear that the loser in front of him was pushing his buttons. To everyone's astonishment, however, Oscar trembled at Charlie's words. He recognized the voice as belonging to Master Wade, so he instinctively looked up and found himself face to face with Master Wade, a figure revered even by Lord Moore. In shock, Oscar felt all his bravado evaporate. He bowed respectfully to Charlie and said, "Master Wade, my apologies. I didn't realize it was you." The crowd froze, bewildered by Oscar's unexpected demeanor. What on earth was happening? Why was the esteemed Oscar Watts apologizing to Charlie, the so-called loser? Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Charlie coolly remarked, "I've heard you hold a high position in the Moore family, but surely, you're not above Lord Moore, right? Charlie had no intention of letting Oscar off the hook easily. He didn't care if Oscar was innocent, he wanted to settle the score for the disrespect Jeffrey had shown him, using Oscar's name to belittle him. Oscar would be made to pay for Jeffrey's ignorance, and if Charlie ruffled Oscar's feathers, Jeffrey would become Oscar's focus for retaliation. At the mention of Lord Moore, Oscar immediately realized he was in hot water. Jeffrey was paralyzed with fear at Oscar's menacing glare, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, summoning all his courage, he managed to stammer, "Uncle Oscar, there's no such thing as a Supreme VIP member listed on the information board in the lobby on the first floor. He made that up. Please don't be deceived by him." "Exactly." Wendy chimed in, oblivious to the trouble she was stirring up. "I've never encountered anyone so brazen and arrogant. He pretended to be a member, invented a non-existent membership tier, and even forged a membership card. He shows no respect for the Moore family." Wendy was so consumed with the desire to eliminate Charlie that she attempted to link his actions with the humiliation of the Moore family, hoping they would not overlook Charlie's misdeeds. However, she completely overlooked the connection between Charlie and the Moore family. Even if she refused to believe that Charlie, whom she considered a loser, had any ties or resources in the upper-class community, the truth remained that he was indeed respected in those circles. Oscar was fuming at their scornful comments. He shouted, "Don't you understand? Miss Moore created the Supreme VIP member title specifically for Master Wade. There's only one person in the entire world deserving of that title. You uncivilized brutes have offended both Master Wade and Miss Moore. I won't let this slide." "Ha!" Jeffrey's heart raced. Did he just claim that the Supreme VIP member actually existed? And that it was established by Miss Moore herself? Didn't that mean he had just insulted Miss Moore? Oh no, he was digging his own grave. Oscar turned to Charlie and asked, "Master Wade, they have insulted you in multiple ways. How would you like me to deal with them?" Charlie replied nonchalantly, "These two are so insignificant, and their mouths are spewing nonsense. I believe it would be best to neutralize their foul breath. Master Wade, should I bring a few gallons of perfume and pour it down their throats?" Oscar asked eagerly. "No, Oscar. We are civilized people who handle matters in a civilized manner. Perfume is a highly concentrated chemical. While a little spray is okay, ingesting gallons could be deadly. Their mouths are foul, but they don't need to die for that." Jeffrey and Wendy stared at Charlie in shock, not expecting him to show them mercy. It was utterly surprising and astonishing. Oscar quickly inquired, "Then what do you suggest I do?" Charlie smiled slightly and said, "Well, since they're spewing nonsense from their foul mouths, let's handle it with something equally humiliating. I have an idea, take them to the restroom and make them lick the urinals clean. If they refuse, then proceed with the perfume treatment." Oscar nodded in agreement. "Understood. Come on, boys." Jeffrey and Wendy exchanged terrified glances. As a man, Jeffrey knew just how filthy urinals could be. He crawled toward Oscar and pleaded, "Uncle Oscar, please, for my father's sake, have mercy on me." Oscar's voice was icy as he declared, "All right then. If you refuse to comply, I'll instruct my men to fetch 10 kilos of concentrated perfume from the warehouse, 5 kilos for each of you. You won't be allowed to leave until you've consumed every drop." The glorious club boasted a staggering 15 floors, each one sprawling with an extensive selection of high-end, imported fragrances. Consequently, the club maintained a colossal inventory of perfume. Jeffrey felt a wave of dread wash over him, his complexion turning a sickly green at the thought of having to gulp down 5 kilos of perfume. Within that 5 kilos of concentrated perfume, at least half was alcohol, along with a mix of various chemical and mush additives, as well as antiseptics. If he were to actually drink that amount, not even Hades could save him from a certain demise. Oscar, growing impatient with Jeffrey's reluctance, barked at the guards, "If they refuse, start by giving them a good beating." "Understood, boss," the guards replied. At his command, the muscular guards rushed in, surrounding Jeffrey and Wendy. Without hesitation, the guards raised their fists and began to strike. Before they could even process what was happening, Jeffrey and Wendy were met with a flurry of punches and kicks, their screams melding with the sounds of their agony. Blood, tears, and snorts created a grim spectacle. In immense pain, Jeffrey struggled against the assault and pleaded, "Uncle Oscar, I'm still your silver member. I spent $5 million on that. You and my father are friends. We may be ordinary people, but we're your customers, you can't treat me like this." Oscar's expression twisted in fury. "Just because you're a member doesn't mean you can disrespect our supreme VIP member. Let me make this clear, the entire Moore family holds Master Wade in the highest regard, yet you've offended him. Who do you think you are, you pathetic little brat? I'll refund your membership fee tomorrow, but from this moment on, you are permanently banned from the glorious club." Jeffrey's eyes blazed with anger, turning as red as a tomato. He could hardly believe Oscar's words. He had invested in a silver membership with his own money, how could they just revoke it? But he knew better than to argue with Oscar at this moment. A guard approached, carrying several large bottles and announced, "Mr. Watts, here's the perfume." Oscar nodded, his expression grim. "Perfect. If they refuse to drink, pry their mouths open and pour it in. Each of them needs to consume 5 kilos, I want every last drop gone." The guards lunged forward, forcing Jeffrey and Wendy's mouths wide open. 2 guards each grabbed a 2-kilo bottle of perfume. As they twisted off the caps, a powerful, overwhelming fragrance wafted out, nearly suffocating them. Oscar's gaze was merciless as he looked at Jeffrey and Wendy, stating coldly, "Don't worry, your bodies won't decompose after drinking all that perfume. I'll find a wasteland to bury you both, and perhaps centuries later, you'll be discovered as mummies." Their faces drained of color. They didn't want to die. Initially, they thought the threat of drinking perfume was just a scare tactic, but now they realized it was all too real. Suddenly, licking urinals seemed like the gentlest punishment imaginable. Desperately, they crawled toward Oscar, pleading in unison, "Please forgive us, Uncle Oscar. We'll do whatever you say, we'll even lick the toilets." It was common knowledge that the urinals in the men's washroom were revolting, yet licking one wouldn't necessarily lead to death. However, consuming 5 kilos of perfume would undoubtedly be fatal. Jeffrey and Wendy were undeniably arrogant, but this situation was serious, life or death. So what if they had to lick a urinal? It wasn't a huge deal, they could simply rinse their mouths and brush their teeth a few times afterward. Having opted for the urinal licking punishment, Oscar commanded, "Boys, take them to the men's washroom right now." The security guards dragged Jeffrey and Wendy to the second-floor men's washroom as if they were lifeless animals. Oscar turned to Charlie and asked, "Master Wade, would you like to watch?" "Oh, you can't handle it." Charlie chuckled, turning to Oscar. "Call Albert and take these 2 to his dog-fighting ring. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs, just like we did with Mr. Leonard." Oscar immediately nodded. "Yes, Master Wade." Just the other day, the fraudulent feng shui master from Hong Kong, Mr. Leonard, had been exposed for deceiving Miss Moore, and Albert had thrown him into the dogfighting ring as punishment. Albert was quite skilled in these matters, he had plenty of experience under his belt. Jeffrey and Wendy were shaken by Charlie's threat. There was no negotiating, they had to accept their grim fate. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Jeffrey exclaimed, "Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it." He then dashed toward the urinal without a second thought. Meanwhile, Wendy wept, tears streaming down her face like a river. This was the most humiliating moment of her life, and it felt like the worst torment imaginable. Charlie didn't want to stick around to witness their degradation. He turned to Oscar and instructed, "Make sure they clean everything up before you let them go." Oscar replied eagerly, "No problem, Master Wade. I'll keep a close eye on them." As Charlie made his way to the exclusive elevator, Oscar followed closely behind, acting as his escort. Before entering the elevator, Oscar nervously addressed Charlie, "Master Wade, I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. It was my mistake, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Charlie responded coolly, "Just keep an eye on them. I'll overlook this as long as they clean the urinals properly." Oscar nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Master Wade. I'll be vigilant, and if they don't succeed, I'll deal with them severely. Then, with hesitation, he added, Master Wade, may I ask a favor? What is it? Oscar bowed respectfully and said, Master Wade, please don't inform Miss Moore about what transpired. I beg you. I would be forever grateful for your kindness. Charlie understood Oscar's worry. Ultimately, Oscar was just a servant of the Moore family, while Charlie was an important figure that the Moores wanted to impress. If Jasmine learned about the earlier incident, she would surely punish Oscar for his oversight and might even dismiss him from his role as butler. Recognizing that Oscar was innocent in this situation and had been caught in unfortunate circumstances, Charlie agreed to his request. All right, I'll grant you this favor. Just make sure to cut ties with that type of person in the future, otherwise, my leniency will not extend again. Absolutely, Master Wade. I will sever all connections with that kind of person going forward. I'd even break my own leg if it happens again. Charlie nodded and waved his hand dismissively. Okay, you can go now. Thank you, Master Wade. Charlie nodded, absolutely. I can't miss out on something so entertaining. Oscar escorted Charlie to the washroom. The guards shoved Jeffrey and Wendy toward one of the urinals and coldly demanded, What are you waiting for? Go on. Jeffrey trembled in fear at the harsh tone but couldn't bring himself to move forward. Though the washroom at Glorious Club was relatively clean, the overpowering stench of urine from the urinal made him feel nauseous. Wendy, too, was repulsed by the foul odor and felt as though she might faint. Frustrated by their hesitation, Oscar yelled, Get a move on. If you keep standing there like idiots, I'll make sure you really pay for it. They flinched at Oscar's outburst. Taking a deep breath, Jeffrey leaned forward first. Seeing him make the initial move, Wendy followed suit, shutting her eyes tightly. As Jeffrey completed the act, his face turned a sickly shade of green and black, and he grimaced painfully. He looked at Oscar and pleaded, Uncle Oscar, we did it. Can we leave now? Oscar glanced at Charlie and asked, Master Wade, what do you think? Charlie crossed his arms and scoffed, Is this a joke? You have to be kidding. Master Wade, what do you mean? Charlie pointed into the urinal and said, There's more. You can split the task evenly, that's only fair. Everyone was taken aback. Master Wade was merciless. Jeffrey collapsed onto the floor, speechless. Wendy cried out and fell to her knees, begging Charlie, please, you're my cousin-in-law. I'm sorry for being so foolish and immature. Could you find it in your heart to forgive me? Please. Jeffrey rubbed his hands together in desperation, Please, Master Wade, show us some mercy. Spare us. Charlie nodded, I am showing you mercy. You can leave once you finish with the 8 urinals in here. Jeffrey's face contorted in disbelief, tears streaming down his cheeks. Master Wade, that's too many. Besides, one is already unbearable. Charlie stepped into the elevator and made his way to the top floor, the 15th floor. Upon arrival, he sought out Jasmine to share his thoughts on the club's feng shui. Jasmine's expression faltered as Charlie conveyed that the feng shui was rather lackluster and uninspired. It appeared that the feng shui master she had previously hired didn't meet expectations. With a hint of anxiety, she inquired, Master Wade, do you have any suggestions on how to enhance the club's atmosphere? Charlie offered a subtle smile. Consider planting 2 pine trees on the first floor, positioned in the southeast and northwest corners, facing each other. Additionally, replace the 2 stone pillars at the entrance with stone lions, not a male and female, nor a lioness and cub. You need 2 male lions, and they shouldn't be aligned parallel to each other, their gazes should be at a 90-degree angle. Underneath each stone lion, place 2 gold foils. This configuration will create an auspicious setting of 2 lions attracting wealth. Curious, Jasmine asked, could you explain the significance of this arrangement? In a composed manner, Charlie elaborated, the concept of 2 lions gathering wealth is a feng shui principle that focuses on the lions as central elements, with the pine trees acting as supportive features. When combined with the gold foil and the club's existing structure, this setup will significantly elevate the club's potential for prosperity once implemented. Jasmine was both astonished and inspired. She had never encountered such a technique before, and she was impressed by Charlie's remarkable expertise. He had the ability to propose such an impactful solution with just a few simple recommendations, truly extraordinary. Just as her grandfather had stated, Master Wade was indeed a remarkable figure among people. Jasmine expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Master Wade. I will instruct my team to follow your advice immediately." Charlie nodded in acknowledgement. Checking his watch, he realized it was nearly time for him to head home and prepare dinner. Before leaving, he reminded Jasmine, "Don't forget what I told you. Make sure your team starts on the arrangements quickly. It's getting late, and I need to go now." "I'll walk you out," she offered. "No need," Charlie replied, "I'm heading to the second floor to meet Oscar. I spotted him on my way up. But I can't let you leave on your own." "Alright then. Just take your car and wait for me outside the lobby on the first floor. I'll stop by to say a quick hello before we leave," Charlie suggested. "Okay, Master Wade. I'll wait for you in the car," Jasmine agreed. Though Charlie initially planned to meet Oscar, his true intention was to check on Wendy and Jeffrey's situation. Upon arriving at the second-floor restroom, he discovered they had just finished licking the second urinal. Their faces were as pale as snow, and the floor was covered in their vomit. Oscar greeted him quickly, "Hi, Master Wade." Charlie frowned, clearly displeased. "What's going on here? You've only completed the second one. Don't you think that's a bit slow?" "Master Wade, they've nearly emptied their bile by now," Oscar replied. Charlie responded coldly, "Give them an hour. If they can't finish licking all the urinals here within that time, they'll need to tackle the restroom on the third floor as well." "Yes, boss." Oscar nodded, then shouted to the two, "Did you hear him? Move faster. If not, there will be 8 more urinals waiting for you." Both of them shuddered in fear. Wendy even retched but quickly wiped her mouth and resumed her task at the urinal. In that moment, Charlie wondered if he was being too harsh on a woman. Upon reflection, no, she truly got what was coming to her. Wendy was the quintessential femme fatale, her heart as venomous as that of snakes and scorpions. Time and time again, she had incited others to insult him and even plotted to undermine his masculinity. Without his connections and capabilities, he would have surely fallen victim to her wicked schemes. Thus, he decided to teach her a lesson that she would remember for a lifetime. Charlie turned to Oscar, saying, "I'm heading out now, Miss Moore is waiting for me downstairs. Keep a close watch on them. If I discover that you've let them off too easily, I'll make you regret it." Oscar bowed, panic evident in his demeanor. "Rest assured, Master Wade, I'll keep my eyes on them without fail. They won't escape my scrutiny." "Good," Charlie replied, nodding before he walked away. After his departure, Wendy and Jeffrey hastened their pace, desperately licking the vile urinal, fearful of the repercussions for their previous slowness. When they finally completed the task, their tongues felt as if they were about to detach from their mouths, the overwhelming stench lingering on their tongues as though they had been marinated in urine for an eternity. Words failed to convey the horrid odor in their mouths. Their entire bodies were drenched in a nauseating and irritating stench. They longed to rinse their mouths with tap water, but Oscar denied their request, fearing Charlie would reprimand him for showing them mercy. He quickly ordered his men to escort them out of the club. Once outside, they dove into the fountain at the entrance, scrubbing themselves clean. They rinsed their mouths and washed their faces, hands, and tongues as if they had never bathed before. After over 30 minutes of washing, the foul taste stubbornly lingered. They collapsed in despair, wishing they could simply sever their offensive tongues and toss them into the sewer. Wendy cried out in frustration beside the fountain, still haunted by the revolting odor in her mouth. The irritation from Claire earlier had pushed her to the brink, and now, because of Charlie, she was on the edge of insanity. Jeffrey was in no better shape. This was the most humiliating experience he had ever endured. It was utterly infuriating. What gave Charlie the audacity to wield such power? Oscar, the esteemed butler of the illustrious Moore family, acted like a mouse in front of a cat when he encountered Charlie, groveling at his feet. Unbelievable. Jeffrey turned his sour expression toward Wendy and inquired, "What on earth is Charlie's background?" "Seriously? He's a pathetic loser. He lost his parents at 8, grew up in an orphanage, and then married into our family as a live-in son-in-law. He's nothing more than a sorry excuse for a man." Jeffrey grimaced in disgust. "Oh my God, could you please stand farther away when you talk? Your breath is absolutely foul." Wendy shot him a sideways glance, thinking, "How dare you be revolted by me? You smell just as bad." She wanted to respond in kind, but fear held her back. Instead, she took a few steps away from him. Jeffrey pressed on, "But why do both Oscar and Miss Moore treat this loser with such respect? I have no idea. I'm just as baffled. Last time, he didn't even dare to retort when I scolded him in front of everyone. During meals, he had to apologize if I accidentally spilled water on him. At family gatherings, he wasn't allowed at the table and had to sit with the servants and serve us. During New Year's Eve dinner, I even slapped him for breaking a plate." Wendy sighed heavily and continued, "I don't understand why this loser has suddenly become a revered figure. Everyone now calls him Master Wade. The tables have turned, those who once sought to belittle him now find themselves insulted instead." Then, with a hint of surprise, she added, "Oh, and Kenneth. He's impressively virile for his age, even better than most young men, but after a run-in with Charlie, he suddenly became impotent. We still don't know if Charlie is behind it or how he accomplished it." "Damn!" Jeffrey clenched his teeth in frustration. "I need to get back at him for what he's done to me. I have to discuss our plans with Kenneth." A ride to reflection. In her luxurious Rolls-Royce, Jasmine sent Charlie off to the supermarket. Before long, the grand vehicle came to a halt in front of the supermarket. As Charlie stepped out, he turned to Jasmine and said, "Thanks for the ride." "Bye." Jasmine nodded, her expression a mix of emotions. "Have a nice day, Master Wade. You're always welcome at Glorious Club. Please come and enjoy the facilities whenever you can. I'll be there to serve you personally." Charlie smiled faintly and responded, "Okay, I'll drop by when I'm free." "Bye." She nodded again. "All right, Master Wade, bye." With a respectful farewell, Jasmine watched Charlie meld into the bustling crowd of the supermarket, a sigh escaping her lips as she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. It struck her as unfair and disheartening that Charlie, a man of immense strength and potential, was rushing to the supermarket to gather ingredients for dinner before his wife finished work. Jasmine recalled her previous encounter with Claire. While Claire was undeniably beautiful and graceful, in Jasmine's eyes, she fell short in temperament, education, capability, and family lineage. Having received an aristocratic education from a young age, Jasmine exuded a noble demeanor, even among the descendants of European royalty. She had graduated from Harvard University, whereas Claire had attended Oris Hill, highlighting a stark contrast in their educational backgrounds. Currently, Jasmine was managing half of the Moore family's business, overseeing industries that thrived under her leadership. In stark contrast, Claire struggled to navigate her own family's affairs, overshadowed by her grandmother and cousin. Lacking the necessary skills and strategy, Claire seemed lost in her own ambitions. The comparison didn't end there. Claire's family background was equally lacking. The small Wilson family was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, and Claire had just started her own office, which only deepened the disparity between them. Yet, there was one aspect in which Claire outshone Jasmine, her husband. This was the source of Jasmine's envy. How could someone as seemingly inept as Claire be blessed with a husband as devoted and loving as Charlie? Jasmine, despite her numerous qualities, found herself questioning why she couldn't attract a man of Charlie's caliber. Proud by nature and rarely envious of anyone, Jasmine felt a strange sense of jealousy towards Claire for the first time. To Jasmine, a man as capable and influential as Charlie deserved to be with a woman who matched him in every way, someone like herself. It seemed like a perfect match destined to be. There were moments when Jasmine contemplated confessing her feelings to Charlie, to share her admiration for him. However, after much reflection, she decided against it. It wasn't that she didn't want him to know her feelings, rather, she was uncertain of the outcome. A hasty confession might push Charlie away or even disgust him, and she certainly didn't want that. Years spent in the intricate dynamics of the Moore family and the business realm had honed Jasmine's instincts for assessing situations and acting wisely. Thus, she resolved to keep her feelings for Charlie in check for the time being, planning to confess only after spending more time with him and nurturing a connection strong enough for him to reciprocate her feelings. After Jacob returned home from a long day out, he was soon followed by Claire, who had been busy at work all day. Once dinner was ready and served, Elaine dashed in with excitement, announcing proudly, "Hey everyone, I won over $7,000 playing cards today." Jacob was taken aback and exclaimed, "Wow, dear, that's fantastic. Winning $7,000 in a day means you could make over $210,000 in a month." Claire, however, looked concerned. "Mom, I don't mind you playing cards occasionally and winning a little here and there, but $7,000 a day? Isn't that excessive? Please be careful, it can lead to addiction, and that's risky." Elaine waved her hand dismissively and retorted, "I know what I'm doing. Don't lecture me. My card friends are total rookies, they're way worse than I am. I could win with my eyes closed. Don't you know what they call me around here? The Queen of Cards." Claire sighed in frustration and rubbed her forehead, choosing to ignore her mother's bravado. During dinner, Claire's phone buzzed with a message. She glanced at it and asked Charlie, "Do you have any plans for the weekend?" "Plans? Just the usual, going to the market, cooking, doing laundry, and cleaning the house," Charlie replied. "Laureen just texted me. She booked a suite at the Hot Spring Hotel and wants us to join her. If you don't have anything special lined up, I think I'll say yes." "What? Hot Springs? And you want me to come too?" Claire nodded. "She got a 2-room suite just for us. We'll take one room, and she'll have the other to herself. She said she hasn't had the chance to invite us for a getaway since she moved here." Elaine suddenly perked up and exclaimed, "Claire! It's a girls-only trip, why would you want Charlie to come?" "No, he can't go. He has to stay home and help with chores. Mom, Laureen invited him too. Of course he should come, and we all need to go together." Claire insisted. Elaine shot Claire a fierce look and huffed, "No way. If you share a room, what if he does something inappropriate? You could be in serious trouble." Charlie finally realized what his mother-in-law was really worried about. Elaine's concerns were about more than just chores. Claire, annoyed by her mother's comment, replied coldly, "Mom, Charlie and I are married. We can handle our own affairs, and you don't need to worry about us." Elaine slammed her utensils down, clearly agitated, and growled, "Why shouldn't I? I'm your mother, and it's my business." Claire shot back angrily, "Some things are not for you to meddle in. Stay in your lane." Elaine pounded the table in frustration. "I'm your mother, and everything you do is my business. I have a right to be involved in your life." Claire, feeling rebellious, declared, "This is none of your business. I said Charlie is going. No one can stop him. If you try, I'll move out." "You?" Elaine's face reddened, recognizing that Claire's threat to leave was her weak spot. Clearing her throat, Elaine said sheepishly, "All right, fine. Go if you must, but just be careful, or you might regret it." She then turned to Charlie with a sweet smile and suggested, "How about you skip the trip and come play cards with me at my friend's house instead? I'll give you $2,000 as pocket money." Elaine had a plan. If she couldn't convince Claire to change her mind, perhaps she could sway Charlie. If he decided not to go, Claire wouldn't blame Elaine for it, would she? However, Charlie simply smiled gently and replied, "Mom, you know I don't play cards. I think going to the hot springs with Claire sounds like a much better idea." To be honest, Charlie was not keen on going. If it weren't for Elaine meddling between him and Claire, he would have turned down Claire's invitation without a second thought. The truth was, he felt quite uneasy about Laureen at the moment. Ever since Laureen discovered that he was not only her rescuer but also her ideal partner after saving her a second time, she had been persistently confessing her feelings to him. Now, with her inviting his wife to the hot springs and insisting he join them, He suspected that Claire might just be a cover for Lorraine's real motives to see him. Attending would undoubtedly create a very awkward and uncomfortable situation for him. Still, he found himself increasingly irritated by Elaine's incessant chatter and nagging. "You don't want me to go? Well, I'll go anyway. Take that." Elaine was taken aback by Charlie's defiance. Though she huffed and puffed in anger, she couldn't say a word in front of Claire. With Charlie agreeing to join, Claire chimed in, "Lorraine has reserved rooms at Champs Ellis Spa Resort out in the suburbs. It's said to be part of the Shangri-La hotel chain, and I checked the reviews, they're quite positive. She'll pick us up from here tomorrow." Charlie nodded. "All right, I'll just follow your lead. Don't forget to pack your swimming trunks, you'll need them for the hot springs," Claire reminded him. Charlie laughed. "Then you'd better pack a swimsuit too, right, dear?" "Absolutely," she replied, clearly enthusiastic. Elaine quickly interrupted, "Claire, you can't wear a bikini. Choose a swimsuit that's not too revealing. I won't let that scoundrel Charlie take advantage of you." Then, an idea struck her. "Oh, I have a fascikini in your size. Want me to get it for you?" A fascikini is a type of swimsuit that middle-aged women often wear at the beach. It's not only a full-body suit but also features a mask that covers the entire face, leaving only holes for the eyes, nose, and mouth. The sight of someone in a fascikini is akin to a swimsuit-clad version of a masked bandit. Wearing a fascikini would leave one's features hidden behind a grotesque mask, transforming any beautiful face into a faceless, expressionless monster. Claire stomped her foot in anger at her mother's suggestion. "Mom, are you trying to be cruel? I'm in my 20s. Why would you want me to wear that hideous fascikini? Should I just soak in the hot springs wearing a trench coat and sweatpants instead?" Elaine responded with a serious tone, "I don't want you to be taken advantage of. Just look at Charlie, he's sly and perverted like a fox. You have to be careful." Charlie was fuming. "Damn it. I should have let Jason and his father Justin deal with you that day. Why did I even bother saving you? It was just a waste of my energy and time." Claire shared in her frustration with her mother. She quickly finished her dinner and retreated to her room with Charlie. As they packed, Claire selected a swimsuit that was casual and comfortable, striking a balance that wasn't too revealing or overly sexy. Charlie kept it simple, all he needed was a pair of boxer shorts. The following morning, after they had finished packing, Lorraine called to inform them that she was waiting downstairs. Before heading out, Charlie felt a mix of hesitation and reluctance. He was unsure how to handle a fiery and assertive girl like Lorraine. He didn't want to hurt her feelings, but more importantly, he wanted to stay loyal to Claire. Right now, he was caught in a complete dilemma. Charlie worried that during the hot springs getaway, Lorraine might confess her feelings for him again, or perhaps even make an even bolder move. However, since he had made a promise to his wife, there was no way he could back out now, so he had to proceed with the plan. As they made their way downstairs, they spotted Lorraine peeking her head out of a Mercedes-Benz. She called out, "Charlie, please put the luggage in the trunk and hop in the back with me. Let Claire sit up front and chat with me on the way." "Sure," Charlie replied, nodding as he loaded the luggage into the trunk and squeezed into the back seat. Once seated, Lorraine turned around and gave him a shy wink. Charlie, pretending not to notice, stretched and said, I'm so tired. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm going to catch some ZS." With that, he closed his eyes and feigned sleep. Lorraine felt a twinge of disappointment at his reaction, understanding his reasons but unable to voice her feelings with Claire present. She had anticipated Charlie's cold and indifferent demeanor, but that didn't deter her, she was committed to pursuing him. She felt no guilt, as she was aware that Claire and Charlie had not fully consummated their marriage. Lorraine started the car and drove toward the outskirts. After about an hour, they arrived at the base of a stunning mountain, and soon after, they reached the entrance of Champs Ellis Resort. Champs Ellis Hot Springs is the only natural hot springs resort in Oris Hill, located at the foot of Mount Lanrus. The resort boasts several natural geothermal hot springs, and the Shangri-La Group has acquired the hot springs and the entire mountain to develop Champs Ellis Resort. This resort is known for its high prices, offering exceptional services and amenities, making it a destination primarily for the wealthy. Despite the costs, the rooms are in high demand. Visitors not only come from Oris Hill but also from surrounding cities, all eager to experience the remarkable hot springs. Today being the weekend, the resort was particularly bustling, with parking spots in high demand. Behind the wheel, Laureen navigated the parking lot several times before finally spotting an available space. Excited, she scanned her surroundings to ensure no one was eyeing the spot and quickly drove toward it. She adjusted the car and prepared to back in. Just as she was about to park, a Maserati sped toward them. The Maserati drifted sharply around the corner, racing toward the very spot Laureen was aiming for. Panic surged through her, and she couldn't hit the brakes in time, causing her car to continue reversing. With a loud, shrill screech, the back of Laureen's car scraped against the Maserati's side. Regaining her composure, Laureen stopped the car and frowned, exclaiming, "What on earth? Were they actually trying to steal my spot? That's incredibly rude. Don't they understand the concept of first come, first served?" At that moment, a young man clad in a flashy leather jacket and sporting a greasy hairstyle emerged from the Maserati. His expression darkened as he noticed the scratch on his car. Seething with rage, he approached Laureen's vehicle and banged on the window, shouting, "Are you freaking blind? Can't you see I was about to park here? Damn it, you've scratched my brand new car. Get out of the car now, you jerk." Laureen was filled with anger and frustration. As a member of the Thomas family, she refused to accept blame without a fight. She slammed the car door open, stepped out, and shouted, "Hey, shut up. This is your fault to begin with. Can't you see I was trying to reverse into the spot? Are you blind? How dare you scold me first?" The young man was taken aback by Laureen's fiery response. He yelled back, "Oh my God, just another clueless female driver. 9 out of 10 of the worst drivers on the road are women. Can you even drive? If you can't, maybe you should go back to your mother's womb and learn before embarrassing yourself like this." He continued, "I just bought this car for $100 grand, and now you've scratched it. How much are you willing to pay for the damage?" Laureen frowned and shot back, "Hold on. I saw the parking spot first and was already halfway into it when you swooped in out of nowhere to steal it. This is your fault. How dare you scold me like that?" The young man growled in frustration, "What? Am I not allowed to scold you for your mistake? It's justified. Not only that, but I'm also going to slap you." With that, he reached out to grab Laureen's hair, shocking her with his aggression. She quickly stepped back in alarm. Claire shouted, "Charlie, come quick. We need help." The young man turned to Claire, his expression shifting as he snorted, "Wow, what a beauty. Sleep with me tonight, and I'll let this slide." He reached out to pull Claire into his arms, but his attempt was thwarted by a pair of strong hands gripping his arm tightly. Charlie glared at him and exclaimed, "Hey, where did you come from, you idiot? Let go of me." Charlie swung his arm away, his face darkening as he added, "Accidents happen on the road, right? Why can't we just talk this out? There's no need to be so harsh." The young man looked at Charlie with disdain, retorting, What do you know? You're just a bunch of poor losers in a broken-down old Mercedes that's worth next to nothing. Who do you think you are to boss me around?" He then pointed at his Maserati, coldly stating, "You scratched my car. Now tell me, how do you plan to compensate for that?" Charlie frowned and replied, "We were here first and parked correctly. You came out of nowhere trying to steal our spot. Why should we pay for your damage?" "Why?" "Because you've got a broken car, that's why. You have no right to park here. You're in no position to challenge me." Charlie smirked and countered, "We won't be paying anything because it's not our fault. Let's call the police and let them sort this out. I have a feeling they'll determine that you are solely responsible for this mess and owe us compensation. Do you understand?" The young man clenched his teeth and spat, "Screw you. Police? Do you really think I can't end your life with just a word?" At that moment, a heavily made-up woman with a plastic look emerged from the young man's car. She pointed at Charlie with disdain, saying, "Hey, loser. Shut up. Did you know I have 3 million followers on Facebook? If you won't compensate us, I'll post pictures of your pathetic friends on my page and have my fans hunt you down." The young man flashed a charming smile and said, "Hey darling, why did you come out? Just wait in the car, I can handle this." The young man shot a menacing glare at Charlie and shouted, "Hey, kid, you better pay us up while I'm still being nice. My girlfriend and I want to hit the hot springs, so do us a favor and get lost." Charlie replied icily, "What if I choose not to?" The young man scoffed. "You're all just a bunch of pretentious, broke losers. Just wait here, I'll show you what happens when you refuse to pay." He pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hey, Mr. Hicks, I'm at your resort, and some morons scratched my car in the parking lot. They're refusing to compensate me and are causing a scene. Send some people here immediately." After hanging up, he smirked and said, "Loser, consider this your final chance to compensate me for the damage and apologize. When Mr. Hicks arrives, you'll be in serious trouble." Lorene, worried about Charlie's safety, quickly interjected, "All right, I get it. I'll pay. How much do you want? You scratched my car, which means its original paint is ruined. This is a lifetime pain. You need to pay half the value of the car. I'll even give you a discount, 40 grand. What? 40 grand? Lorene exclaimed, furious. You've got to be joking. Even if we go to a Maserati shop, the paint for one side only costs about 500. With some additional work, it wouldn't exceed 1,500. What the hell? 1,500? The young man spat on the ground in disgust, nearly hitting Lorene's feet in the process. He cursed through yellowed teeth, "Are you serious right now? Do you know what I do for a living? You think you can settle for just over a grand? Listen up, it's 40 grand, no discounts. Pay up or you won't be leaving this place. If you can't afford it, leave your ID and details, and I'll take an IOU. Interest is 10 grand a day, compounded. This is outrageous. This is outright blackmail." Claire chimed in angrily, "If you keep being unreasonable, we'll just call the police." "Go ahead. Call whoever you want," the young man retorted mockingly. "Oh, I'm so scared. Bah. I'm well connected with the cops and the underworld." Lorene felt resigned to her bad luck. Money wasn't the issue for her, even if it were 400 grand. She simply didn't want to drag Charlie into this mess. Her intent in inviting them to the resort was to spend more time with Charlie, and she didn't want this incident to ruin his day. Frustrated, she finally said, "Fine, 40 grand it is. Just give me your bank details, and I'll transfer the money right now." "Wait, are you serious?" The young man was taken aback by her willingness to hand over 40 grand so easily. He had expected to haggle down to around $2,000, which would still have been a great deal for him. But now, he was shocked that she was ready to pay 40 grand without a second thought. This was turning into a huge windfall for him. Just then, Charlie intervened, asserting coldly, "Hold on a moment, don't give him a single cent. I'm curious to see how this unfolds." The young man was furious when Charlie abruptly halted Lorene and confronted him so directly. He snarled, "All right, jerk, if you're looking for a fight, bring it on. I'll strip my last name away if I don't knock you down later." Charlie replied coolly, "Since you enjoy boasting so much, I have a fitting new last name for you, show off. You motherf asterisk cur." The young man was seething with rage, ready to pounce on Charlie at any moment. At that instant, a plump middle-aged man rushed towards them, accompanied by several muscular guards. The young man's expression brightened as soon as he spotted the chubby man. "Hey, Mr. Hicks, it's been a few days. You're looking bigger these days. Seems like life is treating you well." Mr. Hicks chuckled and replied, "Mr. Lloyd, how could my life compare to yours? I'm just a lowly staff member under Mr. Cameron, while you come from a wealthy and diverse family." He then quickly inquired, "By the way, Mr. Lloyd, What's happening here?" The young man pointed at Charlie, his voice icy. "This jerk is full of himself. He scratched my car and refuses to pay. He just keeps talking nonsense. Take care of him." Mr. Hicks nodded, casting a disdainful glance at Charlie. Dressed in plain, unbranded clothing and lacking the demeanor of someone wealthy, along with an old-style Mercedes-Benz parked nearby, Mr. Hicks assumed they were not from a strong background. He adopted a smug tone and said, "Kid, did you leave your common sense at home today? Do you realize who you've just offended?" "Who?" Charlie asked, unfazed. Mr. Hicks pointed at the young man. "He is Marcus Lloyd, the son of the multi-million-dollar Lloyd family. He's not someone you want to mess with." He added coldly, "If you don't want to find yourself in trouble, listen carefully. Pay him for the damage and move your car. Don't waste Mr. Lloyd's time." Charlie's agitation grew. "You're quite amusing. Before even asking for details, you've already assumed it's my fault and expect me to pay, huh?" Mr. Hicks scoffed. "Oh dear, another pathetic loser. Look around you. All these cars here, none are worth less than 200 grand. What makes you think it's okay to park your beat-up Merc here?" Charlie surveyed the area and replied, "Well, I don't see a sign that says you can't park a car worth less than 200 grand. What the F***ck?" Realizing Charlie's ignorance, Marcus kicked the taillights of the Mercedes-Benz with force, shattering them. He cursed, "Damn it, I'm done with you. Who do you think you are, rambling like a mad dog, pathetic loser? I'll break your legs if you don't shut up. You don't want to pay? Fine. Let those two ladies keep me company tonight." Marcus reached for Claire, who stood next to Charlie. Charlie's expression darkened. He stepped in front of Claire and Laureen, grabbing Marcus's arms and pushing him away. Enraged, Marcus yelled, "Mother****, how dare you resist? They should feel honored by my attention. If you try to stop me again, I'll kill you. Understand?" Charlie narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and piercing. He warned Marcus, "Don't burn your bridges, you're only leading yourself to a dead end." Marcus shoved Charlie back and retorted, "Wow, you want to play the hero. I'm ready to burn all the bridges. What are you going to do about it?" Mr. Hicks signaled the guards to encircle Charlie and the others. He threatened, "Loser, let go of Mr. Lloyd right now. If you hurt him, you'll regret it." Disregarding him, Charlie lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick to Marcus's stomach, sending him sprawling. Marcus gasped in pain, feeling as if his insides had been crushed. He roared, "Mr. Hicks, get him. Damn it, he kicked me. Get him. I'll take responsibility for everything." Just as Mr. Hicks was about to give the order, a voice came from inside. "Hey, what's happening? Why all the commotion?" Mr. Hicks felt a jolt of surprise at the voice. Turning around, he replied respectfully, "Don Albert, have you finished at the hot springs? How was it?" "Good," Albert replied nonchalantly, then inquired, "What are you up to?" As he spoke, Albert strolled towards the parking lot with his men in tow. "Oh, just dealing with a pathetic idiot who was hitting Mr. Lloyd. I was about to step in for him. The kid isn't very skilled, but he sure is jumpy." Marcus, clutching his stomach, greeted, "Hello, Uncle Rhodes. It's been a while." Albert looked at him and chuckled. "Ah, it's you, Marcus. What happened to your charm? How could you get beaten in Oris Hill? You're making your father look bad." Since Albert and Marcus's father were close, Marcus was like a nephew to him, and Albert spoke frankly, like an elder would. Marcus, not daring to retort, replied shyly, "Uncle Rhodes, I ran into some unfortunate loser. I'll make sure he understands the consequences of hitting me." Albert laughed. "Huh. I'm curious to see who would be bold enough to strike you." As Albert moved forward, he pushed aside the guards to survey the crowd, only to spot Charlie, who appeared quite stoic. Charlie met Albert's gaze and remarked with a teasing smile, "Albert, you're quite the busybody, aren't you?" A cold sweat broke out on Albert's forehead. He never anticipated that it was Master Wade who was surrounded by the guards. At that moment, he silently thanked his lucky stars for not saying anything inappropriate earlier. If he had offended Master Wade, he'd be in serious trouble too. Previously, he had received a magical elixir from Master Wade's kindness, and he had pledged his unwavering loyalty to him. He was ready to serve him for life. This time, he had almost put himself in jeopardy. It was a close call. Albert bowed deeply and said, "Master Wade, I had no idea you were here." Everyone was left speechless at this surprising display. The notorious Don Albert was showing such respect and courtesy to someone who seemed inconsequential. What on earth was going on? It was utterly bizarre. Charlie pointed at the young man and asked softly, "Do you know this kid?" Albert wasn't naive. He realized that Marcus had likely offended Master Wade. Despite his friendship with Marcus's father, Albert stepped forward, slapped Marcus hard across the face, and sent him crashing to the ground. Then, he grabbed Marcus's hair and slammed his head against the concrete. With a loud thud, Marcus felt a ringing in his ears and became disoriented. Struggling to endure the pain, Marcus asked, "Uncle Rhodes, why did you hit me?" Albert glared fiercely at him and struck Marcus's head again. "How dare you offend Master Wade? Are you seeking death?" Mr. Hicks, the manager of Champs Ellis Resort, stood in utter shock at the chaotic scene unfolding before him. He was baffled by the events, and his guards were equally perplexed, frozen in place as they processed the situation. "Uncle Rhodes, please stop. What on earth is happening?" Marcus cried out in desperation. Albert, filled with rage, stamped his foot down on Marcus's face, growling, "Marcus Lloyd, you think you're so powerful and important because I treat you like family, don't you? Who gave you the right to act so arrogant?" Terrified, Marcus begged, "Uncle Rhodes, why are you so angry? Just tell me what I can do to make it right." With a swift kick, Albert cursed, "Master Wade is my savior, my hero, but you ungrateful brat, dared to insult him. Go to hell." In that moment, Marcus realized he had crossed a line. He pleaded, "I'm so sorry, Uncle Rhodes. I didn't mean to offend Master Wade. Please forgive me. I'll make it up to him." Albert sneered at Marcus's shiny new Maserati, saying, "Oh, look at you, driving a fancy car. That must make you feel important, huh? Guys, destroy his car. I want to hear it get crushed." "You got it, boss," cheered the men in black behind Albert as they picked up clubs and started smashing the Maserati. A terrified woman inside the car screamed and bolted out. At first glance, Albert could tell she was not someone decent. He barked orders, "Get that plastic girl over here and make her kneel." The men quickly grabbed her and forced her to the ground. "What are you doing? I have millions of fans on Facebook. I'll expose all of you," she shouted, clearly agitated. Albert, unfazed, slapped her across the face, causing her already altered nose to dent. "A wannabe internet star thinks she can threaten me? Do you even know who I am? Who cares who you are, you old creep," she shot back defiantly. Marcus was taken aback. "Are you out of your mind? He's Don Albert." After retreating to her car, she began taking selfies with the steering wheel, oblivious to the turmoil outside. But upon hearing Don Albert's name, she froze in fear. "Don Albert, I'm so sorry. If I'd known it was you, I wouldn't have talked back." Albert demanded, "Unlock your phone and hand it over." Unsure of his intentions but not daring to refuse, she complied. After all, he was the notorious king of Oris Hill's underworld. Albert took her phone, opened Facebook Live, and pointed the camera at her face, saying, "Look at the camera and say, I am AF King SL UT who flirts with rich kids, 10 times. Terrified at the thought of going live, she begged, "Please, Don Albert, don't do this. My fans will see." "You don't want to say it?" Albert replied, signaling to his men. "Boys, tie her up and take her to my KTV lounge. She'll be our hostess for 3 years. If she tries to escape, make sure she pays." "Yes, boss," they responded eagerly. as she cried and pleaded, "No, please. All right, I'll say it. I'll do it." Albert turned the camera back to her, his tone icy. "Say it now." Tears streamed down her face, ruining her makeup as she stammered, "I'm AF King SL UT who flirts with rich kids." After repeating the phrase 10 times, Albert ended the live broadcast and posted the video on her profile as a permanent fixture before smashing her phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. This version retains all the original names and essential details while improving readability and flow. This way, she wouldn't be able to delete it, even if she wanted to. In the next moment, the sound of crackling and smashing filled the air continuously. The brand new Maserati was quickly reduced to a heap of twisted metal. Marcus felt a shudder run through him. He realized he had made a grave mistake this time, so he wrapped his arms around Albert's leg and begged, "Uncle Rhodes, I'm truly sorry. Please, forgive me. Forgive your head." Albert responded with a hard kick to Marcus's chest. He then turned to Charlie and inquired, "Master Wade, how would you like me to handle this?" Charlie glanced at Marcus, disappointment evident on his face, and smirked, "Well, this kid certainly has some personality. He enjoys cursing and spewing nonsense with that filthy mouth of his. Speaking of which, I heard that a couple of guys were dragged to the restroom to lick urinals not too long ago for similar reasons. Are you aware of that? Join Telegram group. Telegram group. Join now." Of course, he was. This incident took place at Glorious Club. Jeffrey Weaver had brought a girl with him and ended up offending Master Wade. As punishment, Oscar, the head butler of the Moore family, forced them to lick 8 urinals. The story spread through Oris Hill like wildfire and quickly became a joke among the locals. Oscar was careful not to reveal Charlie's identity, so no one knew who Jeffrey and his companion had offended to receive such a humiliating punishment. Ironically, Marcus was among those who laughed at Jeffrey for being subjected to such a disgraceful act. He even boasted that he would fight back if he found himself in that situation. Now, Charlie's words sent a wave of fear through him. No, he absolutely did not want to end up like Jeffrey. The thought of licking urinals in the men's restroom was unbearable. He crawled towards Charlie, pleading, "Please, Master Wade, I'm really sorry for looking down on you. I beg for your forgiveness. Look at my car, it's destroyed. Please spare me." Charlie offered a faint smile. "Just a little while ago, you seemed to enjoy calling me a pathetic jerk. It appears you have a particular fondness for that phrase, don't you?" "Oh, no, no," Marcus exclaimed, waving his hands and shaking his head vigorously. "I'm the pathetic jerk. That's me." Charlie nodded, "All right then, since you recognize that you're the pathetic jerk, perhaps you should engrave those very words on your forehead so that everyone else knows too. What do you think?" Marcus dropped to his knees, crying out, "Master Wade, please have mercy. I'm willing to offer you 5 million. No, make it 10. Please." Charlie shook his head. "I may be poor, but my mind is not. I have no interest in your money. Besides, you frightened my wife. Do you honestly think that a little cash can fix that?" He then asked, "Albert, do you have a knife?" Albert signaled to his men, who quickly produced a sharp folding dagger. Albert respectfully handed the dagger to Charlie and said, "Master Wade, please go ahead. Please go ahead." Charlie looked at him in disbelief. "Do you think a worthless pathetic jerk like him is worth me getting my hands dirty?" Albert gasped in shock, suddenly realizing the magnitude of his mistake. Indeed, he should not have allowed Master Wade's hands to be sullied by Marcus's filthy blood, let alone suggest engraving words on his forehead. He quickly responded, "Okay, Master Wade, I'll take care of it." Charlie nodded and urged, "Make the engraving a little deeper. I want him to carry this scar for the rest of his life." Albert was taken aback when he heard Charlie's order. Without hesitation, he grabbed his dagger and commanded his subordinates, "Come over here and hold his head still for me." At that moment, Marcus was filled with fear. He thrashed about, shaking his head in panic, unwilling to have the words "pathetic jerk" etched onto his forehead. Ironically, those were the very words he used almost daily to insult others. In recent years, Marcus's family had experienced a financial windfall. With newfound wealth, his behavior had become increasingly tyrannical. Whenever he encountered garbage collectors, he would sneer, calling them pathetic jerks. Likewise, if he saw someone driving a car not as nice as his own, he would hurl the same insult at them. Not too long ago, a high school student accidentally spilled a cup of milk tea on his expensive Dior jacket. In a fit of rage, Marcus had physically assaulted the student, leaving him with a concussion. When the student's parents showed up, Marcus insulted them as well, saying, "Your entire family is so poor and pathetic. Even if I sold all of you into slavery, it wouldn't be enough to replace my jacket." After belittling the family, he walked away without offering to cover any of the student's medical expenses. Just the night before, Marcus had tried to go out for dinner but found himself stuck in traffic. In a fit of arrogance, he drove his Maserati up onto the sidewalk, forcing pedestrians to move aside and cyclists to carry their bikes out of his way. One elderly man didn't move quickly enough for Marcus's liking, which sent him into a rage. He jumped out of his car, kicked the old man into a bush, and spat on him, shouting, "Who gave you the audacity to block my path? This time you're lucky it's just a kick, but next time, I swear I'll kill you, you old fool." After that, Marcus sped off without a second thought. Now, however, he found himself in a situation where he had tried to steal someone else's parking space and crashed into Laureen's car. Instead of acknowledging his wrongdoing, he scolded Laureen and insulted Charlie, calling him a pathetic jerk for defending her. His arrogance was glaringly evident. If Marcus had the words "pathetic jerk" permanently inscribed on his forehead, it would be a fitting punishment that truly reflected his character. Seeing the young man squirm and refuse to allow the engraving, Albert gritted his teeth and warned, "If you cooperate and stop struggling, I'll just put the 2 words on your forehead. But if you continue to resist, not only will I engrave 'pathetic jerk' on your forehead, but I'll also do it on both your cheeks." With a smirk, Albert added, "By the way, why do you seem so full of yourself just because your dad has made some money recently? Should I bring him here and carve 'pathetic jerk's father' on his forehead too? I'll make sure he knows it's all thanks to you." Marcus was now utterly terrified. Despite the Lloyd family's financial status, they stood no chance against Don Albert, the notorious mob boss of Oris Hill. Albert could easily wreak havoc on Marcus's family with a single swing of a knife. Additionally, Albert had the backing of the powerful Moore family, making him someone who was absolutely untouchable in Oris Hill. If Marcus had "pathetic jerk" ingrained on his forehead, how would he face anyone in the future? And if Albert did bring his father in to inscribe "pathetic jerk's father" on him, how would his father ever show his face again? The humiliation would surely lead to an explosive confrontation at home. Knowing the gravity of the situation, Marcus began to plead, "Uncle Albert, please have mercy. Could you at least make the engraving smaller?" "Shut your mouth!" Albert roared, slapping Marcus hard. "How dare you bargain with me right now?" Desperate tears streamed down Marcus's face as he felt deeply wronged. However, he dared not utter another word. Albert then instructed his men to hold Marcus down as he prepared to engrave the words onto his forehead. Meanwhile, Charlie swiftly pulled out his phone and activated the video recording feature. Despite Marcus's pleas for a smaller engraving, Albert wouldn't dare ignore Charlie's request. With determination, Albert carved the words as large and deep as he could manage. The word "pathetic" stretched across half of Marcus's forehead. In fact, Albert's engraving was quite terrible. It looked remarkably ugly. The way he wrote "pathetic" didn't even meet the standards of a primary school student. When Albert glanced at the word he had etched into Marcus's forehead, he chuckled and said, "Sorry, Mr. Wade. I'm not really skilled at carving words with a knife. It's pretty ugly." Charlie laughed before he asked, "Be honest, Albert. How many years have you been studying?" Albert chuckled again and replied, "I've been studying for many years, Mr. Wade. I even graduated from primary school. But I must confess, I didn't study hard during those 6 years." Charlie nodded in understanding, responding, "That's all right. If you had carved the words too beautifully, it would have been too lenient on him." Hearing their conversation, Marcus felt completely breathless. The pain in his forehead felt trivial compared to the overwhelming realization that he was now disfigured. Albert noticed the bloodied mark on Marcus's forehead and pulled out a crumpled piece of toilet paper from his pocket to wipe away the blood, saying, "All right. Let me carve the next word." Following that, Albert began to carve the second word. This time, he engraved "jerk" just as large and deep as before. It was certainly eye-catching. Once finished, Albert turned around, satisfaction written all over his face, and asked Charlie, "Mr. Wade, what do you think of my work?" Charlie paused the video recording and nodded, saying, "I think you did quite well." Albert beamed and asked again, "Now, what should I do about this plastic face over here, Mr. Wade?" Charlie replied coolly, "I need you to keep a close watch on these two. If Marcus tries to remove the words from his forehead or grows his hair long enough to cover them, I want you to eliminate him immediately. As for this plastic face, if she attempts to fix her crooked nose, I want you to disfigure her entire face. Also, if she dares to go on any live broadcast or social media in the future, break both of her legs." The two kneeling on the ground were utterly shocked by this. In fact, Marcus had already been contemplating finding a plastic surgeon to erase the scars on his forehead as soon as he got home. He had also thought about letting his hair grow longer to hide the marks temporarily. Who would have guessed? Charlie wanted him to bear the mark's pathetic jerk on his forehead for everyone to see for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, the plastic face had planned to log into her social media account to delete the video Albert posted and then find a plastic surgeon to fix her nose so she could regain her beauty. Unexpectedly, Charlie was not only forbidding her from getting her nose fixed, but he was also banning her from using any social media or participating in future live broadcasts. How could she continue to be an internet celebrity? How would she keep deceiving her unsuspecting fans? How could she attract more wealthy second-generation heirs? Both of them continued to cry and plead for mercy, hoping that Charlie wouldn't destroy their futures just like that. Charlie remained unmoved and simply told Albert, "Albert, remember my instructions from today. If anything goes awry, I will come looking for you." Albert straightened up and replied earnestly, "Yes, Mr. Wade. You have nothing to worry about. I will keep a close eye on these two." Then, he gritted his teeth and glared at the two troublemakers, saying coldly, "I want you both to check in with me every week from now on. If either of you misses a single week, I will issue a hunting order for you. At that point, every one of my men in Oris Hill will be on your tail. Even if you try to escape to another province or city, I will ensure my men hunt you down until they take you out. Do you understand?" At this moment, Marcus and the plastic-faced individual were engulfed in despair, worrying about what their future held. Charlie felt a wave of relief wash over him after administering their punishment. He then turned to Don Albert. "These two are really giving me a headache. Tell them to scram," he directed. Albert quickly nodded in agreement, delivering a swift kick to Marcus as he said, "Aren't you going to get up and leave now?" Marcus sprang to his feet, brushing off the dirt that clung to him as he hurriedly prepared to escape alongside the plastic face. However, Albert followed up with another harsh kick, sending Marcus tumbling back to the ground. He then warned, "Listen up, both of you. I expect to see you at my mansion in 1 week. If you fail to show up, I'll make sure to take care of you in a way you won't forget. Don Albert, don't worry. We will definitely be there." Both Marcus and the plastic face quickly agreed, panic-stricken as they fled the scene, leaving no trace of their presence behind. Afterward, Albert approached Charlie and asked, "Mr. Wade, are you satisfied now?" Charlie turned to Claire and Laureen, observing the peculiar expressions on their faces. He promptly asked, "Wife, Laureen, are you both satisfied with what just happened?" Claire paused briefly before responding, "Charlie, don't you think that was a bit harsh?" At that moment, Don Albert interjected, "Mrs. Wade, you don't understand the situation. Marcus Lloyd is a despicable person who thrives on bullying those less fortunate than him. I've lost count of how many innocent people he has tormented. What's worse is what he did last winter. He got drunk and, in a fit of rage, attacked a homeless man sleeping on the street, ultimately killing him. The list of his misdeeds is truly appalling. Claire gasped in shock at Albert's words. Is he really that terrible? Albert nodded emphatically and continued, he takes pleasure in tormenting those who are poorer than him. The more vulnerable they are, the worse he treats them. Lorraine chimed in, then he definitely deserves what he got. Who does he think he is to bully the less fortunate? What a jerk. Albert eagerly replied, Miss Lorraine, you're absolutely right. It's perfectly justified for Mr. Wade to punish someone like him. Charlie waved his hand dismissively. Albert, stop putting me on a pedestal. You have work to do. I'm off to enjoy the hot springs with my wife. Albert pointed toward the manager of the hot spring resort and asked, Mr. Wade, how should we handle this situation? Should we let him go, or do you want something more severe done to him? Charlie responded casually, he's nothing but a dog for others. Tell him to quit his job immediately, and I don't want to see him in Oris Hill again. If any of your men spot him here in the future, don't hesitate to deal with him. Mr. Hicks, the manager, who had been quiet until now, suddenly exclaimed, Don Albert, don't even think about it. You know the Champs Ellis Spa Resort is owned by Shangri-La, Chairman Cameron won't let you get away with this. Mr. Hicks believed Albert felt invincible with the Moore family backing him, but he had faith in Chairman Cameron's influence. After all, the Wade family was much stronger than the Moore family. Albert sneered and replied, fine, go ahead and call Chairman Cameron. Let's see if he can protect you. All right. Mr. Hicks sighed with resignation, pulling out his cell phone to call the chairman. The call connected swiftly. Mr. Hicks hurriedly explained, Chairman Cameron, Don Albert is causing chaos here. He's carved, pathetic jerk, into Marcus Lloyd's forehead with a knife and broke his girlfriend's nose. Now, he's threatening to kick me out of Oris Hill for good. You have to help me. Isaac responded in surprise, what's happening over there? Can you put Don Albert on the line? I need to speak with him directly. Mr. Hicks swiftly passed his cell phone to Albert, saying, Don Albert, Chairman Cameron is looking for you. As soon as Albert took the phone, Isaac's voice erupted from the other end, Don Albert, what's going on? Who gave you the authority to stir up trouble in my territory? Are you trying to go against me? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Albert replied earnestly, Chairman Cameron, I'm not the one causing issues here. It was Marcus who offended Mr. Wade, and your manager, Mr. Hicks, was the one pushing Marcus to teach Mr. Wade a lesson. What do you make of that? Isaac reacted immediately, Mr. Wade? Are you referring to Mr. Charlie Wade? Of course, I mean him. Which other Mr. Wade would I be talking about? Albert chuckled. Isaac was taken aback. It was as if a loyal dog had just bitten its owner. Unbelievable. Isaac quickly instructed, Albert, put the phone on speaker right now. Albert complied and switched to speaker mode, allowing everyone to hear Isaac's furious shout from the other end. Mr. Hicks, you fool. Are you really that short-sighted? How could you possibly afford to offend Mr. Wade? Are you eager to end your life? Mr. Hicks, upon hearing Isaac's words, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Chairman Cameron, I don't know this Mr. Wade or who he is. Isaac continued his tirade, you brought this on yourself, so don't expect any mercy from me. Then, turning back to Albert, Isaac asked, Don Albert, what did Mr. Wade ask you to do? Albert responded quickly, Mr. Wade instructed me to dismiss him and drive him out of Oris Hill immediately. He also said to give him a beating if he's ever seen around here again. Isaac replied, all right then. Don Albert, could you do me another favor? Albert eagerly replied, yes, Chairman Cameron. Please give me your orders. Isaac said coldly, please ensure Mr. Hicks receives a thorough beating until he's half dead before you let him go. Absolutely. Albert responded with a smile before hanging up. At this point, Mr. Hicks was trembling on the ground in fear. Who was this young man? Why was Chairman Cameron showing him such deference? Mr. Hicks crawled over to Charlie and began to kowtow, begging for mercy. Mr. Wade, please spare me. I've lived in Oris Hill my whole life. My family and friends are here. If I can't return, what's the point of living? Charlie replied coldly, as the manager of the Champs Ellis Spa Resort, I assume Chairman Cameron pays you quite handsomely. With your salary and bonuses, you likely earn at least $1 million or $2 million each year. You could have lived well in Oris Hill. Instead, you chose to associate with someone like Marcus and even directed your security staff to assist him in beating up guests. You're getting what you deserve. Charlie continued, do you realize that the security guards and all staff members, including you, are employed by the Champs Ellis Spa Resort? The resort pays your salary so you can provide excellent service to guests, ensuring they enjoy their stay. Instead, you chose to help someone like Marcus in harming them. Is this how you were instructed to perform your job? Mr. Hicks cried out, Mr. Wade, honestly, I only helped Marcus because I thought he had connections. I wanted to befriend him, and that's why I lost my way for a moment, trying to please him. Charlie scoffed and said, well, you'll have to pay for that mistake. He then turned to Albert and asked, Albert, why are you still waiting? Take action. Seeing Charlie's growing impatience, Albert quickly waved his hands and commanded his men, beat him up now. In an instant, a group of strong men surged forward, encircling Mr. Hicks. They began to punch and kick him relentlessly, only stopping when he was nearly beaten to the brink of death. Mr. Hicks lay on the ground, crying out in agony. However, the worst was yet to come. Albert coldly declared, I will give you half a day to leave Oris Hill. If you're still here tomorrow, I will personally kill you. With a weak cough, Mr. Hicks pleaded, Don Albert, please have mercy. Can't I have at least 2 days to recover before I go? You can go to the next province for treatment. Albert retorted icily. Call your family to hire an ambulance and make sure you stay far away from Oris Hill. If you die, do it somewhere else. And don't even think about coming back for your burial, otherwise, I'll dig up your grave and scatter your ashes so no one can pay their respects. Mr. Hicks was paralyzed with fear, lying on the ground for what felt like an eternity. This was simply too cruel. He would be better off dead. He was banished from Oris Hill and wouldn't even be able to rest there in death. In that moment, Mr. Hicks genuinely wished for his own demise. Yet, deep down, he knew he could only blame himself. Isaac had entrusted him with managing the Champs Ellis Spa Resort, expecting him to serve customers diligently and ensure everyone received fair treatment. Instead, in his quest for personal gain, Mr. Hicks chose to favor certain guests while neglecting others. Even worse, he instructed the security guards to assault other patrons on behalf of Marcus. This was a gross dereliction of duty. He had the audacity to provoke a distinguished guest whom even Chairman Cameron respected. Charlie had been exceptionally gracious, allowing him to live despite his transgressions. Shaking with fear, Mr. Hicks pulled out his cell phone, tears streaming down his face as he called his family for help in hiring an ambulance to take him to the nearest city for medical attention. Once Albert was finished dealing with Mr. Hicks, he turned to Charlie with a smile, saying, Mr. Wade, would you like me to assist you with your check-in? Charlie shook his head and replied, no need. You should wrap this up. I can handle the check-in myself. Albert quickly nodded, saying, all right, we'll stay here a bit longer. Mr. Wade, feel free to call me whenever you need anything. Charlie nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Claire and Laureen, saying, let's head inside first. Laureen, finally regaining her composure, looked at Charlie with eyes brimming with admiration and affection. His presence instilled a deep sense of security in her. With him by her side, she felt invincible, as if nothing could shake her confidence. The Champs Ellis Spa Resort featured a Japanese-style private hot spring. Every customer enjoyed a private suite, complete with a yard of about 100 square meters, where the hot spring was located. The water in the hot spring was sourced from an underground spring, flowing continuously into the pool, keeping the temperature consistently perfect around the clock. Upon learning that Charlie was present, Isaac quickly arranged for his hotel staff to upgrade their accommodations to the finest suites available, providing them with 2 expansive, luxurious bedrooms. The private hot springs in their suites were larger than those in other rooms, offering a more breathtaking view of the surroundings. As soon as they entered their suite, Claire and Laureen were thrilled, admiring the beautiful environment and scenery outside. Laureen eagerly urged Claire, hurry, Claire. change into your swimsuit so we can jump into the hot spring and unwind." "Okay." Claire agreed enthusiastically, just as excited. Charlie had hoped for a moment to see his beautiful wife in her swimsuit. However, to his surprise, both girls headed into the same room instead. As Charlie took in the scene before him, he realized that only the two stunning women could truly appreciate each other's beauty. In that moment, he felt a deep sense of hopelessness. Deciding to change the atmosphere, Charlie stepped into the other room and quickly slipped into the shorts he had brought along for the day. Once he changed into his shorts, he noticed that Claire and Laureen had not yet emerged from their bedrooms. Taking the opportunity, he ventured out into the courtyard before easing himself into the expansive hot spring pool. A wave of relief washed over Charlie as the warm water enveloped him, soothing his body. Not long after, he heard footsteps approaching. Claire and Laureen had changed into their swimsuits and were making their way toward the yard. Charlie looked up, and his heart skipped a beat at the sight of them. Claire wore a modest swimsuit that gracefully highlighted her flawless figure, fair complexion, and long, slender legs, causing Charlie's heart to race. Beside her, Laureen sported an even bolder look. Despite Elaine's disapproval of Claire's bikini, Laureen confidently flaunted a beautiful pink bikini that left little to the imagination. This daring bikini showcased her stunning physique, revealing her beauty for all to see. Laureen was equally as captivating as Claire, but her more revealing attire made her stand out even more. Noticing the astonished expression on Charlie's face, Laureen couldn't help but smile to herself. She shot him a tender look and added a shy yet enchanting smile. Charlie felt his heart race at her charming smile and the spark in her eyes. However, he quickly averted his gaze, fearing he might lose control of his emotions and hoping Claire wouldn't sense anything unusual. As the two women swayed gracefully toward the hot spring, they resembled models with their perfect figures and radiant faces. To Charlie, this was the most breathtaking display of swimsuits he had ever witnessed. Once they reached the hot spring, they dipped their slender legs in before submerging themselves in the water, one after the other. It was Claire's first time wearing a swimsuit in front of her husband, and she felt a mix of shyness and embarrassment. Grabbing Laureen's hand, they positioned themselves a couple of meters away from Charlie, engaging in soft whispers about topics that only women would understand. Yet, Laureen's attention was clearly on Charlie. While chatting with Claire, she would occasionally steal glances at him from the corner of her eye. To avoid drawing Claire's attention, Charlie turned away and closed his eyes, attempting to relax in the hot spring. As the two women chatted, the warm water lulled them into a sense of relaxation, making them feel drowsy. Claire, in particular, had been feeling overwhelmed lately. With her new company demanding her attention, she was drained from all the hard work. The soothing warmth of the spring only amplified her fatigue, and soon enough, she found herself succumbing to sleep. 10 minutes later, Claire had leaned back against the pool with a towel covering her face, sound asleep. At this point, Charlie had also closed his eyes for a moment of rest. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the water around him. When he opened his eyes, he noticed Laureen swimming close to him, her delicate figure now beside him. Charlie opened his mouth, ready to say something, but Laureen gently placed a finger on his lips, urging silence. "Claire is fast asleep. Let's not wake her," she whispered. Charlie glanced at Claire to confirm she was truly asleep. With a sigh of relief, he responded, "We shouldn't be this close, especially not in front of Claire." "But she's already asleep." Laureen giggled before continuing, "I just wanted to thank you for what happened earlier." "You saved me once again." Charlie maintained a calm demeanor as he processed Laureen's unexpected confession. He simply responded, "We just ran into a few unsavory characters, and that's why I decided to teach them a lesson. Don't take it personally." Laureen replied with sincerity, "Regardless of the circumstances, I truly want to thank you." Afterward, Laureen sat down next to Charlie and quickly wrapped her arms around him in a hug. With both of them in minimal clothing, Charlie could immediately feel the softness and warmth of Laureen's skin against him. Feeling a rush of tension, Charlie quickly said, "Laureen, please don't do this. I don't want Claire to see us like this." Laureen chuckled and teased, "So, if Claire can't see us, does that mean I can hug you and do whatever I like?" "That's not what I meant," Charlie replied, feeling a bit helpless. Lorene tightened her embrace and insisted, "I want to hug you. In fact, it would be great if Claire could see us right now. Then you both could file for divorce, and you could finally be with me." Charlie, with a serious expression, responded, "How can you say that? You're Claire's best friend." Lorene replied earnestly, "I know you didn't marry Claire for love. She only agreed to the marriage because her grandfather had his own plans. There's no real connection between you two, and you haven't even consummated your marriage. How can you call yourselves husband and wife?" Charlie found himself utterly speechless at that moment. What did Lorene mean? Was she really offering to be his secret lover just for him? Still, how could he ever agree to such a request? For one thing, his feelings for Claire were genuine, and he was truly devoted to her. Claire had initially been unhappy with her grandfather's decision regarding their marriage, yet she ultimately consented to marry Charlie, despite her family's ridicule. Claire had never looked down on him. Moreover, when the aunt who had cared for him in the orphanage became ill, it was Claire who lent him the money to cover her medical costs. Charlie would forever remember Claire's kindness. So, how could he possibly allow Lorene to become his lover? At that moment, Claire, who had been peacefully asleep, stirred slightly. Startled, Charlie quickly pushed Lorene away from him. Lorene glanced over at Claire, and upon noticing that Claire was still mostly asleep, she leaned in and kissed Charlie softly, their lips brushing together for just a brief moment. Before Charlie could process what had just happened, Lorene was already blushing and swimming away from him. Charlie couldn't say a word about the unexpected kiss, especially since Claire was about to wake up. As Claire stretched and slowly opened her eyes, she exclaimed, "Oh! Soaking in the hot spring feels amazing. I've been so tired lately, but now it's as if all my fatigue has vanished." She then turned to Lorene, surprised to see her cheeks flushed. "Lorene, the spring water isn't that hot, so why is your face so red?" Lorene rubbed her cheeks in embarrassment and replied with a smile, "True, the water isn't hot, but how can I not feel warm when there's such a beautiful woman beside me?" As she spoke, Lorene playfully poked at Claire. Claire quickly dodged her hand, prompting Lorene to chase after her. Claire splashed water at Lorene, and they both began to play and laugh in the warm spring. Watching them, Charlie felt a rush of dizziness as Lorene's lively movements caught his eye. He couldn't help but notice that Claire was equally stunning. It was indeed a beautiful sight. Feeling heat rising within him, Charlie decided to cool his mind by plunging underwater, hoping to avoid the enchanting view above. Lorene, noticing his action, teased, "Hey, Charlie. Why are you hiding under the water? Aren't you afraid you'll drown?" Charlie resurfaced, blowing out bubbles before responding, I think I'm done soaking. You two can keep enjoying the spring, but I'll go fetch some drinks." Claire quickly chimed in, "Sounds good, Charlie. I could really use a glass of iced Coke." Charlie nodded, "All right." Lorene added, "And I'd like an iced Sprite." "Okay." Charlie got up quickly and left the hot spring. With two beautiful women beside him, one his wife and the other a potential lover, both clad in minimal attire, Charlie felt the need to escape the pool. He worried that if he stayed any longer, he might lose control. Besides, Claire didn't seem interested in taking their marriage to the next level at all. Even though Lorene was deeply infatuated with him, he was already committed to someone else, making it impossible for Charlie to pursue her. Thus, Charlie felt a wave of frustration wash over him, knowing he could only admire these two remarkable women without being able to touch them. This situation was incredibly frustrating, leaving him feeling utterly miserable. As she spoke, Lorene's emotions surfaced. "Since there are no feelings between you, and your marriage is merely a facade, why not set each other free? Getting a divorce would allow both of you to pursue true happiness. Wouldn't that be better for everyone? You wouldn't be wasting each other's time." Charlie shook his head and said, "You don't understand my feelings for Claire at all." Lorene countered, "But do you understand how I feel about you?" Charlie nodded and replied seriously, "I understand your feelings, but I can't reciprocate them." "I'm sorry." "Why not?" Lorene exclaimed, hurt. Why would you cling to a loveless marriage instead of seeking your true love? Charlie responded, I've already told you before that we just aren't right for each other. Even if I were to divorce Claire someday, we wouldn't end up together. I have no intention of divorcing Claire, so it's pointless for you to keep waiting for me. Lorene pouted softly, I'm willing to wait for you. I love you. Charlie sighed, you're being foolish. Instead of waiting for someone like me, wouldn't it be better to find a single man who hasn't been married and start a meaningful relationship? Lorene's large, sparkling eyes filled with tears as she sobbed, Charlie, my heart belongs to you. I fell in love with you the moment you saved me. After everything we've been through together, I'm hopelessly in love with you. Blushing, Lorene added, I even dreamed about you last night. You dreamed about me? Charlie asked, surprised. What was the dream about? Lorene replied, I dreamed that we went back to Thomas's family mansion and got married. And then? And then what? Charlie prompted, intrigued. Lorene's cheeks flushed deeper as she said, then, I gave you a beautiful baby boy. Charlie smirked and replied, did you know that dreams often reflect the opposite of reality? Lorene quickly responded, I wouldn't mind giving you a lovely daughter too. I'd like that just as much. Charlie felt a headache coming on at the seriousness of Lorene's expression. Finally, he reiterated, Lorene, we really can't be together, you don't truly understand me. Lorene's expression turned dull as she said, even if I don't fully understand you now, I'm willing to learn. It doesn't matter to me if you choose not to divorce Claire, I just want to love you from the sidelines. I'm more than willing. While Charlie, his wife, and Lorene enjoyed a relaxing soak in the hot spring pool, Marcus, his forehead marked with the words, pathetic jerk, and his plastic girlfriend, who now sported a crooked nose, were making their way back to the city in a rundown van. Inside the van, Marcus anxiously kept his bloodied forehead covered, worried that the driver might catch a glimpse of the humiliating inscription. The pair had made a stop on their way out of the Champs Elysees Spa Resort, where they struck a deal with the van driver to get home for $200. At that moment, Marcus was desperate to reach home quickly, he wanted no more trouble. However, the driver noticed the blood trickling from Marcus's forehead in the rearview mirror. After a moment of scrutiny, he couldn't help but inquire, young man, are you injured? Marcus shot back angrily, this is none of your business. Just drive safely and stop asking ridiculous questions. The driver, feeling a bit miffed, responded, do you really think I care about you? I'm only asking because it looks like your forehead is bleeding all over my seats. Marcus couldn't hold back his rage at the driver's comment. Come on. Your van is only worth about $40,000 to $50,000 at best. Are you genuinely worried that I'll stain your pathetic vehicle? That's absurd. It seemed that Marcus had a habit of calling others pathetic jerks, a phrase he couldn't seem to shake, even with the words literally etched on his forehead. This fact highlighted the saying that while reforming a country might be feasible, changing a person's nature was nearly impossible. The van driver, taken aback by being insulted by a fare, lost his temper and exclaimed, are you really that uneducated? How can you speak like that? Feeling exasperated, Marcus retorted, damn it. Admit it, you're just a pathetic jerk. Who do you think you are, talking to me like this? I could have someone take you out with a single phone call. No one would even bother to call about someone as insignificant as you. The driver was furious after hearing Marcus's threats. Just then, he spotted a traffic police car at an intersection and swiftly drove towards it. Stepping out, he said, Officer, there's a guy hitching a ride in my van who just threatened my life. I think he might be armed, this is a serious risk to my safety. Upon hearing this, the police officers quickly exited their vehicle and surrounded the van. They opened the back door and commanded, put your hands up and step out of the van immediately. In that moment, Marcus realized he was in deep trouble. This was downtown. If he had to raise his hands as instructed, there would be no hiding the words, pathetic jerk, on his forehead. Determined not to exit the van, he stated defiantly, what's the deal? I'm just hitching a ride home. How am I bothering you? Get the van driver to take me home right now, or I'll make sure he pays for this. The police officers were not fooled by Marcus's bravado. They could see him covering his forehead and the blood that continued to seep from it. To them, it looked like he had just been involved in a violent altercation, likely a person with a criminal record. They thought this could be their chance to catch a fugitive. Exchanging glances, one officer took out his pepper spray and warned, "This is your final warning. Raise your hands and step out of the van for inspection. Otherwise, we'll have to take legal action." Annoyed, Marcus shouted, "Damn it. I know your captain, Officer Wiles. He's a good friend of my dad's. If you don't believe me, call him and ask about Marcus, the son of the Lloyd Group owner." The police officer scoffed, "The son of the Lloyd Group? Really? You're hitching a ride in a van and expect me to believe you're from the Lloyd Group? You're saying they can't even afford to give you a car?" Marcus despised being doubted, especially about his identity and status. The officer's mockery infuriated him even more, and he shouted, "You pathetic jerks. How dare you question who I am? I could call your captain right now if I wanted, to secretly love you for a lifetime." The police officer responded icily, "All right then. You're insulting a law enforcement officer. That means you're openly resisting the law. Don't be surprised if we take action against you." Without hesitation, the officer pulled out his pepper spray, aiming it straight at Marcus's face before releasing a cloud directly into his eyes. Marcus felt a searing pain in his eyes and instinctively raised his hands to rub them, completely oblivious to the fact that doing so would reveal the two bloodied words etched onto his forehead. "Oh no," exclaimed one of the officers. "Just look at him. He has words carved into his forehead. What kind of tattoo is that? It's incredibly intense. Ha ha ha. No wonder this kid throws around insults like pathetic jerk. He literally has pathetic jerk stamped on his forehead." Hearing this, Marcus quickly raised his hands to cover his forehead. However, in the midst of all the chaos, his eyes were so swollen and painful that he didn't notice several officers approaching him. Before he knew it, Marcus was pulled from the car and pushed to the ground by the police officers. One officer swiftly placed his hands behind his back and handcuffed him, ensuring he couldn't escape or conceal the words, "pathetic jerk," that marred his forehead. The officers then dragged Marcus and the plastic face to the side of the road, instructing them to sit down. Afterward, one officer made a call back to the station to request a team to transport them for further questioning. Coincidentally, they were at the busiest intersection in the city center. Almost everyone passing by noticed the young man squatting by the roadside, his eyes red and swollen from the pepper spray. Yet, the real shock was the glaring words carved into his forehead, "pathetic jerk." Many onlookers pulled out their phones to snap pictures, leaving Marcus feeling utterly humiliated. In a desperate attempt to shield himself from their gaze, he jumped around, trying to turn his back to the crowd. But the police officer held him in place and coldly stated, "Stay still. Don't you enjoy calling everyone a pathetic jerk? Well, here's your chance to show off those words to the public." Marcus felt like he wanted to disappear. If he had known things would spiral out of control like this, he would have never insulted the van driver in the first place. If only he had controlled his anger, he could have been home by now. At that moment, an old BMW pulled up to the curb. A young man stepped out and approached Marcus, asking, "Mr. Lloyd, what's happening here?" "Ouch! What happened to you? Who put those words on your forehead?" Desperately trying to hide his face and keep his head down, Marcus was startled when someone called him Mr. Lloyd. He wanted to vanish at that moment. The last thing he needed was for someone to recognize him, yet here it was happening. Fuming with rage, he looked up at the young man, who seemed somewhat familiar, and demanded, "Who are you?" The man quickly replied, "I'm Harold. Harold from the Wilson family. We had lunch together recently with Gerald, the young lord of the White family. Don't you remember me?" Grinding his teeth, Marcus glared at Harold before spitting a mouthful of blood at him and snarling, "Get lost. You're just a lowly member of the Wilson family, and you dare to confront me." Harold was gradually losing his cool. What on earth was happening? He had witnessed Marcus being handcuffed by the police at the roadside, which prompted him to approach his friend out of concern. However, he never imagined that Marcus would respond with a curse and spit right in his face. This was absolutely revolting. Harold exclaimed in frustration, "Mr. Lloyd, this is unacceptable. I came here to check on you out of friendship. How could you treat me like this?" Marcus shot back instantly, "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you honestly believe a guy like you is worthy of being my friend? To me, you're just a pathetic loser. Are you trying to suck up to me to get closer? Just leave." Harold felt deeply wronged. Yet, he knew better than to confront Marcus. The Lloyd family held immense power, far exceeding that of the struggling Wilson family. Harold understood that crossing Marcus could lead to dire consequences. So, he simply wiped the spit off his face with his sleeve and muttered, "I apologize for upsetting you, Mr. Lloyd." With that, he turned and made his way back to his car, driving away without delay. Harold simmered with anger and bitterness. Who did Marcus think he was? This was infuriating. Meanwhile, Marcus was also experiencing a wave of frustration. He couldn't help but lament his misfortune. He had intended to go home quietly, but instead, he became the center of attention at the busiest intersection in the city. Numerous onlookers snapped photos of him, many sharing them on social media. Some even labeled him Oris Hill's #1 pathetic jerk. In no time, news of Marcus's humiliation spread throughout Oris Hill. Charlie had a particularly restless night at the Champs Ellis Spa Resort. He had hoped to share a bed with his wife, Claire. However, Lorene insisted on sharing a room with Claire, claiming it would be a wonderful chance for the best friends to bond. Charlie couldn't tell if Lorene was being intentional or if it was just a coincidence. Regardless of the reason, Charlie was left to sleep alone in another room. The next morning, Charlie was ready to check out and head back to the city. Yet, both women were hesitant to leave and opted to enjoy the hot spring pool for the entire morning before reluctantly preparing to check out. After their soak, both women looked exceptionally radiant. Isaac personally came to manage their checkout, repeatedly apologizing to Charlie and Claire. He also warned all the staff that anyone caught treating customers unequally would be swiftly dismissed. The entire team at the Champs Ellis Spa Resort finally grasped the importance of fair treatment for every guest. Following this, Isaac took the opportunity to escort Charlie and the two women to the entrance. Initially, Isaac intended to accompany Charlie all the way to the car park, but Charlie gave him a subtle signal and said, "We'll grab our car and head straight back to the city." "Mr. Cameron, you don't need to walk us there." Isaac quickly understood and respectfully replied, "Understood, Mr. Wade. Wishing you a safe journey home." Once outside the Champs Ellis Spa Resort, Lorene stretched luxuriously and remarked, "Ah." Soaking in the hot spring pool was incredibly relaxing. "Claire, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could stay a few more nights before heading back to the city?" Claire could only smile as she responded, "My company just launched, and there's so much to attend to. I can't possibly extend my stay any longer. Are you asking for trouble?" In that moment, Claire suddenly inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be heading back to work?" Lorene playfully stuck out her tongue before responding, "Well, my job primarily involves running around outside. Plus, I've never even met the chairman of Grand Group since I started working there, so he has no control over me whatsoever. In a way, I'm like an unsupervised employee. So, I think it's fine for me to skip work occasionally." Lorene continued, "Since both of you have plans, I'll make sure to drop you off first." When they reached the car park, Charlie noticed Don Albert standing beside Lorene's car. Additionally, he saw that the spot where Lorene's car had been scratched the previous day had already been repaired. As Albert spotted them approaching, he greeted Charlie with respect. "Mr. Wade, did you enjoy yourself?" "Not bad," Charlie replied, glancing at the rear of the car. Seeing that it looked as good as new, he realized Albert had arranged for the repairs. "You did a great job." Albert quickly explained, "Mr. Wade, I know someone at a nearby auto repair shop, so I had a few workers come over with tools to fix the car. Are you heading home now? Would you like me to send some people to escort you?" Charlie waved his hand dismissively. No, you should focus on your own tasks. We can make our way back ourselves." "Alright then, Mr. Wade. Please feel free to reach out if you need anything else," Albert said, bowing respectfully before leaving with his team. Claire shook her head in disbelief as she watched the interaction. Turning to Charlie, she remarked, "I really don't understand why they treat you with such respect." Charlie smiled and replied, "Could it be because of my abilities?" Claire gave him a skeptical look. "Are you referring to your feng shui skills? The more they believe in you now, the more they'll seek revenge when they find out they've been fooled. You should really be cautious." Charlie simply smiled, not wanting to argue with Claire. The three of them then got into the car and set off back to the city. During the drive, Lorraine turned to Claire and asked, "Are you both going home, or do you have other plans?" "We're heading home," Claire replied promptly. "You should also go home and get some rest to recharge for work on Monday." Lorraine nodded, saying, "All right then. I'll drop you both off before I head back to the hotel." Claire was taken aback and asked, "You're still staying at the hotel?" Lorraine confirmed, "Where else would I be? I've been living at Shangri-La all this time." Claire inquired further, "Isn't it lonely living at the hotel all by yourself? Why not get a house in Oris Hill?" Lorraine replied with a bittersweet smile, "It's actually more troublesome and even lonelier to buy a house here. Living in the hotel is much easier. Someone cleans my room every day, I can order room service whenever I want, and I even have laundry service that delivers my clothes after they're cleaned and ironed." For someone like Lorraine, who came from wealth, convenience often outweighed the desire for a home. Claire pressed on, "What's going on with your family? Has your cousin been bothering you lately?" "Not anymore," Lorraine responded quickly. "I filed a lawsuit against my family, but they claimed there wasn't enough evidence to support my accusations. Still, it seems my cousin has stopped his antics. I have a feeling he won't dare to try anything again." As she spoke, Lorraine glanced at Charlie in the back seat and made a "thank you" gesture. She knew he was the one who had warned the Thomas family about their targeting her, which explained their recent restraint. Lorraine couldn't keep track of how many times Charlie had come to her aid. Claire felt a wave of sympathy for Lorraine. Her best friend had come to Oris Hill for work but was living alone in a hotel, betrayed and hunted by her own family. Suddenly, Claire said to Lorraine, "The White family gave Charlie a villa at Thompson First. Once the renovations are done, you can move in with us." "Really?" Lorraine exclaimed, clearly excited by the idea. Claire smiled and reassured her, "Of course. You're my best friend, Lorraine, so why would I lie to you?" Before long, Claire and Lorraine, two best friends, made a pact to share a future living together in the villa at Thompson First. During this time, both women were filled with joy, while Charlie felt a sense of gloom creeping in. Claire was genuinely innocent, blissfully unaware that Lorraine had always been trying to get closer to her husband. In her naivety, Claire even invited Lorraine to move into their villa with them. What a silly decision. She was unwittingly inviting a wolf right into their home. Charlie, however, found it difficult to outright refuse such an arrangement. He lacked a solid reason to say no. So, despite his inner turmoil, he chose to keep his dissatisfaction to himself for the moment. On the flip side, Lorraine was overjoyed. If she could move in with them, she'd have the opportunity to be around Charlie day and night. This would significantly increase her chances of winning him over. Eventually, they arrived at their house. After saying goodbye to Lorraine, Claire and Charlie stepped out of the car, ready to enter their home. At that moment, an elderly man noticed them and hurried over. Charlie recognized him instantly. It was Anthony. Claire's face lit up upon seeing Anthony, and she greeted him enthusiastically. "Dr. Simmons, what brings you here? I haven't had the chance to properly thank you for saving my father last time." Anthony waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Mrs. Wade, there's no need for such formality. I can't take all the credit for what happened. I'm here today because I need to discuss something with Mr. Wade." Claire quickly suggested, "Why don't you come inside? My father has a wonderful tea collection, and I'm sure he would be delighted to serve you some." However, Anthony smiled politely and declined her invitation. "I only have a few brief words from Mr. Wade, so I wouldn't want to intrude on you or your father today." Seeing the polite exchange drag on, Charlie decided to intervene. Claire, why don't you head inside? I'll just speak with Dr. Simmons for a moment. Claire nodded in agreement. All right, just make sure to give Dr. Simmons the best treatment. With that, she turned and went into the house after Charlie gave her a reassuring nod. Once Claire was gone, Anthony respectfully bowed to Charlie and said, "Mr. Wade, I'm looking for you because I have something important to report." Charlie nodded, encouraging him to continue. "Please, go ahead." "There's going to be a Chinese medicine expo in Oris Hill tomorrow," Anthony explained eagerly. "I've heard that a 300-year-old purple ginseng will be auctioned off." This news has sent ripples through the entire Chinese medical community because such a rare herb is hardly ever auctioned at an expo. "I wanted to ask if you'd like to join me in checking it out tomorrow." A 300-year-old purple ginseng? Charlie paused for a moment, contemplating. According to the records in the apocalyptic book, purple ginseng was indeed a rare and valuable herb. A specimen that old was an extraordinary find. If he could acquire this treasure, he could create powerful pills, including a rejuvenation pill that could even bring someone back from the dead. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Charlie nodded and replied, "All right then, I'd like to see it with you." "Great. I'll sort out the invitation letter right away and come pick you up tomorrow morning," Anthony said eagerly. "Sounds like a plan," Charlie agreed. "I'll take my leave now," Anthony said, bowing respectfully. "Please do," Charlie replied, nodding as he turned and walked back into his house. Early the next morning, Anthony arrived to pick up Charlie for their trip to the Chinese Medicine Expo. To Charlie's surprise, the expo was taking place at the Oris Hill Exhibition and Convention Center, a venue owned by the Grant family. The last time he visited, Jason had displayed a rather arrogant demeanor towards him. However, now both Jason and his father, Justin, were nothing but ashes, completely erased from existence. This situation echoed the phrase, "Her face is gone now, where to unknown, yet, peach bloom beams on a spring wind's flow." Upon entering the exhibition center, Charlie noticed several missing person notices for Jason and Justin plastered on the walls. The Grant family had raised the cash reward to a staggering $30 million, yet there had been no leads on the whereabouts of the father and son. Regardless of their efforts, it was clear that they were destined to be in vain. As Charlie and Anthony made their way into the main hall, they quickly spotted Graham and Aurora. The Quinton family was deeply involved in various businesses related to medicinal herbs and materials, making them one of the exhibitors at the expo. They had arrived early to set up for the event. Graham's face lit up upon seeing Charlie, and he hurried over, bowing respectfully as he said, "Mr. Wade, it's great to see you." Aurora appeared to be a bit anxious, looking quite worn out. However, her demeanor brightened upon seeing Charlie. She approached him shyly, bowed respectfully, and greeted him with a warm smile, "Hello, Mr. Wade." Charlie nodded slightly. After observing Aurora for a moment, he sensed that she was concealing something. Respecting her silence, he chose not to pry and simply said, "Aurora, you don't look well. You should take some time to rest." Her cheeks flushed at his concern, something she hadn't anticipated. It was the first time Charlie had expressed worry for her, and it filled her with happiness as she nodded appreciatively. At that moment, Graham added, "Mr. Wade, are you here for the 300-year-old purple ginseng?" Charlie confirmed with a nod and inquired, "Do you have any insider information about it?" Graham smiled as he replied, "The 300-year-old premium purple ginseng has been secured by a medicinal herb company located in the Northeast Mountains. The starting auction price is set at $5 million, which isn't excessively high considering the value of purple ginseng. I anticipate that the final bidding will exceed $30 million, as its price-performance ratio isn't particularly favorable." Charlie acknowledged this with a nod. For average individuals or most Chinese doctors, high-quality purple ginseng would offer little benefit. Items such as purple ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, and Cordyceps sinensis are rare medicinal herbs that typically have minimal direct effects when consumed. While they can enhance one's health, they aren't effective in curing diseases. To truly harness the potential of these valuable herbs, one needs a well-crafted prescription and the skill to refine and concoct the medicine effectively. The prescription is paramount. The same combination of 10 herbs can either heal or harm, depending on their proportions. Even a slight variation in the ratios can lead to vastly different outcomes, especially when multiple herbs are involved in the formulation. Besides having a solid prescription, the ability to transform quality herbs into effective medicine is crucial. Without sufficient skill, even the most potent ingredients can yield mediocre results. Conversely, someone with exceptional talent can turn an ordinary remedy into something extraordinary. In fact, an expert in all aspects could transform a remarkable medicine into a miracle cure with tenfold benefits. Charlie was precisely that kind of person, capable of elevating an exceptional medicine into something miraculous. With his secret prescriptions, he could concoct truly rare and powerful remedies. Thus, obtaining the purple ginseng would be invaluable to him. It would serve no purpose in the hands of others. If Charlie could acquire the purple ginseng, he would be able to create a medicine even more potent than the pills he had previously distributed. At that moment, Charlie suddenly heard a few familiar voices approaching from behind him. One man exclaimed, "Chairman Wilson, don't worry. As long as we can acquire the 300-year-old purple ginseng, we will have all the medicinal herbs necessary to finalize our new prescription. Once that's done, we'll surely cure your illness. Everything will be just as it should be." This speaker was none other than Jeffrey from the Weaver family, the same man who had been humiliated by being forced to lick a urinal just a few days prior. At this point, Kenneth from the Wilson family in Eastcliff chimed in, "Oh, I must thank you in advance, Brother Jeffrey. Once my illness is cured, I will definitely enhance all collaborations with the Weaver family. My family and I will ensure that we provide all the resources you need moving forward. I promise that our alliance will last a lifetime." Jeffrey was thrilled to hear this and replied, "Then I must also thank you in advance, Chairman Wilson." Ha ha ha. Turning around, Charlie saw that it was indeed Jeffrey and Kenneth making their way toward him. Wendy was also with them, and she no longer wore the embarrassed and humiliated expression from the previous incident. She held a limited edition Hermes bag in one hand while linking her arm through Jeffrey's. Her demeanor was now that of an arrogant socialite from an upper-class family. A man followed closely behind them, who bore a resemblance to Jeffrey. Charlie didn't recognize him, as he had never seen this individual before. This was Liam, Jeffrey's half-brother, an illegitimate son who had always been sidelined by the Weaver family. As soon as Charlie spotted them, the trio noticed him standing there as well. Kenneth, Jeffrey, and Wendy all harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Charlie, fueling their hatred as they laid eyes on him. Their anger surged, and they felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Jeffrey's frustration intensified at the sight of Charlie, as memories of the foul taste and odor of the urinals flooded back to him. Wendy, too, felt nauseated at the thought of the previous incident. Even after several days, she still couldn't shake the terrible taste lingering on her tongue, all thanks to Charlie. As they saw him, Kenneth, the most influential among them, stepped forward. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "So it's you. Looks like we're fated to meet again, you worthless trash." Charlie responded with a nonchalant smile, "Last time, you were calling me your father and grandfather in such a cheerful tone. Now that we're meeting again, you've switched to a different name. You really are quite the ungrateful grandson, don't you think?" Kenneth's fists clenched tightly, hatred burning in his eyes at Charlie's words. That previous incident had stripped him of his dignity and left him feeling utterly humiliated. It was the most embarrassing moment of his life. However, Kenneth recognized that he couldn't confront Charlie directly, as he lacked the courage to challenge him a second time. Instead, he could only sneer and retort, "A wise man knows when to hold back. You're just a piece of trash, so what could you possibly understand about this? Don't let your fighting skills go to your head. This world is a dark place, so be careful when walking alone at night." Charlie smirked in response, "Well, it seems you can only bend but not straighten up, right? Have you managed to regain your dignity during this time, Udit?" Kenneth clenched his teeth in anger upon hearing Charlie claim he could bend but not stretch. "Stop being so arrogant," Kenneth shouted at Charlie. "I will regain my manhood eventually. And when that happens, you won't be spared." At that moment, Anthony intervened, admonishing Kenneth, "Kenneth, I've warned you repeatedly not to be disrespectful to Mr. Wade. You should never offend Mr. Wade. If you go after him again, don't expect me to stand by you in the future." Kenneth's frustration grew as he observed Anthony defending Charlie. In truth, his mother had been urging him to mend his relationship with Anthony as soon as possible. She also wanted Kenneth to invite Anthony to her 84th birthday celebration in Eastcliff. However, Anthony was incredibly stubborn. Kenneth could not comprehend why Anthony chose to associate with someone like Charlie. Why was he so polite and respectful to him? Yet, Kenneth didn't dare to disrespect Anthony in public. So, he could only respond angrily, "Uncle Simmons, you need to be more vigilant. These days, there are so many scammers, and many elderly people fall prey to those with hidden agendas. Some mislead you into believing in their lies so that you see them as your master. Just be cautious not to fall for such cunning tricks." Meanwhile, Jeffrey, who had been standing nearby, scoffed disdainfully, "Such deceitful losers can only thrive in a small town like Orris Hill. But it won't be long before his tricks are exposed, and everyone realizes they've been duped." Charlie simply smiled and replied, "It seems the restroom at the Glorious Club was too small for you, considering how foul your mouth is. The toilets at the Orris Hill Exhibition and Convention Center are quite spacious, with about 20 or 30 urinals. Would you like to try them?" Jeffrey's expression soured, and he appeared a bit intimidated. He stammered, You don't think you can just mock me and act however you like in Orris Hill?" Graham, who had been observing the scene from the back, stepped forward to defend Charlie, his face stern. "Jeffrey, who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak to Mr. Wade like that?" The Quinton family was one of the main suppliers of medicinal herbs for the Weaver family, and they had been collaborating for many years. Graham was shocked at Jeffrey's rudeness toward Charlie. Truthfully, Jeffrey had not noticed Graham earlier because he was too focused on Charlie's unexpected arrival. Now, he merely glanced at Graham and retorted, "Graham, our families have been working together for over a decade. Why are you defending this loser?" Graham scoffed and replied, "Mr. Wade's capabilities are beyond your understanding. By insulting Mr. Wade, you're also insulting the Quinton family. If that's the case, we'll cut all ties and cease our collaboration with the Weaver family. We won't provide any more medicinal herbs." Jeffrey's expression shifted at Graham's words. He realized that losing the Quinton family as a supplier would spell trouble for them. However, unwilling to concede, Jeffrey gritted his teeth and responded coldly, "The Weaver family will thrive in the pharmaceutical industry even without the Quinton family's supplies. But I fear the future doesn't look bright for the Quinton family if you sever ties with us. Am I right?" Graham remained calm as he replied, "The Quinton family's medicinal herbs are renowned nationwide. Losing your partnership won't significantly affect us. But if the Weaver family loses our herbs, I'm curious how you'll ensure the quality of your future medicines." At that moment, a middle-aged man standing behind Jeffrey stepped forward to apologize to Graham. "I'm sorry, Mr. Quinton. Please disregard my elder brother's earlier comments. Our families have collaborated for so long, it would be unwise to end our partnership hastily. It won't benefit either of us." Before he could finish, Jeffrey kicked him and snapped, "Liam, who gave you the right to speak here? How should I deal with you now? Do you even know your place? You're just a worthless bastard child. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you back to where you belong." Liam hit the ground hard after Jeffrey delivered a swift kick to his stomach. He clutched his midsection, his face reddening from the agony. Despite the pain, Liam chose silence. He stood up quietly, positioning himself behind Jeffrey once again without uttering a word. At that moment, Charlie cast another glance at Liam. In Liam, Charlie saw a reflection of his past self. He remembered being despised, belittled, and humiliated, forced to endure it all while waiting for the right moment to rise above. Just then, Wendy nudged Jeffrey and remarked, "Darling, don't let a piece of trash and a worthless bastard child get you upset. Let's head inside and check out the expo now." Jeffrey nodded in agreement. To him, Charlie was nothing more than garbage, and Liam was merely a bastard child. Even after suffering significant losses due to Charlie, he still didn't view him as anything remarkable. However, Jeffrey was eager for a chance to retaliate against Charlie and unleash his pent-up resentment. On the other hand, Charlie had no interest in arguing further with these individuals. His primary purpose for attending the Chinese Medicine Expo was to get his hands on the 300-year-old purple ginseng. If Kenneth and Jeffrey continued their taunts, he would take his time dealing with them later. Once Kenneth, Jeffrey, and their entourage had walked away, Anthony shook his head and sighed. Kenneth is really too full of himself. Graham added, Mr. Wade, Dr. Simmons, why don't we head into the hall as well? Let's not allow those people to dampen our spirits today. Charlie smiled and replied, absolutely. I won't let a bunch of clowns ruin my day. The group made their way into the center of the exhibition hall, where they found numerous counters displaying a variety of Chinese medicinal herbs and materials. Graham eagerly invited Charlie to visit his booth. The Quinton family was well regarded in the medicinal herb trade, boasting a history of over a century. Their booth featured more than a dozen display cabinets, filled with an array of herbs and materials. Graham said to Charlie, Mr. Wade, if you need any herbs or materials, just let me know. I'll make sure you get them right away. Charlie nodded and responded, once I acquire the 300-year-old purple ginseng, I'll be able to create a new medication. I'll inform you about the herbs and materials I'll require then. Graham quickly replied, no problem, Mr. Wade. Just say the word, and I'll do my utmost to fulfill any requests you have. As Charlie continued to explore the exhibition hall, he found nothing that caught his interest. A sense of disappointment washed over him. It appeared that most of the herbs and medicines on display were quite ordinary, lacking any special qualities. After a brief stroll, he realized it was almost time for the auction. So, Charlie headed directly to the auction hall alongside Graham and Anthony. The auction hall was enormous, accommodating several thousand seats. At the front, a transparent booth with glass on all sides housed the coveted 300-year-old purple ginseng, prominently displayed at its center. Charlie felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the purple ginseng. He could sense its potent medicinal properties right away. Based on his knowledge and keen eye, he believed that although it was labeled as 300 years old, it was likely closer to 400 years. The quality of this purple ginseng exceeded his expectations. Ginseng comes in various forms, including common ginseng, American ginseng, red ginseng, purple ginseng, and wild ginseng. Among these, the rarest and most valuable is undoubtedly purple ginseng. Ginseng has a limited lifespan. Typically, most plants do not live beyond 100 years. If left unharvested, a ginseng plant can become a century old or even several hundred years old. However, eventually, all ginseng will meet its end. The finest ginseng is known to live for 200 or 300 years, while those that exceed 500 years are incredibly rare and highly sought after. In fact, some collectors may spend their entire lives searching for such treasures without ever encountering one. Ginseng that is over 1,000 years old is almost legendary, far more valuable than anything else, and it is exceedingly rare for anyone to possess it. Thus, the 300-year-old purple ginseng being auctioned was an extraordinary and priceless find. The auction hall was bustling with attendees, primarily from the field of Chinese medicine, who had traveled from all corners of the country. Among them were experienced practitioners, some of whom were well-known masters of the craft. Many in the crowd recognized Anthony, and they quickly approached him to offer their congratulations. Their praise stemmed from Anthony's groundbreaking achievement in the medical field, successfully curing paraplegia. However, Anthony felt a sense of embarrassment at the accolades. While everyone credited him with the treatment, he knew the true credit belonged to Charlie, who preferred to remain in the background, allowing Anthony to take the spotlight. As people gathered around him eager to learn about the secret behind his success, Anthony explained, honestly, I cannot claim the credit for curing high-level paraplegia. It was a miraculous medicine I stumbled upon that had a remarkable effect on the patient. One attendee quickly interjected, Dr. Simmons, could you publish the formula for this miraculous medicine? It would undoubtedly benefit all of humanity. Absolutely, another person chimed in, adding, Dr. Simmons, releasing the formula could even lead to you winning a Nobel Prize in medicine. Anthony dismissed their enthusiasm, responding, I appreciate your excitement, but it's a closely held secret that I cannot disclose. At that moment, a young man in a suit and leather shoes approached Anthony, bowing slightly as he introduced himself. Hello, Dr. Simmons. I'm Ichiro Kobayashi, the chairman of Kobayashi Pharma. Anthony nodded in acknowledgement. I've heard of Kobayashi Pharma. What brings you to me today? With a serious countenance, Ichiro stated, Dr. Simmons, our company is the leading pharmaceutical firm in all of Asia. We have developed and produced many well-known classic medications. I believe our resources could help bring your prescription for high-level paraplegia to a global market, reaching over 200 countries. I sincerely hope you'll consider selling the prescription to us. Anthony frowned at Ichiro's proposal. If I recall correctly, many of the medications you offer were not originally developed by your company. They are, in fact, derived from traditional Chinese medicine. Indeed, many so-called Japanese medications are based on ancient Chinese prescriptions. Due to the significant influence of Chinese culture on Japan and Korea, the medicinal practices in these countries have their roots in Chinese traditions. Unfortunately, many pharmaceutical companies in Japan and Korea have taken these ancient prescriptions and marketed them as their own, often without proper acknowledgement. Although these ancient remedies are documented in various pharmacopoeias with no clear patent protection, it is disheartening to see how many companies from Japan and Korea exploit these resources while claiming them as original works. While it would be acceptable if they acknowledged their origins, many companies shamelessly promote these medicines as their proprietary creations, even going so far as to claim they are part of their ancestral heritage. This has led to widespread misconceptions, with consumers believing these medicines are authentic cultural artifacts of Japan and Korea. This blatant appropriation has stirred feelings of indignation among Anthony and many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. In response, Ichiro arrogantly retorted, Dr. Simmons, I must correct your misunderstanding. All medicines and drugs produced by Kobayashi Pharma have been developed and manufactured by our company, based on the essence of our traditional Japanese medicine. Upon hearing Ichiro's outright denial, Anthony responded with a chilling calmness, I recall that your company markets 3 types of medicine worldwide, stomach powder, clear throat powder, and an eczema lotion. All 3 of these products have their roots in traditional Chinese medicine. One derives from the esteemed Chinese physician Zhang Zhongjing's Treatise on Febrile and Miscellaneous Diseases, another from the Han Dynasty's Medicinal Report, and the last from the Compendium of Materia Medica. Am I correct? Ichiro's expression soured, but he persisted in his denial. Dr. Simmons, are you joking? Those ancient Chinese texts from a millennium or 2 ago lack any clinical relevance or scientific backing. Why would a reputable pharmaceutical company like Kobayashi Pharma resort to such outdated references? It's frankly insulting. The other Chinese physicians and doctors present in the hall exchanged disapproving glances, their thoughts rife with indignation at Ichiro's disparagement of their ancestral wisdom in medicine. In a tone of conviction, Anthony replied, As it happens, I have some free time in the upcoming days. After the Chinese Medicine Expo, I will draft 3 research papers outlining the formulations and underlying principles of the 3 medicines you promote around the globe. I will also document our ancient pharmacopoeia in detail. Once I've compiled and published this information, the onus will be on you to defend your position. Ichiro's face darkened immediately upon hearing Anthony's declaration. As the vice chairman of Kobayashi Pharma, a company founded by his father, Ichiro was well aware of the intricate details surrounding it. The success of Kobayashi Pharma was largely built on the ancient Chinese prescriptions they had relied on. With the Japanese known for their exceptional packaging skills, they had repackaged these ancient formulas, promoting them as innovative products developed through extensive research, which significantly boosted market demand due to their impressive efficacy. Nonetheless, Kobayashi Pharma had consistently resisted acknowledging that their drug formulas were indeed derived from the ancient Chinese pharmacopoeia. Anthony had long harbored discontent over this issue but had yet to find the right moment to voice his concerns. Serendipitously, he encountered Ichiro today, and he seized the opportunity to stand up for Chinese medicine. Ichiro was taken aback by Anthony's accurate recounting of the origins of their top 3 medications. Fearing the repercussions of Anthony publishing a paper on these origins, Ichiro quickly suggested, Dr. Simmons, is it truly necessary for you to publish a thesis on the prescriptions? I was considering a collaboration to develop a new medicine. If you're open to it, we could work together. If not, we can simply choose not to collaborate. Why make things difficult for each other? Anthony replied earnestly, If you are going to deny your appropriation of ancient Chinese medicines so openly, I have nothing more to discuss with you. Farewell. He added, and just so you know, I will definitely proceed with writing that thesis. Ichiro clenched his teeth as he glared at Anthony. After a moment of contemplation, he suppressed his anger and conceded, well, since you don't wish to collaborate with me, I won't push the matter, Dr. Simmons. Following that, Ichiro continued, I no longer desire the prescription. Instead, would you be willing to sell me the medicine? I can offer $50 million for the pill. My father was in a car accident last year and is currently bedridden due to severe paraplegia. As his son, I desperately hope to find a cure for him. Anthony was taken aback by Ichiro's $50 million offer. He quickly glanced at Charlie, as the magical pill originally belonged to him. If Charlie was willing to sell one of his pills for $50 million, the decision would ultimately lie with him. However, Charlie subtly waved his hand at Anthony. He was not interested in the $50 million and had no intention of selling his medicine to someone like Ichiro, who had a history of appropriating Chinese medical knowledge, even for such a substantial sum. Seeing Charlie's gesture, Anthony responded, I'm sorry, Mr. Ichiro, but the medicine has already been consumed, and I regret to inform you that there are no more pills of that kind available. Ichiro gritted his teeth in frustration but eventually nodded, his expression downcast. Dr. Simmons, I understand. I will no longer press the issue. Once Ichiro finished his speech, he promptly turned and walked away. At that moment, Charlie turned to Anthony and remarked, this Japanese man seems rather cunning. If he genuinely believes you possess the prescription for treating high-level paraplegia, you need to tread carefully. After all, if that miraculous pill becomes widely available, he could amass unimaginable wealth. Not long ago, a film titled I Am Not the God of Medicine depicted the struggles of a Chinese leukemia patient. Unable to afford the exorbitant prices of Western medications, he resorted to purchasing imitation drugs in India. This film highlighted the ruthless nature of large pharmaceutical companies, driven solely by profit. New treatments often come with a staggering price tag, sometimes requiring patients to spend $20,000 to $30,000 monthly. What options are left for those patients? Kobayashi Pharma was also eager to acquire specific drugs that they could mass-produce and sell at a premium. This was the reason behind their interest in Anthony. In reality, Ichiro believed that possessing the formula to create a pill that cures high paraplegia would be akin to wielding a powerful financial tool. Individuals suffering from high paraplegia are confined to their beds, unable to walk or even urinate independently. This condition often leads them to think that death might be a preferable alternative, as their existence brings hardship to their families. If a billionaire were to face such a condition, he would likely be willing to pay $50 million or more for a single pill that could restore his health. Imagine if a billionaire like Bill Gates were in that situation, he might be charged $50 billion for the cure. As for the less fortunate with high paraplegia, Ichiro had no concern for their well-being. Their struggles were irrelevant to him, and he certainly wouldn't sell the medicine at an affordable price. What surprised Ichiro was Anthony's outright refusal to comply with his request, which left him feeling a bit enraged. Having conducted his research prior to meeting Anthony, Ichiro was aware that Anthony still held the key to the miraculous pill that could treat high paraplegia. Ichiro was determined to find a way to obtain that pill. Once he had it, he planned to return to Japan, where his company's pharmacists could analyze and replicate the formula. Anthony, understanding Ichiro's motivations, recognized that someone with such vested interests wouldn't easily relent. He knew Ichiro would seek alternative methods to acquire the miraculous pill. With this in mind, he assured Charlie, "Please don't worry, Mr. Wade. I will be vigilant." Charlie then replied seriously, "Being cautious alone won't suffice. You must remember that everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty." Anthony quickly inquired, "Mr. Wade, what course of action do you recommend? I've kept the magical pill you gave me with me at all times. If someone tries to take it..." Charlie offered a slight smile and said, "I will refine a few additional pills for you to carry. If anyone attempts to seize the magical pill, you can offer them one of those instead." Charlie recalled a specific pill known as the terminal lucidity pill. This pill, which acted as a poison, could give patients a brief surge of energy before leading to their demise shortly thereafter. Charlie was uncertain whether Ichiro's father truly suffered from high-level paraplegia, but if Ichiro dared to steal the miraculous pill from Anthony, he would definitely face unfortunate consequences. In addition, refining the terminal lucidity pill proved to be quite manageable. All that was required were some readily available medicinal ingredients. Since the auction for the purple ginseng had not yet commenced, Charlie seized the moment to find Graham. He handed Graham a list of a dozen medicinal herbs and materials he needed. Graham quickly gathered all the necessary herbs and materials for Charlie. Following this, Charlie headed to the lounge that Graham had previously rented, where he proceeded to refine 4 terminal lucidity pills right on the spot. Chinese medicine typically involves various medicinal herbs and materials. As a result, regardless of the purpose or variety of the medicine, the color after boiling the herbs remained a deep brown. This was also true for pills. The terminal lucidity pill's color closely resembled that of the magical pill he had concocted earlier. Charlie intentionally crafted the terminal lucidity pill to match the size of the previous magical pill, ensuring that it would be indistinguishable to the naked eye. Once he completed the process, Charlie returned to the auction hall and discreetly handed Anthony the 4 pills while no one was watching. He also retrieved the remaining 1.5 magical pills from Anthony for safekeeping. At last, the moment arrived for the auction of the rare 300-year-old purple ginseng. The host took the stage and announced, "Now, we will begin bidding on our final medicinal herb, the 300-year-old purple ginseng. Before we start, we invite the esteemed Dr. Simmons to come on stage to personally appraise this extraordinary purple ginseng for us." Anthony had already accepted the organizer's invitation to appraise the purple ginseng before attending the expo. Therefore, when the host called for him, he promptly strode to the center of the stage, taking the remarkable purple ginseng in his hands. After a careful examination of the purple ginseng, Anthony declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this superb purple ginseng is actually around 350 years old, if not more. I can confidently say this is indeed the best of the best. So, you can all bid with confidence today." The crowd erupted in astonishment upon hearing Anthony's assessment. Initially, they thought the purple ginseng was merely 300 years old. Who would have guessed it was actually over 350 years? This revelation was nothing short of extraordinary. Charlie couldn't help but admire Anthony at that moment. He hadn't anticipated that Anthony would accurately determine the age of such high-quality purple ginseng. Clearly, Anthony possessed exceptional knowledge and skills in Chinese medicine. At that point, the host smiled and added, "Dr. Simmons is a renowned physician with expertise in both ancient and modern medicine. Just a few days ago, he performed a medical miracle by curing a patient with high paraplegia. Therefore, I believe everyone can trust Dr. Simmons' honest appraisal of this superb purple ginseng." As Anthony returned to his seat, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "Dr. Simmons, high-level paraplegia is a terminal illness that neither Chinese nor Western medicine can cure. How did you manage to do it? I find it hard to believe you actually succeeded. Was it just luck?" Turning around, Anthony recognized the speaker and smiled. "Chelsea Fox. What brings you here instead of at the National Medical Center?" The mention of the National Medical Center left those nearby in shock. The National Medical Center holds a prestigious reputation, and any representative from there is considered a top medical expert in the country. Chelsea chuckled at Anthony's words and replied, "I came today to see if you could truly cure high-level paraplegia. With such a mysterious claim, I'm skeptical." Anthony smiled softly and said, "It might just be rumors, so you really don't have to believe it." Chelsea was taken aback by Anthony's humility. She had expected a more assertive response. Since he had outright denied curing high paraplegia, she found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, the host announced, "We will now begin bidding for the 300-year-old purple ginseng. The starting price is set at $5 million, with each bid increasing by no less than $1 million. Let the bidding commence." The host then stepped aside with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Jeffrey, sitting in the back row, quickly raised his paddle and shouted, $10 million. Everyone was left stunned, as they did not expect the price of the 300-year-old purple ginseng to double with the very first bid. Jeffrey realized that if the bidding for the premium purple ginseng continued, its final price could soar to $20 to $30 million. To deter some potential bidders, he decided to double the initial price right off the bat, hoping to scare them away and perhaps walk away with the ginseng at a more reasonable cost. $11 million, shouted a middle-aged man in the audience, raising his placard. Jeffrey shot a disdainful glance at the man before raising his own placard again. $15 million, he declared. $25 million. Jeffrey called out, lifting his placard once more. In truth, Jeffrey was merely assisting Kenneth in this auction. Kenneth would be the one responsible for the final bid. Therefore, Jeffrey felt no distress about the escalating prices. The figure of $25 million made many bidders reconsider their participation. Despite the purple ginseng's renowned effectiveness, its benefits were limited. Hence, $25 million was already an exorbitant price for such a plant. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the hall, "I will pay $30 million for it." Everyone turned to see that it was Charlie, seated next to Anthony, who had placed the bid. Both Jeffrey and Kenneth were taken aback by Charlie's unexpected participation in the auction. They exchanged glances before Kenneth snatched the placard from Jeffrey's hand and shouted, $40 million. Kenneth was acutely aware of Charlie's tenacity in negotiations. If Charlie was determined to continue competing, the price of the purple ginseng would undoubtedly rise significantly. Moreover, Kenneth believed that Charlie couldn't actually afford the ginseng. He assumed Charlie was simply trying to drive up the price, knowing that he needed the ginseng for personal reasons. With this in mind, Kenneth quickly called out $40 million, hoping to intimidate Charlie into backing down. To Kenneth's surprise, Charlie raised his placard again and coolly stated, $50 million. Charlie had a cash check for $100 million, which Jasmine had given him, tucked away in his pocket at that moment. Recently, he had accidentally handed this check to his mother-in-law, Elaine, which had nearly led to a disaster. Thus, Charlie had been eagerly seeking a chance to use it, and today felt like the perfect opportunity to purchase the purple ginseng. In addition to the check, Charlie had a substantial amount of money in his bank account. To him, the check was merely a piece of paper that had been causing him confusion, and he was pleased that it would finally serve a purpose. Upon hearing Charlie's bid of $50 million, Kenneth could hardly contain his fury. That insufferable fool. He's doing this on purpose. Kenneth fumed. $50 million? How could he possibly afford that for the purple ginseng? Jeffrey nodded in agreement, grumbling, "That kid is truly a nuisance. This purple ginseng isn't worth more than $20 million. Paying $50 million for it is nothing short of absurd." Kenneth clenched his teeth, determined. "Damn it. I'll bid against him one last time. There's no way he'll outbid me." With that, Kenneth raised his placard and shouted, "I will pay $60 million. At this point, Kenneth was convinced that Charlie wouldn't dare to raise the stakes any higher than $60 million. Unexpectedly, Charlie responded without a moment's hesitation, "I will pay $80 million, he exclaimed. Kenneth jumped to his feet, seething with rage. "What's your game, Wade? Why are you trying to outbid me for this purple ginseng? Are you really sure you can afford $80 million for it?" Charlie smiled and replied, "You're quite the good grandson. Don't worry, Grandpa can afford it." At the scene, many people recalled that Kenneth had once knelt before Charlie, referring to him as both his father and grandfather. This memory prompted uproarious laughter as soon as Charlie spoke. Determined not to appear weak any longer, Kenneth clenched his teeth and declared, "Fine. You really have some nerve. I'll pay $90 million for it." Jeffrey, tugging at his sleeves, interjected, "Chairman Wilson, $90 million is far too steep for that purple ginseng. It isn't worth that much. Don't let that scoundrel trick you. $90 million for a piece of ginseng? No ginseng should cost that much unless it was over 1,000 years old." Even though Kenneth was incredibly wealthy, he wasn't one to indulge in extravagance. He felt a sting in his finances after spending $15 million just to be intimate with Wendy. The thought of shelling out $90 million for a mere ginseng made him feel the pinch even more. Yet, he was desperate to find a remedy for his affliction. Days had passed, and he still felt nothing down there. It was as if he were completely numb. If this continued, Kenneth feared he would truly lose hope. Thus, he resolved to offer $90 million for the purple ginseng and nothing more. At that moment, Charlie calmly raised the placard in his hand and announced, "Then, I'll bid $100 million for it." Kenneth trembled with rage, shouting, "What are you trying to pull, you worthless piece of trash? Do you find it amusing to provoke me?" Charlie replied with a faint smile, "I'm simply interested in the purple ginseng. If I want it, I have to bid for it. What's the issue? Is Chairman Wilson the only one allowed to bid?" Kenneth continued to rant, "Do you think I don't know who you are? You're just the useless son-in-law of the Wilson family. The entire Wilson family doesn't even have $100 million, so how could you possibly afford it?" He then turned to the host and suggested, "You should throw this guy out of the auction hall. He's just causing trouble. He can't have that much money for the purple ginseng." Anthony frowned and said, "You can put all of Mr. Wade's expenses on my tab today. I have more than enough funds to cover it." Graham chimed in, "Mr. Wade can also access the Quinton family's resources whenever he needs." The crowd in the auction hall gasped at Anthony and Graham's statements. Who was this young man? Dr. Simmons was a globally recognized physician, and Graham was the head of the Quinton family. Why were both of them so eager to back him? And it wasn't a small sum, $100 million. Charlie smiled and reassured, "Don't worry. It's just $100 million, I can manage that. I happen to have a $100 million cash check in my pocket that's been sitting there for over half a month. I'm glad to finally use it today." Kenneth scoffed, "What are you bragging about now? Do you really think everyone here is a 3-year-old? You have a $100 million check in your pocket? Do you even know how much money that is?" Charlie smirked and said, "You really are the most pathetic old man I've ever encountered." He then pulled out the $100 million check that Jasmine had given him, which had become crumpled from being in his pocket for so long, resembling a piece of trash. Charlie raised the check and addressed the host, "Sir, could you please send your financial staff over to verify the check's authenticity?" Kenneth sneered, "Come on. That's just a piece of garbage. You dare to claim it's a $100 million check? If it is, I'll wipe my behind with it tonight." Ignoring Kenneth, Charlie held the check up indifferently. At that moment, the host brought over his financial staff to inspect the check. After a brief examination, the staff confirmed, this cash check has a face value of $100 million. It is indeed authentic. Everyone in the auction hall was left in shock. This young man had treated a $100 million check as if it were worthless paper in his pocket. What would have happened if he had accidentally misplaced it? What if, by accident, he tossed the check into the washing machine along with his laundry? The mere thought sent shockwaves through them. Kenneth's face contorted slightly in anger. He couldn't fathom how this so-called piece of trash could possibly be worth so much. Wasn't he simply the useless son-in-law of the Wilson family? Charlie turned to the host and asked, "Since no one can outbid me and I can afford to pay $100 million for it, the magnificent purple ginseng should now be mine, correct?" The host snapped back to reality and began, "I am now going to announce that this 300-year-old purple ginseng belongs to..." Before he could finish, Kenneth interjected, "Wait. I'm raising my bid." The crowd gasped in disbelief once more. The auction had started at $5 million, and the bid had soared to $100 million. Was he truly willing to keep pushing the price higher? This purple ginseng wasn't even worth that much. Were these two out of their minds? Jeffrey quickly cautioned him, "Chairman Wilson. Spending $100 million on that purple ginseng is a sheer waste. You could do so much more with that money. Why throw it away like that?" In response, Kenneth pressed, "If I can't get the purple ginseng, what about your new medicine? How will I cure my illness?" Amid their conversation, a slightly balding middle-aged man hurried over, addressing Jeffrey, "I apologize for my delay, Mr. Weaver. I was waiting for the lab results." This individual was Professor Cruz, the chief pharmacist at Weaver Pharmaceutical. He had just rushed over from the factory after assessing the benefits and applications of the purple ginseng on Jeffrey's behalf. Jeffrey, relieved, asked, "Professor Cruz, I'm glad you're here. Do you think this piece of purple ginseng on stage is worth $100 million? $100 million? Professor Cruz chuckled, shaking his head. That's absurd. A 300-year-old purple ginseng is only worth about $30 million at most. Anyone paying more would simply be a fool. Then what about Chairman Wilson's illness? Jeffrey inquired, eager for an answer. Professor Cruz, exuding confidence, replied, "Actually, we don't need a 300-year-old purple ginseng for the medication. A few 100-year-old purple ginseng will suffice, and they can be purified for our needs. The market price for a 100-year-old purple ginseng is only around $1 million. So, 5 of them would cost just $5 million. The cost-effectiveness of using 5 100-year-old ginseng far surpasses that of the 300-year-old variety." As their discussion continued, the host prompted, "Chairman Wilson, will you raise your bid or not? Please state the exact amount, as it's difficult to proceed otherwise." After hearing Professor Cruz's insights, Kenneth felt empowered to not let himself be exploited. He decided to let Charlie waste his money instead. Kenneth shook his head decisively and declared, "I've chosen not to bid anymore. It's utterly foolish to squander $100 million on a piece of purple ginseng. Only someone lacking common sense would do that." The audience erupted in boos. If someone didn't have the money, they should just admit it. If they were hesitant to spend, they should own up to that as well. Why call someone else foolish just for their willingness to spend? Why was he acting like such a sore loser? Kenneth felt a surge of irritation as the crowd jeered at him, but he couldn't bring himself to respond. He had to swallow his pride and endure the humiliation in silence. After all, no one would turn down a significant amount of money. He didn't believe it was worth sacrificing his dignity just to save face. The host swiftly declared, $100 million once. $100 million twice. $100 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Wade. Charlie nodded in satisfaction and turned to Kenneth, saying, "Just a friendly reminder, you will never cure your illness or regain your manhood with any medicine. So, I suggest you save your efforts." What if it slipped out while he was in the restroom? All eyes were on Kenneth at that moment. Kenneth felt a wave of shame and frustration wash over him. He couldn't help but shout, "You're the impotent one. Your entire family is impotent. I'm perfectly capable and healthy." Charlie offered a faint smile before responding, "Those who are truly impotent know it all too well. Some people can't perform when it matters but are quick to speak. What good is that?" At that, laughter erupted among the crowd. Could it be true? Had the esteemed Chairman Wilson really lost his virility? It seemed likely. After all, why else would he be so eager to bid on a rare purple ginseng? And to top it off, he was here today with Jeffrey from the Weaver family. Everyone present was from the medical field, and they were well aware that the Weaver family was developing a new medication aimed at enhancing male potency and restoring manhood. It appeared that Kenneth's partnership with Jeffrey today was merely to be the first to try out this new drug. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Kenneth shot back, "You, with the last name Wade. Stop misleading people. I'm still very much a man." "Really? You gave your lover away to someone else, and you're still claiming to be capable? If you were truly capable, why would you part with your woman?" Kenneth's face turned crimson with anger as he stammered, You, what are you saying?" Wendy chimed in, clearly upset, "Charlie. Why are you tarnishing someone's reputation for no reason?" Noticing their furious and desperate expressions, Charlie simply smirked and looked away, uninterested in further debate. He then retrieved the 300-year-old purple ginseng from the host and addressed Anthony and Graham, "I've lost interest in anything else here. I'm heading out now." With that, Charlie stood up, preparing to exit the auction hall. At that moment, Anthony and Graham quickly said, "Mr. Wade, let us escort you home." "No need," Charlie waved dismissively. "I can make my way back alone. You two should stay and mingle." As he spoke, he noticed Ichiro watching Anthony from a distance. Charlie then reminded Anthony, "Dr. Simmons, if someone tries to snatch the medicine from you today, don't resist or fight back. Just hand it over if they're that desperate. Do you understand?" Anthony smiled and nodded. "Mr. Wade, don't worry. I understand completely." Aurora, meanwhile, had been observing Charlie closely. She felt a twinge of anxiety as she saw him preparing to leave. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke up quietly, "Mr. Wade, may I walk you out?" From the moment Charlie had laid eyes on Aurora that day, he sensed she was troubled but hesitant to voice her concerns. Now that she had summoned the courage to ask, he nodded, "Sure, you can walk me out." Aurora's face lit up with gratitude as she replied, "Mr. Wade, please follow me." She led Charlie to the exit, but he noticed her lingering hesitance. He asked, "Aurora, be honest with me. Do you have something on your mind?" Aurora bit her lip shyly and asked, "Mr. Wade, you could tell I had something to say. It's evident on your face. How could I not know?" Charlie offered a slight smile before adding, "If you're facing any challenges, please feel free to reach out for my assistance. Just let me know what's bothering you." Aurora instinctively touched her cheeks, feeling their warmth. Despite being naturally brave and cheerful, she always felt shy and embarrassed around Charlie. After taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she said seriously, "Mr. Wade, I do have something on my mind. I need your help." Charlie nodded, encouraging her, "All right, go ahead." Aurora began, "Mr. Wade, I have a close friend from college. She used to be full of life and positivity. Lately, however, I feel like her boyfriend has manipulated her thoughts, and she's been acting out of character. There was a terrifying incident where she almost jumped off a building after a fight with him. I managed to talk her down. But even after that, her boyfriend's influence continued, and she attempted to take sleeping pills to end her life. I only saved her by informing our teachers." As she recounted her friend's struggles, a sorrowful expression clouded Aurora's face. Now, it feels like she has completely succumbed to her boyfriend's control. Instead of gratitude for saving her life, she blames me for ruining her relationship. We've argued multiple times, and she's cut off all communication with me. I can sense something is deeply wrong with her, and I want to help, but she just lashes out at me again. I genuinely fear for her safety if this situation continues." Charlie asked, surprised, brainwashed. "Is her boyfriend exploiting her?" Aurora shook her head, clarifying, "No, it's not a scam like that. After some research, I discovered that there's this troubling trend among some men who seek to control women by making them fall in love under false pretenses." With indignation, Aurora continued, "These manipulative individuals pursue women, leading them to believe they are loved. In reality, they aim to dominate them, pushing these women to the brink of doing anything, even sacrificing themselves, just to please their partners. Many innocent girls end up hurt, and some tragically lose their lives due to these predators. They are utterly reprehensible." Charlie frowned, asking, "Is there really someone like that out there?" "Absolutely," Aurora replied passionately. "Before this happened to my friend, I never imagined such scum existed. But I found out there are many like him. They take pleasure in exploiting women without a shred of conscience." Charlie replied coldly, "These men owe their lives to the incredible women who brought them into this world, yet they choose to treat women so cruelly? They are the worst of society." Aurora responded with conviction, "This man isn't just any scumbag, he has a history. Last year, a girl from our school was pregnant and jumped off a building. Rumors say he encouraged her to do it. He's also insulted another girl for not sleeping with him, leaving her feeling dirty and leading her to leave a suicide note before taking her own life. I've heard that about 4 or 5 girls dropped out due to mental health issues caused by his relentless abuse. 2 of them ended up dead." Charlie's expression darkened as he absorbed the gravity of her words. He said firmly, "Then I will look into this situation for you. Let's arrange a meeting with you and your friend." Aurora felt a wave of relief and excitement wash over her, tears filled her eyes. She grasped Charlie's hand, exclaiming, "Mr. Wade, if you're willing to help, I know we can save my friend. Charlie replied, since this involves deep psychological manipulation, I'm not sure if I can break the hold her boyfriend has over her. But I promise to do my best. Aurora nodded eagerly, I believe in you. Then, she suggested, Mr. Wade, why don't you come to my school tonight? I'll take you to meet my best friend. Sounds good, Charlie responded. If possible, I'd also like to confront the guy who's been messing with her. Is he a student at your college? Yes. Aurora confirmed. He's one of the most attractive guys at school, well-liked and charming. His good looks and wealth make it easy for him to manipulate so many girls, which is how he has caused so much damage. Charlie sneered and said, all right then. I'm looking forward to meeting a scumbag like him who uses psychological manipulation to control others. I would love to give him a taste of his own medicine. Charlie scheduled a meeting with Aurora at Oris University of Finance and Economics, where she was studying, later that evening. Afterward, he headed home with his 300-year-old purple ginseng in hand. On his way back, Charlie reached out to Don Albert and Isaac, informing them that there were rumors of someone trying to acquire the medicine currently in Anthony's possession. He requested that they discreetly send someone to protect Anthony while they kept a watchful eye on Ichiro. Given Isaac's extensive experience in Oris Hill, he had considerable influence in the area. Charlie instructed Isaac to establish a covert operation at the airport to monitor Ichiro, ensuring he couldn't easily leave Oris Hill. Charlie suspected that Ichiro intended to steal the magical pill from Anthony and take it back to Japan for analysis and research. In response, Charlie devised a plan to set a significant trap for Ichiro. Meanwhile, Ichiro remained blissfully unaware that Charlie had already crafted an invisible web to ensnare him. Later that evening, Charlie arrived at Oris University of Finance and Economics to meet Aurora as promised. When he got there, she was waiting for him outside the campus gates. Seeing Charlie, Aurora rushed forward, her voice filled with urgency. Mr. Wade, I think my best friend is about to jump off a building. You have to come with me. Charlie quickly inquired, what's going on? Aurora explained, I was watching my best friend in the cafeteria during dinner. That jerk was berating her again and even slapped her before storming off. She's been crying and wandering around the artificial lake for a while now. I'm really worried she might do something drastic. A few classmates are keeping an eye on her. Charlie nodded, saying, we should hurry. It might not be too late. In truth, Charlie had already looked up the situation Aurora described. He realized it was part of a disturbing trend among certain groups, where individuals derived pleasure from tormenting women, often leading them to make self-destructive choices. These young women were easily manipulated, some even willing to sacrifice their well-being to appease the men in their lives. This knowledge filled Charlie with anxiety and anger. He needed to find the girl and understand her situation. Oris University of Finance and Economics was renowned, ranking among the top 3 financial institutions in the country. The campus was expansive and beautifully landscaped, featuring a large artificial lake at its center. Aurora led Charlie to the artificial lake, where another girl, hiding in the shadows, exclaimed, Aurora, you're finally here. Luna has been by the lake for so long. I'm really scared she might do something rash and jump in. Aurora quickly asked, where is she now? The girl pointed toward a dark figure near the lake, saying, she's over there. As Charlie followed her gaze, he saw the shadow plunge into the water with a splash. The other girls screamed in panic, and without hesitation, Charlie dashed toward the lake, diving in after her. He swiftly reached the girl who was sinking and pulled her toward the surface. As he brought her up, she cried out, don't save me. Let me die. I'm not pure. I've betrayed Kian's love for me. Charlie pulled her towards the shore, his voice sharp and unyielding. Your parents are the ones who gave you your body, hair, and skin. Do you really think you're honoring them by hurting yourself over someone unworthy? The girl sobbed, please, just let me die. I feel so dirty and impure. I can't face my parents anymore. My existence only brings them shame. They'll be free once I'm gone. With determination, Charlie brought her to the grass and shouted, listen. You should be living not just for yourself but also for your parents. They worked tirelessly to raise you, to nurture you into the person you are now. They provided for your education and watched you grow. You can't throw your life away over a scumbag. Instead, strive to be someone who makes them proud, contributing positively to society. Nearby, a few girls were also in tears, trying to reason with her. Luna, what are you thinking? Is it really worth it to hurt yourself because of him? Luna, overwhelmed with despair, replied, I feel so dirty. I'm sorry for what I've done to him. If I don't die, he'll suffer because of me. I just want him to be happy. Charlie grimaced, realizing that Luna had been deeply influenced by this toxic relationship. Everyone, please step back. I need to talk to her alone for a moment, he instructed the other girls. Although hesitant at first, Aurora looked at Charlie with admiration and quickly encouraged her classmates, let's give brother Charlie a chance to talk to her. The other girls nodded in agreement and moved aside, creating space for Charlie and Luna. Luna sat on the muddy ground, drenched and murmuring to herself, let me die. A person as filthy as I am doesn't deserve to live. I want to prove my love for Kian by sacrificing myself. Yes, I must show him how much I care. Charlie could see that Luna was utterly confused, her thoughts in turmoil. It was evident that someone had drilled harmful beliefs into her, convincing her that she was dirty and unworthy of life. This kind of psychological manipulation could take months to take root and flourish. The scumbag had been brainwashing her for over 6 months, leading her down this dark path. Then, Charlie remembered a powerful hypnosis technique he had learned from the apocalyptic book. Focusing his spiritual energy, he gently tapped Luna on the forehead and said, Luna, look at me. Under his influence, Luna lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Charlie. He asked, can you tell me what happened? In a daze, Luna responded, I had a boyfriend in my freshman year, and I impulsively gave him my virginity. Then I met Kian, who pursued me for a long time, and I really like him. But he knows I'm not a virgin, and he gets disgusted every time we're intimate. He beats and berates me, saying I'm filthy and that I've betrayed him. Charlie nodded, then spoke in a commanding yet calming tone, Luna, I need you to remember everything I'm about to say for the rest of your life. You must never forget it, understood? Luna, now fully under his spell, eagerly replied, yes, I'll obey your orders. Charlie continued, enunciating each word carefully, understand that what you did is a natural part of life that many couples experience. It was your choice, and it is not shameful. Your life is incredibly valuable, not just to you, but also to your parents and everyone who truly cares for you. Anyone who genuinely loves you would never want you to give up your life for them. Cherish your life, Luna. Stay away from toxic people, honor your parents, and aim to contribute positively to society. Do you understand me? If the scumbag's psychological manipulation was merely a stream, then Charlie's hypnosis was akin to the vast ocean. In a flash, Charlie's hypnosis shattered the psychological grip that the scumbag had maintained over Luna for so long. Charlie's words shone like a guiding light in her life, a beacon that would forever remain etched in her heart. Luna suddenly felt a wave of realization wash over her, recognizing the foolishness she had displayed all this time. Reflecting on how close she had come to being seduced by that scumbag into taking her own life, she was overwhelmed with fear and gratitude. Without hesitation, she knelt and bowed deeply before Charlie, exclaiming, "Thank you for saving my life. I promise to live well and never let my parents down. I vow to contribute positively to society in the future." Pleased, Charlie nodded and replied, "Now that you have regained your clarity, I wish you a joyful and fulfilling life ahead." As they continued their conversation, Charlie's thoughts shifted to the scumbag, prompting him to ask, "Can you tell me about your boyfriend?" Luna responded with bitterness, "He's no longer my boyfriend. Just the thought of him makes me feel sick." The girl completely let down her guard when she saw just how generous he was. This made her particularly eager to learn more about Kian. At that moment, Kian's cell phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Luna calling. A frown immediately crossed his face. Why was this woman still alive? She was such a nuisance. The lovely girl noticed his strange expression and asked with curiosity, "Is that your girlfriend calling?" "No, it's not. Kian quickly clarified. It's my ex-girlfriend. She cheated on me, and I can't fathom why she keeps bothering me. Kian sighed as he added, please wait for me, beauty. I'll be back shortly after taking this call. Sure. Kian picked up his phone and stepped outside the bar. The moment he answered the call, he began to vent his frustration. Why are you calling me? You're such a disgusting woman. Haven't you caused me enough shame and humiliation? Luna had activated the speaker on her phone, and Charlie felt irritated hearing Kian's harsh words. This jerk was constantly trying to mentally manipulate her. He wanted Luna to feel worthless and filthy, hoping she would take drastic actions. Yet, Kian had no idea that Luna had completely broken free from his psychological grip. Luna followed Charlie's guidance and said, Kian, I'm ready to die for you. I understand that you can only escape humiliation if I'm gone. Kian replied with impatience, then why are you still here? Just go ahead and die already instead of continuing to hurt and humiliate me. Charlie typed a message on his phone and handed it to Luna. Luna read the words aloud to Kian. Can you meet me by the artificial lake at campus? I have a gift for you before I leave. Furious, Kian shot back, no. I never want to see you again. You disgust me. I question how I ever fell for someone so filthy. Charlie then typed another message for Luna. Luna quickly read it, since you refuse to see me, I'm breaking up with you. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. If we cross paths on campus, I hope you'll act like you don't know me. Thank you. Kian was taken aback. What was going on? Hadn't he been manipulating Luna this entire time? How could she be so clear-headed? How was she so calm while asking for a breakup? This was a direct blow to his ego. It meant all his previous efforts were in vain. Kian quickly responded, Luna, how could you be so cruel? Are you really going to leave me? Are you seriously trying to break my heart? Luna glanced at Charlie's phone and continued reading, don't you think you're hurting me too? I'm ready to die because of you. All I want is to see you one last time before I go. I've prepared a gift for you, so why won't you come and see me? Since you refuse, I must break up with you. Kian, hearing her words, immediately exclaimed, no. Don't. Please don't break up with me. All you want is to see me one last time, right? I'll come to see you right away. You're by the artificial lake, correct? Luna replied with a soft hum, yes. Then, she spoke respectfully to Charlie, that scumbag's name is Kian Webb. He's reputed to be the most attractive guy at Oris University of Finance and Economics. Although he's not from here, I've heard he hails from a wealthy family. I was deceived and manipulated by him, believing he was perfect. I never imagined he could be such a despicable person. Charlie nodded again, saying, I've heard he has driven many girls to commit suicide because of him. Luna nodded vigorously, adding, I'm just one of the many girls he has toyed with. I can't even begin to imagine how many others there are. Charlie sighed and suggested, let's do this, why don't you call him and tell him you have a gift for him before you die? Ask him to meet you right away. Luna hesitated, asking, what if he refuses to come? Charlie replied, if he declines, just tell him you want to break up. Make it clear you want nothing to do with him anymore. This scumbag thrives on pushing you towards despair, he sees a girl's suicide as his greatest achievement. If he hears you want to end things, it will hit his ego hard. Scumbags like him relish in controlling and manipulating women. Yet, if those women manage to break free, it inflicts a significant sting to their pride. They view this as a contest, with only one victor allowed. If they're not the winner, they perceive it as a loss. Failure is something they simply cannot tolerate. Meanwhile, at a bar close to Oris University of Finance and Economics, Kian sat across from a stunning girl. He smiled and remarked, isn't it unfair, beauty? I come to this bar alone every day, and today is the first time I've seen you here. It feels like I've wasted the last 20 years of my life. The girl blushed and smiled, replying, you're quite the charmer. I assume you use these lines often. Kian shook his head earnestly, saying, I'm actually quite shy and rarely approach girls. But you give off a special vibe. I hesitated for a long time before finally gathering the courage to talk to you. As he spoke, Kian subtly showcased the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. This exquisite timepiece was valued at over $7 million, a rare limited edition. However, to Kian, it held little significance, as he possessed many other luxury watches worth tens of millions. The girl instantly recognized the limited edition Vacheron Constantin and was taken aback, but she quickly masked her surprise, grinning as she suggested, since fate has brought us together today, how about we share a drink or two? Kian smiled again, saying, I would be delighted. He then called over the waiter, instructing, please bring me 2 bottles of your finest Aces of Spades champagne. This champagne, priced at over $20,000 a bottle, was undoubtedly the most expensive option on the menu. Feeling a surge of anxiety about losing control over Luna, Kian rushed back to school, disregarding the enticing target waiting for him at the bar. As soon as he arrived on campus, Kian sprinted to the artificial lake where he spotted Luna. He approached her and inquired, Luna, what kind of gift do you wish to give me? Suddenly, Charlie appeared, grinning as he interjected, she doesn't have any gifts for you, but I do. Kian narrowed his eyes at Charlie, questioning, who are you? He then turned back to Luna. Do you know him? Are you connected in some way? Charlie replied, no, we're not related. Kian pressed on, then who are you? I am the one who upholds justice on God's behalf. Charlie declared confidently. He then gave Luna a reassuring pat on the back. Luna, go to Aurora and your friends. It's time for you to head back to your dorm and change, your part here is complete. Luna, filled with gratitude and trust towards Charlie from the previous incident, nodded appreciatively. She made her way toward Aurora and her friends, who were nearby. Aurora and her friends enveloped Luna in a warm embrace, tears of joy streaming down their faces, thankful that she had decided against taking her own life. Luna felt equally touched by their genuine concern. They held each other tightly and hurried back to the dorm. From a distance, Kian watched, perplexed. Luna seemed different, almost as if she had broken free from his psychological grasp. Furious, he shot a glare at Charlie, his expression hardening as he asked coldly, did you convince Luna to lure me here? What do you want from me? Charlie smirked. What do I want? Let me ask you this, did your parents raise you to hurt girls? Are they aware of the despicable person you've become? Kian's expression darkened, realizing he might be cornered. I have a talent for making women fall for me easily. That's my strength. I can enchant countless women, that's my power. Who are you to judge me? Do you even know who I am? I could eliminate you without a second thought. Oh really? Is it because of your powerful family background? Charlie asked, feigning interest. Kian puffed up with arrogance. Have you heard of the Webb family from Sudbury? If not, you should ask around. We're the most prominent family in the South region. Oh, I see. Charlie grinned. The top family in the South region, impressive. Are all the men in your family just as vile as you? Do they all go around breaking innocent women's hearts like you do? I take pleasure in it. What are you going to do about it? I enjoy watching those women suffer for me. Their pain amuses me. Who are you to interfere? Do you really think you can stop me? Just because your family is powerful doesn't mean you can act without consequences. By the way, I've heard that the real influential families are in the north, particularly Eastcliff. That's where the true power lies, isn't it? The rest of you are just pretenders. True, while we in the Webb family may not compare to the top families in Eastcliff, we rank among the best in the South region. Even the Moore family from Orris Hill can't match our strength. So, let me ask you, do you really want to challenge me? Can you handle the results? Charlie nodded, responding dramatically, the illustrious Webb family of Sudbury. Wow, I'm trembling in my boots. Get lost, then. Mind your own business. I could wipe out your entire family with just a phone call. Kian shouted angrily. Oh, I'm definitely scared, Charlie replied with a smile. But I have a personal issue. The more terrified I am, the more I feel compelled to take action. With a fierce glare, Charlie leaned in, his voice low and menacing. Do you have any idea who I am? Kian growled through clenched teeth. I don't care who the hell you are. Even if you're the king of heaven, if you cross me, you'll pay the price. With a swift motion, Charlie swung his arm and slapped Kian, sending him staggering to the ground. Kian, having been raised in an environment filled with affection, had never experienced anything like this before, not even a simple poke, let alone a slap. He quickly recovered and shouted, Motherf***ker. I'll kill you. Kill me. Charlie replied with an icy tone. Listen closely, you jerk. My name is Charlie Wade. I'm the young master of the Wade family in Eastcliff and the chairman of the Grand Group. Now, I'll give you a minute to think. Do you really believe you can act so arrogant and cocky in front of me? Kian was left speechless. The Wade family in Eastcliff? That was the most prominent family in the entire country. Even though the Webb family was slightly more reputable than the Moore family, it paled in comparison to the Wade family. Initially, Kian questioned whether Charlie was just bluffing, but then he noticed that Charlie spoke with confidence and without fear, even going as far as to slap him. This suggested that Charlie was indeed self-assured. This realization made Kian feel anxious. He thought he could run rampant in Oris Hill and across the South region, but he never expected to encounter the young master of the Wade family right here, facing him directly. After all, Kian was a high-achieving student and a young master from a prestigious background, well-versed in aristocratic and upper-class etiquette. His IQ, emotional intelligence, and conflict resolution skills were far beyond those of Harold and his associates. In that moment, he recognized that he might have landed himself in serious trouble that could potentially drag his entire family down with him. Swiftly, he dropped to his knees and pleaded, Mr. Wade, I'm sorry for not recognizing you. I genuinely apologize for offending you. Please forgive me. Charlie was taken aback by Kian's sudden shift in demeanor. Indeed, this guy was sharp and quick on his feet. No wonder he could manipulate and harm those girls with his psychological tricks. It was clear that someone like him was clever and slippery, making it nearly impossible to outsmart him, leaving others at his mercy. However, Charlie had no intentions of showing mercy. He scoffed, Wow, I'm impressed. You really know when to back down and when to push forward. But do you honestly believe that kneeling and apologizing will let you off the hook so easily? Kian stammered, his voice trembling, Mr. Wade, I'm truly sorry. I promise I'll never do it again. I'll even pay Luna $100 million as compensation. Please, just forgive me. Oh no, that won't work. You don't understand how I operate. Now that you're in my grasp, money isn't going to solve anything. Mr. Wade, what would you like to do instead? I'd like to give you a taste of your own medicine. Kian furrowed his brow in confusion, utterly bewildered. What did Charlie mean? Did he intend to psychologically manipulate him? How could that be possible? Kian specialized in psychology and was quite skilled at manipulation, so how could Charlie possibly brainwash him? Charlie smirked at the look of astonishment on Kian's face and said, You enjoy toying with those girls using your psychological tricks, don't you? Well, I'm going to do the same to you. I want you to eat shit every hour, and you can't stop until you're completely full. Kian looked at Charlie in disbelief, as if he were hearing the most outrageous claim imaginable. With a mischievous grin, Charlie continued, and after the hypnosis, anyone who tries to stop you from eating feces will make you act irrationally, you might even contemplate ending your own life just to get to it. If you spot feces on the road, you'll feel an overwhelming urge to consume it, or you'll think you're going to die if you don't. You'll react violently to anyone who intervenes. This compulsion will follow you for the rest of your days. So, there you have it, your future. You won't care for anything besides eating feces. Money, pleasure, relationships, they'll all mean nothing to you. All that will matter is your need to eat feces. Kian's irritation was evident as he retorted, Mr. Wade, do you really think I'm that gullible? This isn't how psychological manipulation works. You're not a professional. Charlie burst into laughter. Not a professional, you say? Ha! I'm an expert. Go on, test me if you doubt my skills. With that, Charlie reached out and tapped Kian on the forehead. Suddenly, Kian felt as if he were held captive by an unseen force. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed in a panic, "Where's the feces? I need to eat it now. I'm going to die. Where is it?" At that moment, he completely forgot about Charlie. He spun around and dashed toward the dormitory, driven by an inner voice that insisted there were toilets there, and an endless supply of feces to consume. Kian angrily grabbed the doctor's collar. "If King knew why, would I still come to you? Clean my stomach now." The doctor, though irritated by Kian's outburst, maintained his professionalism. He straightened up and instructed his nurse, "Get the gastric lavage tools ready immediately." The nurses nodded quickly and sprang into action to prepare for the procedure. Suddenly, Kian was hit with a severe headache, feeling as if a jolt of electricity was coursing through his brain. In that moment, all he could think about was one thing: he desperately wanted to eat something revolting right now. Frantically, he yelled, "Where is the toilet? Where is the toilet?" The doctor pointed to the right and replied, "Turn right and go to the end." Without wasting a second, Kian dashed out of the ward, sprinting toward the restroom. His friends and the warden quickly followed him. Upon entering the bathroom, Kian rushed into the first stall. Instead of using it, he peered into the toilet bowl and found it empty. Without hesitation, he moved to the next stall. The crowd observed in horror, wondering if he intended to eat from the toilet again. When Kian flung open the second stall, he was greeted by an elderly man sitting inside. Just as Kian was about to leap toward him, his friends grabbed him desperately, shouting, "No, Kian, no." Kian screamed in a panic, "Let go of me. Let me go. I want to eat it. I want to eat it." His friends were utterly stunned. What was happening to him? Why had he suddenly lost control and developed this insane craving? The warden shouted, "Hurry, we need to get him out of here." With that, Kian's friends exerted all their strength to pull him from the restroom. As soon as they exited, Kian wailed like a child, "Let me go. I want to eat shit. Let me go. I'll die if I don't eat it now. Please, just let me go." At that moment, the entire emergency department buzzed with chaos. While they had seen patients with various ailments before, none had witnessed someone so urgently desperate to consume something so disgusting. And Kian, a young and attractive man, was now in this bizarre state. What on earth had led to this? The doctor felt uneasy amidst the unfolding situation. He wanted to clean his stomach, but why is he suddenly craving that? I wonder if there's something wrong with his mental state. Unfortunately, we can't help him here. It might be best to take him to Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. The warden considered this suggestion. Clearly, Kian wasn't suffering from a physical issue, it seemed to stem from a psychological one. Resolutely, he urged, "All right, let's head to Castle Peak Hospital." At this point, Kian was on the brink of madness. All he could focus on was his overwhelming desire to eat something revolting, and he was ready to harm himself if he couldn't fulfill that urge. He slapped his own face repeatedly, knelt on the floor, and began banging his head against the ground. His friends tried to restrain him, but he fought back fiercely, shouting, "Let go of me, F***ck. If you don't let me eat shit, I'll kill myself right here." His struggles intensified. With his explosive energy, his friends were unable to hold him down, and he broke free, racing back into the restroom. They tried to catch up, but he was too quick. By the time they reached the toilet, Kian had already pulled the old man out of the stall, burying his head into the toilet bowl and attempting to shove his mouth in. They desperately tried to pull Kian away, but their efforts were in vain. The elderly man was so shocked by the bizarre incident that he trembled on the floor, pants still around his knees. Onlookers were equally stunned, and some curious individuals began recording the scene on their phones, sharing it on Twitter. "Holy cow! Check it out! There's a crazy dude at Silverwing Hospital trying to eat shit. What unfolded next was nothing short of bizarre and shocking at Oris University of Finance and Economics. Kian Webb, the university's well-known figure hailing from an affluent family, stormed into the restroom and kicked a male student off the toilet as he was using it. At first glance, this seemed to be a typical tale of a wealthy bully overpowering others, but the latter part of the story took a grotesque turn. After shoving the student aside, Kian plunged his hand into the toilet bowl, retrieved the excrement, and shoved it into his mouth. The sight of him consuming the feces made onlookers gag. Confused about his behavior, they quickly contacted the warden. When the warden arrived, Kian had just finished devouring the feces and hadn't even wiped his mouth. The warden couldn't help but vomit at the sight. Despite his disgust, the warden knew better than to take Kian lightly, given his powerful family background. He stared at Kian and asked, suppressing his own revulsion, "Mr. Webb, what on earth is happening? Why would you do this?" At that moment, Kian was slowly regaining his senses. A horrific taste lingered in his mouth, and he wiped it away only to bring his hand close to his nose, nearly fainting from the unbearable odor. He had completely forgotten about Charlie and his earlier actions, bewildered by why his mouth was full of feces. He rushed to the sink, desperate to rinse his mouth, and retched violently. The warden followed closely, asking, "Mr. Webb, are you feeling all right?" Kian shook his head, his face pale as a ghost. "What just happened? Did someone set me up?" A fellow student stepped forward, saying, "Boss, just moments ago, you kicked Sammy off the toilet and ate his." He couldn't finish his sentence, nausea washing over him as he tried to control his urge to vomit. He cautiously added, "Maybe we should take you to the hospital for a checkup." "What the hell did you just say?" Kian shouted in outrage. "You're saying I ate Sammy's?" All the male students nodded vigorously. Kian retched again, growling, "Get me to the hospital, now." The warden started his car and drove Kian to Silverwing Hospital, with several of Kian's close friends trailing behind. Upon arriving at the hospital and seeing the emergency doctor, Kian yelled, "Doctor, hurry! Clean me out! I ate feces!" The doctor was taken aback. In over a decade of practice, he had never encountered a patient like this. He instinctively asked, "Why on earth would you eat feces?" Kian's warden and his companions were on the verge of losing their sanity because of him. They dragged him back to the doctor's office, fighting the urge to vomit. The elderly man who had been knocked to the floor by Kian whimpered pitifully, "Don't let him out if there's something wrong with his head." "What on earth? Why is he grabbing food?" The school warden, looking more embarrassed than ever, pulled out his wallet and handed the old man a $100 bill. "Here, sir. This is for the trouble caused by the incident. Please accept our apologies." The old man's eyes lit up at the sight of the money, and all his frustration seemed to vanish. He graciously accepted the cash and inquired, "So, will you need my services again in the future?" The warden, feeling nauseous, replied, "No, sir, there will be no next time. Please continue with your business if you haven't finished yet." He then urged the students, "Quickly, get Kian to the doctor right now." Upon seeing Kian, the doctor immediately lost his dinner, exclaiming, "Oh, for the love of all that's good, take him to a mental hospital now. We can't do anything for him." The warden replied, "Well, can you at least clean out his stomach? It's filthy and repulsive." The doctor grimaced painfully. "I would gladly do that, but what if he decides to eat it again? I have to insert the tube gently and carefully into his stomach to cleanse it, but it's pointless if he wants to eat again soon." The warden turned to his companions and asked, "Is this his second time?" "Yes," they nodded emphatically. "It's been almost an hour since the last episode." The warden considered this. Then he might want to eat again in about an hour." After a brief pause, he commanded, "Clean him up, get him in the car, and let's head to Castle Peak Hospital. We'll be in big trouble if we delay any longer." The boys wiped Kian's mouth in irritation and pulled the bewildered Kian toward the car. Once they were in the car, Kian started to regain his senses and noticed a strange taste in his mouth. "What did I do this time?" he asked. His friend sitting next to him gasped in disbelief, "You don't remember anything?" Kian shook his head, confused. No, I can't recall much. I just remember having a headache and my mind buzzing. He then covered his mouth, took a deep breath, and nearly fainted from the terrible odor. What the heck? Did I eat it again? He screamed. Sammy, who was in the front passenger seat, turned around and said, "Boss, we tried to stop you just now, but you were too strong. You barged into the restroom and dragged an old man." A guy next to Kian shouted, "Hey, stop right there." Oh, Sammy realized how revolting that sounded and quickly fell silent. Kian anxiously pressed, "What's going on? You have to tell me." The group exchanged uneasy glances. No one wanted to recount the horrific incident, and the thought of it made them feel queasy. Kian shouted with a frustrated expression, "Damn it! Just tell me." The awful stench filled the car the moment he yelled. The warden, who was behind the wheel, along with his 3 friends, felt a wave of dizziness wash over them from the terrible stench in the car. In a hurry, the warden rolled down all the windows, hoping to let the fresh air sweep away the foul odor. Kian was fuming. He turned to Jack, the man sitting next to him, and growled, "You, Jack, spill the beans on what happened, or I swear I'll break you. And don't forget the $2,000 I lent you the other day." Jack gasped in disbelief and stammered, "Okay, boss, I'll tell you everything. You went wild again and tried to eat that thing. We tried to stop you, but you overpowered us. After breaking free, you dashed to the hospital restroom, barged into a stall, and dragged an old man out." With each word, Kian's expression darkened. He murmured, Did I actually eat it?" Jack hesitantly nodded. Yes. Blurg. Kian couldn't hold it back anymore. He vomited, and the contents of his stomach splattered all over the car's upholstery. In a flash, the car was engulfed in an odor so wretched it felt like they had plunged into a septic tank. Opening the windows did little to help, the stench lingered. The other 4 passengers were utterly devastated, especially the warden. Just 2 weeks ago, he had purchased the car for a whopping $200,000, and now it was ruined by vomit. Despite his frustration, the warden didn't dare reprimand Kian, knowing the latter's influential family background. The college president had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on Kian and to avoid provoking him. Meanwhile, a video of Kian's shocking act had gone viral on the internet, spreading like wildfire. The moment it was uploaded, it became the most shared video online. The Webb family from Sudbury was taken aback when they stumbled upon the video. Shock and anxiety rippled through them. As one of the most prominent families in the South region, the Webb family took great pride in their reputation. With Kian's scandalous behavior, they immediately sensed trouble and quickly arranged a visit to confront him. At the same time, they reached out to social media platforms, pleading for the video to be taken down. The embarrassment was unbearable. They couldn't allow such a disgrace to tarnish their name. However, the situation spiraled out of control. The video spread rapidly across various platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Before long, it had become the most searched and viewed video online, and nearly everyone was aware of it. Donald Webb, the head of the family, was infuriated. He immediately called Kian and scolded, "Kian, what on earth is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how popular your video has become on the internet? You're a disgrace to our family." Hearing about the video made Kian wish he could disappear. He cried out in despair, "Dad! It's not my fault. For some reason, my brain goes haywire every hour, making me crave that thing. I was completely out of it when it happened. I can't control it. My friends warned me that I might hurt myself if I don't eat it. Dad, please help me." Donald paused briefly before responding firmly, "Son, just wait for me. I'll fly over with your brother and a team of doctors right now." Without wasting a moment to pack, he rushed to gather Sean, Kian's brother, along with the Webb family's medical team, and boarded their private jet to Oris Hill. The Webb family wielded more power and wealth than the Moore family, boasting private jets, yachts, and an entire team of medical and security personnel. The medical team comprised 6 top-tier specialists from various fields, including one of the nation's leading psychiatric experts. What they didn't realize, however, was that even the finest psychiatric professionals might not be able to help Kian. Meanwhile, Charlie stood at the main gate of Oris University of Finance and Economics, with Aurora affectionately clinging to his arm. "Master Wade, you're incredible. We've been trying to convince Luna for months, but just a few words from you made her change her mind." Charlie replied matter-of-factly. Perhaps when she jumped into the lake, she realized the value of life and felt grateful to be alive. It's often in moments of desperation that people truly see their own issues. Aurora nodded appreciatively, saying, "Master Wade, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, Luna might not be here anymore. Don't worry. From now on, your friend will have a much more positive outlook," Charlie reassured her. He then added, "Just be careful yourself. When you look for a boyfriend in the future, don't let yourself be misled by someone unworthy." Aurora giggled shyly. "I won't. I'm quite clever, you know." She then looked at Charlie with her big, sparkling eyes full of admiration and softly said, "Actually, I've thought about it. When I find a boyfriend, I want someone like Master Wade." Charlie chuckled. "Why? Is your family hoping you'll find a live-in son-in-law too?" Aurora blushed. "It doesn't matter whether he wants to live in or not as long as he's someone like Master Wade." Charlie smiled and replied, "Forget about that for now. You're still young. Focus on your studies, you can always find true love after you graduate." Aurora pouted. "I wouldn't mind finding true love right now, I'd be with him instantly. After all, true love is the greatest." "Very true," Charlie responded sincerely. "If you really meet your Mr. Right, don't hesitate to grab him fast." Without lingering further, Charlie said, "All right then, I'm heading out now." "Master Wade, are you leaving already? Would you like to grab a coffee together?" Aurora asked. Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "No, I can't sleep well after drinking coffee." At that moment, Aurora received a message. She instinctively opened it and was shocked by what she saw. "Oh my God, that's absolutely disgusting." Charlie inquired with curiosity, "What is it?" Aurora retched for a moment before passing her phone to Charlie, coughing violently as she said, "It's a video on Twitter. Kian was eating something out of the hospital toilet." "Wow, that's so repulsive. Who would do something like that? He's insane." Charlie took a brief glance at the video. It was indeed horrifying, yet there was a certain satisfaction in witnessing it. After all, didn't this punk enjoy psychologically manipulating girls? Now he was experiencing the consequences of his actions firsthand. Charlie could already predict Kian's grim future. He would need to indulge in this disgusting behavior every hour, or else he would spiral into severe self-harm and despair. Binding him wouldn't help. If they withheld this from him, he would resort to biting his tongue, going on hunger strikes, and even screaming like a madman. Thus, the only way to keep him alive would be to cater to his bizarre need every hour. Otherwise, he wouldn't last a month under such mental anguish. Fortunately, the Webb family was affluent and influential. With their extensive business ventures and a large family network, they would likely take care of Kian. However, it would be a miserable existence for Kian, forced to eat such revolting things every hour. Charlie couldn't help but wonder how long he could endure it. After Charlie returned home, Kian was admitted to the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. This was the only psychiatric facility in Oris Hill, albeit situated in a rather remote area. The trip to the hospital spanned approximately 15 miles, and the odor inside the car was reminiscent of a septic tank, pure misery for everyone aboard. Upon reaching the hospital, they assisted Kian out of the car and began the slow walk toward the entrance. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation overwhelmed Kian once more. Initially, he felt a wave of dizziness accompanied by a throbbing headache. Looking at those around him in despair, he cried out, "Damn it, guys, the feeling is back. If I lose my mind again, you all have to hold me down." Their faces registered shock, and they nodded instinctively, though internally they wondered, "We will certainly try to restrain you, but whether we can actually succeed is an entirely different matter." Then, as if he had transformed into a figure of pure hysteria, Kian yelled, "Where's the toilet?" Where is the toilet? Nervous glances were exchanged among the group, and they could see the desperation reflected in each other's eyes. What could they possibly do? The warden barked, "Hold him down. Never let him go." In response, the three boys grabbed Kian around the waist, forcing him down onto the floor, while tightly restraining his limbs to prevent him from breaking free. The warden shouted, "Stay here. I'll fetch the doctors. Hold on, everyone." The three boys strained to keep Kian pinned, but he fought back with the ferocity of a wild animal being captured. One of them exclaimed, "Oh no, I can't hold him much longer. What should I do?" "Just keep him down." "Don't let go," another replied, "I'll take off my belt, let's tie his legs." "Okay, great idea." At that moment, Kian was pinned to the floor by his friends. His eyes were as red as beets as he shouted, "Let me go. Damn it, you guys, let me go." Passers-by near the psychiatric hospital were accustomed to such displays and didn't even bother to glance twice. After all, it wasn't unusual to encounter patients behaving erratically. Just then, a retired gentleman from the staff quarters behind the hospital approached the entrance, walking an enormous husky on a leash. The husky began to sniff around, circled a spot, and squatted down. Sammy, noticing the scene, yelled at the old man, "Get your dog away from here, damn it! Don't let it poop here." The old man shot him an incredulous look. "Mind your own business, young man." Sammy shouted back in frustration, "Gah! Old coot, just move your damn dog. Otherwise, something terrible is going to happen." The old man scoffed, "I've had this dog for 6 years. If it wants to poop on my bed, I'll let it and clean up afterward. I'm not about to make its life miserable. Who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" "You." Sammy was left speechless. At that moment, the husky tensed up, quivered slightly, and proceeded to relieve itself. A sizable pile of dog waste landed on the floor. When Kian witnessed this, he went into a frenzy. It was as if he had been given a burst of energy, and in an instant, his strength surged. He lunged upward, sending the three boys sprawling away from him. The trio fell backward, and before they could even react, Jack yelled in despair, "F***CK, stop him." They took off after Kian as if he were the most desired prize, but Kian was quicker. He slid to the pile of excrement on the floor, opened his mouth wide, and devoured it with the ferocity of a ravenous dog. The old man stood in shock, utterly bewildered by the surreal scene before him. He stumbled back, stuttering, You, how long have you been starving?" Kian had completely lost his mind. The psychological suggestion that Charlie had implanted in his brain was incredibly potent, and the same phrase echoed relentlessly in his thoughts, "Fill your belly. Fill your belly." The three friends were engulfed in despair. They rushed to him, frantically trying to pull him away, but he lay on the floor like a deranged animal, cursing and consuming whatever he could find. Finally, the warden arrived, accompanied by several doctors. Even the medical professionals who were accustomed to dealing with mental patients were taken aback by this strange scene. They had encountered various mental illnesses, but this was something entirely unprecedented. It was shockingly ferocious. The doctors quickly intervened, pulling Kian from the mess he was in, securing him to a specialized bed with sturdy straps, and wheeling him into the hospital. Meanwhile, students at Oris University of Finance and Economics were sharing and spreading the disturbing video of Kian's breakdown. Many viewers felt a wave of nausea wash over them while watching, yet they suppressed it just to replay the video again and again. They cheered with glee as they witnessed Kian's humiliating downfall. To them, this was a fitting punishment for the countless terrible things he had inflicted upon girls. Everyone was aware of Kian's insanity and his penchant for psychological manipulation, which had driven some girls to self-harm or even suicide to satisfy his twisted desires. Those with a sense of justice harbored deep hatred for him, but his influential family had kept him safe from any consequences, allowing him to evade accountability for his horrific actions. Ultimately, Kian Webb, who had reveled in using psychological manipulation for evil, had become a shocking mental patient himself. This twist of fate was not only ironic but also served to alleviate the resentment and tension people felt towards him. It was a delightful form of karma. Meanwhile, the Webb family's private jet had just touched down at Orris Airport. Orris Hill was relatively close to Sudbury, only about an hour and a half away by high-speed rail. Thus, there were no direct flights between the two cities. However, the Webb family managed to make the journey in just half an hour thanks to their private jet. A fleet of Rolls-Royces awaited them at the hangar. Donald, Sean, and the team of doctors hurriedly exited the plane and climbed into the cars, racing towards Castle Peak Hospital. The hospital was nearby, so they arrived swiftly. Upon entering the hospital, they found Kian strapped to the bed, a towel stuffed in his mouth, thrashing violently. The doctor had to intervene and gag him to prevent him from biting his tongue in his desperate attempts to escape. In that moment, Kian resembled a rabid dog, utterly out of control. Donald's heart broke at the sight of his son. He rushed forward, exclaiming, "Kian, I'm here." Kian couldn't recognize his father, all he could think about was satisfying his insatiable hunger. He fought against the restraints, blood oozing from the bruises on his wrists and ankles where the straps dug in. Frustrated, Donald turned to the psychiatric expert accompanying him and demanded, "Please, find out what's wrong with him." The doctor nodded and replied, "Let me administer a sedative right away." He swiftly retrieved a syringe and sedative from his bag, administering the injection to Kian without hesitation. Surprisingly, the sedative appeared to have no effect on Kian. He continued to struggle, whimpering as if trying to communicate, but the towel muffled his words. Seeing the lack of effect, Donald urgently inquired, "What's happening?" The doctor was equally perplexed. "Mr. Webb, the dosage I gave him should have been enough to sedate a cow, but I have no idea why it's completely ineffective on your son." In a moment of panic, Donald exclaimed, "I know the sedative isn't effective, I can see that with my own eyes. What I need to know is, what should we do now?" The doctor took a moment to think before responding, "I'll raise the dosage slightly. We must prioritize calming him down, no matter the cost." Donald quickly urged, "What's the hold-up? Do it now. Mr. Webb, using too many sedatives can harm his body, so he's already harming himself. The most crucial thing is to get him to calm down immediately." "All right." The doctor nodded, swiftly preparing a larger dose, which he then injected into Kian. But to their dismay, it also proved ineffective. "This is strange," the doctor stammered. "This sedative is extremely potent. It's even used on wild elephants, yet he remains agitated. This is highly unusual." Suddenly, the cardiologist interjected, "Oh no, his body is convulsing. His heart rate must be skyrocketing." He quickly grabbed a portable ECG monitor, attached the probes to Kian, and conducted a rapid test. He was taken aback to discover that Kian's heart rate was an alarming 180 beats per minute. This heart rate is comparable to someone undergoing intense anaerobic exercise. If this continues, I fear his heart won't withstand it much longer. Frantically, Donald asked, "What will happen if it doesn't?" The cardiologist replied, "He could suffer heart failure, palpitations, or even a myocardial infarction, essentially, a heart attack, which can be fatal." "What are we supposed to do then?" "The priority is to calm him down immediately. If not, his heart won't endure this much longer." The psychiatrist chimed in, "But can't you see? Even after 2 extreme doses of sedative, he hasn't calmed down." Kian continued to struggle, his heartbeat escalating rapidly. Panic-stricken, the cardiologist shouted, "Oh no! If this keeps up, it will be fatal." Donald turned to Kian's stunned friends and asked, "What on earth happened to him? Is there any way to help him calm down?" The 3 friends exchanged worried glances. One of them spoke up, "Hello, sir." After Kian returned to the dorm, he started eating. Well, let's just say, he eats things no one can stop him from eating. He only comes back to his senses once he's done. This happened the second and third time as well. Donald's expression darkened. "So you're indicating that he can only calm down after consuming that, am I correct?" "Yes," they nodded in agreement. Sean then asked, "Dad, do you think someone might want revenge on Kian? Over the past 2 years at college, he's hurt some girls from disadvantaged backgrounds, and I heard that 2 of them have died." Donald, with a stoic expression, replied, "You mentioned they were girls from poor families. Whether they're alive or dead, they can't do anything against us. I sense foul play in this situation. The cardiologist shouted urgently, Mr. Webb, your son's heart rate has now surpassed 220. If this continues, he won't survive. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Donald finally exclaimed, let him eat it. Sean gasped in disbelief. But, Dad, you can't let him go to the bathroom to eat that. That's revolting. What other option do we have? There's no alternative. Keeping him alive is our top priority right now. Let him eat it first, and we'll figure out our next steps once he's stable. Tonight promised to be nothing short of extraordinary and vibrant. On one side of the city, Kian was captivating everyone with his unusual antics. Meanwhile, Kenneth was racing back to the Weaver family house with Jeffrey, clutching 3 stalks of century-old purple ginseng. Kenneth felt a twinge of disappointment for not securing the 300-year-old purple ginseng at the auction. He grumbled that although the century-old ginseng was decent, it couldn't compare to the 300-year version. However, he felt relieved that thanks to Charlie, he avoided spending a hefty $90 million on it. In a fortunate turn, Kenneth purchased the 3 ginsengs from Jeffrey's friend for just $3 million, while Charlie had forked out an astonishing $100 million for the 300-year-old ginseng. He felt a wave of comfort wash over him as he pondered the savings. At that moment, all he wished for was that the Weaver family's enhanced prescription would remedy his erectile dysfunction. Given the significance of this medicine to the Weaver family, every member was present, including Jordan Weaver, the family patriarch. He entered the spacious living room, moving with a weak limp. At 60-something, Jordan wore a suit, his hair completely gray, and his face lined with wrinkles. He swayed and limped as he walked, a testament to the consequences of his youthful hypersexuality. Professor Cruz, the chief pharmacist of the Weaver family, was busy instructing his assistants to set up the necessary equipment in the living room. They arranged a microreactor, an extractor, and a centrifuge for the preparation of the new prescription. Although they missed out on the 300-year-old purple ginseng, Professor Cruz was determined to refine the new medicine using the century-old ginseng. If the recipe required the rarer 300-year-old ginseng, mass production would be nearly impossible due to its exorbitant cost and scarcity. However, if he could demonstrate that the century-old ginseng, or perhaps even a lesser grade, could be successfully used in the formulation, it would significantly enhance production capabilities and lower costs. Everyone in the Weaver family was buzzing with excitement. If everything went smoothly and the medicine delivered the anticipated results, it could outshine Viagra. The Weaver family might even rise to prominence as a world-class pharmaceutical company with this breakthrough. Viagra, which contains the chemical sildenafil, is well known for effectively treating erectile dysfunction. The pharmaceutical giant Pfizer has seen its market value soar by tens of billions of dollars thanks to this drug. What's more, the Weaver family's formula not only aimed to boost sexual performance but also promised to enhance overall physical health, potentially exceeding Viagra's effectiveness. The profits from a global launch of this drug could be astronomical. On the flip side, Kenneth was less concerned about profits and more focused on the prospect of the drug curing him. He envisioned enjoying the company of several beautiful women for 3 days and nights. He had endured weeks of frustration and agitation. Kenneth watched Professor Cruz intently as the expert worked with unwavering focus. Professor Cruz methodically weighed and sorted each precious medicinal material, carefully placing them into the centrifuge. A distinguished authority in the integration of traditional Chinese and Western medicine, Professor Cruz believed that the traditional boiling and brewing methods of Chinese medicine wasted ingredients and compromised their purity. Instead, he utilized advanced Western techniques, like reactors and centrifuges, to preserve and purify the active components effectively. Noticing Kenneth's anxiety, Jordan smiled and reassured him, "Mr. Wilson, this newly improved formula is based on our Weaver family's top-secret prescriptions. Under Professor Cruz's meticulous calculations, he has eliminated all toxic side effects from the ingredients. I assure you, this will be a genuine magical elixir. After taking it, your condition will be resolved in no time." Kenneth beamed with excitement. "That's fantastic. I really hope this drug meets my expectations." Jordan thumped his chest confidently and replied, "Don't fret, Mr. Wilson. I'm certain this medicine will work wonders for you. I was feeling on top of the world with this miraculous drug even before the improved formula. You could easily enjoy the company of 10 beautiful women in one night. Kenneth felt a wave of emotion as he absorbed the scene that Jordan was illustrating. Is it really that magical? Jordan responded earnestly, absolutely. Mr. Wilson, the extraordinary medicine from our Weaver family is 3 to 4 times more effective than Viagra, and our enhanced formula can be up to 10 times more effective. The prospect of such a miraculous cure filled Kenneth with excitement. It seemed his condition could be resolved in no time. Curious, Jeffrey chimed in, Dad, if we produce this medicine on a large scale, we could sell it worldwide and even overshadow Viagra, right? Jordan confidently waved his hand and asserted, definitely. Once we start mass production, men across the globe will choose my magical drug over the so-called Viagra. There will be only one male enhancement drug dominating the market, and that will be mine. Then, turning to Kenneth, Jordan inquired, Mr. Wilson, would you be interested in investing in our pharmaceutical venture? A modest investment of 2 or 3 billion could yield you returns in the tens of billions within a year. Kenneth's heart raced at the thought. As a businessman, profit was his primary concern. If their so-called magical elixir was genuinely as potent as they claimed, it could generate substantial revenue. Kenneth replied with a smile, if the drug is as effective as you say, I would be willing to invest $1 billion in your company, but I need to see the results first. That was exactly what Jordan hoped to hear. He chuckled and said, Mr. Wilson, you'll be the first to try the initial pill we produce. If you're satisfied with the outcome, we can discuss investment afterward. Little did Jordan know, Kenneth's condition could not be remedied by any drug. Moreover, although the formula for the so-called magical elixir had been enhanced, its effectiveness and potential side effects remained uncertain. However, Kenneth was unconcerned with any of that. He was solely focused on reviving his manhood. Anxiety left him feeling dry and parched, and he longed to try the magical drug immediately. At last, Professor Cruz announced that the magical medicine was ready. Through the centrifuge process, all the medicinal components were separated and ultimately transformed into a bowl of deep purple medicinal soup. Mr. Weaver, the new medicine is here. Professor Cruz carefully placed the medicinal soup before everyone. In an instant, a subtle yet enticing medicinal aroma filled the air, making those nearby feel warm and thirsty. It certainly seemed like the medicine was as powerful as they had promised. Jordan smiled at Kenneth and encouraged him, Mr. Wilson, please go ahead. Unable to contain his eagerness any longer, Kenneth gazed at the bowl of medicine with intense anticipation, his throat dry and scratchy. After enduring less existence for days, the physical and mental strain had nearly driven Kenneth to madness. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, granting him the opportunity to sample the Weaver family's magical elixir. Today felt like his lucky day. He could finally reclaim his manhood. Kenneth cradled the bowl of dark purple medicinal soup like it was a delicate treasure. With anticipation, he brought it to his lips and took a sip. Everyone present, especially Wendy, watched him closely. In truth, Wendy preferred Kenneth's company over Jeffrey's. Kenneth's company, Modest Way Group, was much larger, and he had always been more generous to her. In fact, he had given her $5 million in pocket money before. Conversely, Jeffrey had not offered her any such benefits, being rather stingy. Wendy couldn't help but think that if Kenneth regained his manhood, he might reclaim her from Jeffrey. The members of the Weaver family were equally focused on Kenneth. He was essentially the first real test subject for this new drug. They were all eager to witness its effectiveness. If it worked well, they could all become incredibly wealthy. After drinking the potion, Kenneth felt a powerful warmth radiate from his kidneys, intensifying with each passing moment. It was as if a dragon was gradually awakening within him, and he was filled with joy and exhilaration. He exclaimed, "Incredible! This truly is a magical elixir. I'm feeling hot and feverish now, which is a fantastic sign of recovery." Jeffrey quickly chimed in, "Mr. Wilson, congratulations on regaining your manhood." Jordan stood up and laughed heartily. "Thank goodness for the blessings upon the Weaver family. From this moment on, we will rise to become the world's leading pharmaceutical company and reign supreme." He then turned to Professor Cruz and added, "Cruz, I appreciate your hard work. Once this drug is launched, I'll reward you with a villa and 50 million in cash." Professor Cruz bowed respectfully and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Weaver." Noticing Kenneth's recovery, Wendy blinked playfully and whispered, "Mr. Wilson, congratulations." She cast him a flirtatious glance as she spoke. Her sultry voice and gaze sent a thrill through Kenneth. Feeling optimistic about his recovery, he addressed Jeffrey, "Hey, Jeff. I know Wendy has been spending time with you these past couple of days, but since I'm improving, I need to test the drug's effects with her. So, I'd like to take her home tonight. What do you think?" Jeffrey felt a twinge of agitation at this request. Men often become possessive over what they desire, and he had developed feelings for Wendy during their time together. He was reluctant to let her go. However, Kenneth had originally given Wendy to him. Now that Kenneth needed her for the drug trial, it seemed fair to return her. He nodded and replied, "All right, Mr. Wilson, it's your call." Kenneth beamed with delight and said to Wendy, "Wendy, let's head home now." Wendy quickly responded, "Okay, let's not keep you waiting too long." Suddenly, a thought struck Kenneth. He turned to Jordan and inquired, "By the way, I'm only feeling feverish right now. How long will it take for me to fully recover?" Jordan quickly responded, "It just needs a bit of time to start working. First, it has to fix the damaged area before it can help restore your manhood. Don't worry, I'm sure it will be standing tall in about half an hour to an hour." Kenneth grinned with excitement. "Really? If that's the case, I need to hurry. Excuse me." Without wasting another moment, he pulled Wendy along and rushed out of the Weaver family's house. As they drove home, Kenneth felt a mix of agitation and thrill. He remarked, "I can feel the heat intensifying, but it seems like it hasn't fully reached that area yet." Wendy quickly reminded him, "Didn't Mr. Weaver mention that the medicine needs some time to repair things before it can work its magic?" "Huh." Kenneth laughed, "It's just like those video games you kids play. The enemy has 5 seconds to enter the battlefield." Wendy playfully asked, "So, Kenneth, how long do you think it will take you to reach the battlefield?" Kenneth replied with a cheeky grin, "I'd say in about half an hour, everything should return to normal, right?" "Ha ha ha." Wendy blushed and replied shyly, "Don't worry, I'll make you the happiest man alive." Kenneth nodded, then his expression darkened as he said, "That damn Charlie. He's the one who made me impotent, and I will make him pay for it." During their trip to Oris Hill, he had fallen into Charlie's traps time and again. Not only was his masculinity at stake, but he had also been forced to call that bastard Grandpa multiple times. All the humiliation he'd felt in his life was because of Charlie. Once he was back to normal, he wouldn't have to fear Charlie or Anthony anymore. Instead, he would find a way to take them both down. His anger toward Anthony was just as strong. How dare he refuse to give him the magical elixir and even threaten him? Damn it! Before long, Kenneth arrived at the Wilson family villa. As soon as they exited the car, they made their way through the living room and headed straight to the guest room on the second floor, not saying a word. Lady Wilson was sipping tea in the living room. Upon seeing them rush upstairs, she turned to Christopher and asked, "Do you think Kenneth's condition has improved?" "I'm not sure," Christopher replied, "but they seemed pretty eager to get to their room, which might be a good sign." Lady Wilson nodded with a smile. "That's great. If Kenneth can regain his manhood, Wendy will be with him again, and we can secure the remaining $70 million for our company." She then urged Christopher, "Go and listen at their door to see if Kenneth has really recovered. If he has, I'll discuss the second investment with him first thing in the morning." Christopher cleared his throat and said, "Mom, Wendy is my daughter. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to eavesdrop." Lady Wilson shot him an annoyed look and said, "Useless. Can't you see what's most important right now? We need to know if Kenneth has recovered." Hannah chimed in, "Yes, Mom is right. Kenneth's recovery is the priority. If you're too shy to go, I'll do it." Lady Wilson nodded at Hannah, her eyes filled with pride. "See? Hannah is much braver and more ambitious than you. Women in our family are always the stronger ones. I'm better than your dad, you're better than Chris, and Claire, that annoying girl, is certainly better than Harold. Sigh, the men in our family are hopeless. Inside the bedroom, Kenneth lay on the bed, filled with anxiety as he awaited the effects of the medicine he had taken. Meanwhile, Wendy wrapped herself in a bathrobe and stepped into the bathroom. For some unknown reason, Kenneth felt an unusual sensation within him. Ever since he had been at the Weaver family's home, his lower abdomen had felt warm, but there had been no noticeable change in his manhood. In fact, a strange itch and discomfort began to surface. This must mean the drug is starting to work, Kenneth reassured himself. Wendy emerged from the bathroom and nestled into Kenneth's arms like a playful kitten. She gently asked while toying with his chest hair, "Kenneth, how are you feeling now? Are you sensing anything?" Kenneth shook his head, a frown creasing his forehead. "Not yet, but it should be any moment now." Eager to please Kenneth and gain more from him, Wendy flirtatiously winked and began to unbutton his pants. Excitement sparkled in Kenneth's eyes, and his heart raced with desire and anticipation. He had waited far too long and endured much pain to finally reach this moment. However, the instant Wendy removed Kenneth's pants, she let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the room. "Oh my God! Kenneth, what happened to you? It's turning black and purple. The tip even looks a little ulcerated." "What?" Kenneth felt as though his mind had exploded. He pushed Wendy aside and looked down. What he saw made his face turn an ashen green. Initially, he had believed the medicine hadn't yet taken effect, but he never anticipated finding his penis discolored and beginning to rot. What on earth was happening? Kenneth clutched his head in despair, nearly losing his mind. He had been ecstatic after consuming the medicine, but now he felt as if he had plummeted from a great height. After receiving countless glimmers of hope since his impotence began, he was still trapped in desperation and failure. And now, after finally obtaining the miraculous elixir from the Weaver family, he was faced with a purple, ulcerated penis. It felt like a fall from heaven straight to hell. Damn it, there must be something wrong with the medicine. I should have known better than to trust that old coot Jordan Weaver. He clearly saw me as a lab rat. Wendy stood frozen in shock. She blurted out, "Kenneth, what do we do now?" Frustrated, Kenneth slapped her face and growled, "Get me to the hospital, you idiot. What else can we do? It's rotting, for God's sake. Have your dad start the car." Christopher nearly lost his composure when he heard they were heading to the hospital again. He had hoped that Kenneth had discovered a solution to his issue and that his daughter would win back Kenneth's affection, but it seemed to be a fruitless endeavor. From Kenneth's description, it sounded far worse than before. In the dead of night, Christopher found himself behind the wheel, racing alongside Kenneth and his two bodyguards towards Silverwing Hospital. Kenneth didn't bother with the waiting area. Instead, he stormed into one of the emergency rooms, his bodyguards following closely behind. Upon spotting a male doctor seated at a computer, he hurriedly unbuckled his belt and pulled down his pants. The male doctor was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. "Hey, what on earth are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" The doctor exclaimed in horror, "Put your pants back on, or I'll have to call security." In the quiet of the night, no one could quite believe the bizarre scene unfolding before them. Kenneth quickly interjected, his face twisted in distress, "Doctor, you've got it all wrong. I'm not crazy. Something terrible has happened to me. Please, check it out. I need your help, or it will rot." The situation had escalated, and the condition he was facing was getting worse. The doctor glanced at Kenneth's groin and took a sharp breath. He then muttered slowly, Your penis is completely necrotic." "Completely necrotic? What does that even mean?" Kenneth asked, panic rising in his voice. "It means there's nothing we can do," the doctor explained. "It's like when someone has an accident and their leg is crushed beyond repair. In such cases, we have no choice but to amputate." "Amputate?" Kenneth's eyes filled with tears. He cried out, "Are you saying you're going to cut off my penis?" The doctor nodded solemnly. "Yes, and we need to act fast before the infection spreads." Tears streamed down Kenneth's face as he pleaded, "Please, doctor. I'm a man. How can you take my penis away? I just want it to stay there. Even if it doesn't function anymore, I still want it there. In that moment, he didn't care about its functionality, he simply wanted it to remain intact, right where it belonged. Desperately, he begged, "Doctor, I can offer you all the money in the world if you can find a way to save me. Please, I'm begging you." The doctor shook his head, a grave expression on his face. "It's not about money. Your situation is very serious. It's completely necrotic, and amputation is the only way to save your life." He continued, "If we don't amputate now, the ulceration will worsen, leading to a severe bacterial infection that could compromise your immune system. This could be fatal. Many patients have died each year because they refused to have an amputation and ended up causing their own demise." Kenneth's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The doctor attempted to reassure him, "Don't worry. Although your case is rare, I've performed similar surgeries before. I promise to do it skillfully, and you won't face complications afterward." As Kenneth listened to the doctor, tears continued to fall. "Doctor, please. Is there really no other option besides cutting it off? I'm already impotent. If you take it away, that will be worse than death. I would rather die." The doctor sighed with sympathy. "I'm truly sorry, but there are no alternatives. We have no choice if you refuse the amputation." Frustration turned Kenneth's despair into anger as he snapped, "You're all a bunch of failures. Can't you do anything to stop the ulceration?" His harsh words ignited the doctor's irritation. With a serious demeanor, he replied, "Why can't you accept my professional advice? There is no way to halt the ulceration. Amputation is the only viable option, and that's all I can say. And don't think of it as just necrosis in your penis. Soon, the infected bacteria will spread throughout your body via your bloodstream, leading to a systemic infection, which can be deadly." Kenneth felt utterly defeated. His fury towards the Weaver family overshadowed even his resentment towards Charlie. Damn it! The Weavers! If I lose my penis, I swear I'll make sure the Weaver family pays dearly. I'll turn all the males in that family into eunuchs." He turned to his bodyguards and commanded, "Take me to the Weaver family house right now." Kenneth stormed out of Silverwing Hospital, his fury palpable, as he made his way to the Weaver family home with his 2 imposing bodyguards in tow. Upon his arrival, a servant rushed to greet him, asking, "Mr. Wilson, what brings you here at this late hour?" Kenneth shot him a fierce glare, his dark eyes blazing with anger. He slapped the servant aside and bellowed, "Get the hell out of my way." In that moment, he resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, with all the humiliation and rage simmering within him. With his 2 burly bodyguards by his side, Kenneth barged into the Weaver household, shouting angrily, "Jordan Weaver, get out here right now. I'll King kill you if you keep me waiting." His thunderous voice reverberated through the entire house, shaking the very foundation of the Weaver family's peace. Jordan, barely having time to fix his robe, rushed out of his room with Jeffrey's assistance. His eyes widened in shock as he took in the furious Kenneth standing in the living room, and he stammered, "Mr. Wilson, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at home, enjoying S** after taking the medicine? Enjoying S**? I'd rather focus on killing you." Kenneth glared at Jordan, his voice filled with rage as he exclaimed, "You old coot, how dare you use me as your lab rat to test that King drug? My penis is rotting because of your damned medicine. If you don't fix this right now, I swear I'll kill you and your entire family." Jordan felt a ringing in his ears from the shock. He quickly realized why Kenneth had come to his house at such an absurd hour. Something had clearly gone wrong with the medicine. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Mr. Wilson, you must be mistaken. Please, let me explain. I never intended to treat you like a lab rat. We genuinely wanted you to be the first to try the medicine because we were concerned for your well-being. You have to believe me." Kenneth was shaking with fury, and in a shocking move, he pulled down his pants right there in front of everyone, pointing to his necrotic penis. His eyes were as cold as a dagger as he snapped, "You're misunderstanding. The ulcer on my penis is so severe that amputation might be necessary. Jordan squinted, rubbing his eyes and glancing multiple times. When he finally comprehended the situation, he instinctively clamped his legs together in horror. Jeffrey and Liam were equally stunned, their faces drained of color. What the hell? His penis was genuinely rotting. How could this be happening? No wonder Kenneth was so furious. Any man would be beside himself in this situation. Jeffrey quickly interjected, "Kenneth, please try to remain calm. Perhaps the drug hasn't fully taken effect yet. Why don't you give it another 2 days?" Had the fool really suggested waiting another 2 days? By then, his penis would probably just fall off. Kenneth pulled his pants back up, glaring at Jeffrey with indignation, F***CKU. This is all your fault, you idiot. You promised that your family's medicine would cure me. Look what you've done. Turning to his bodyguards, he commanded, "Break one of his arms." These 2 bodyguards were the best he had on hand. He had come to Oris Hill with 6 bodyguards, but 4 had been incapacitated by Charlie, leaving him with just 2. However, the Weaver family didn't dare confront him, given his formidable reputation as the chairman of Modest Way Group. At first, the Weaver family was optimistic that the new medicine would elevate their company to new heights. However, it soon became evident that the old medicine had proven to be far more effective. While the old medicine's worst side effect was liver and kidney toxicity, it notably did not cause penis necrosis. This left the Weaver family ill-equipped to counter Kenneth's assault. In that tense moment, Kenneth's bodyguards advanced, seizing Jeffrey by the shoulder despite his desperate struggles and loud protests. They twisted his right arm at a grotesque angle, a sickening snap echoing through the hall, sending shivers down the spines of everyone witnessing the scene. God damn it! Arg! Oh my god! Jordan was engulfed by a mix of anger and fear. Jeffrey, his eldest and most cherished son, was being harmed right before his eyes, and he felt utterly powerless to intervene as his son's arm was brutally broken. Just then, Professor Cruz rushed into the hall, exclaiming, "Mr. Weaver, Mr. Wilson, what's happening?" Kenneth turned to the familiar voice, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "Oh, look who it is. Perfect timing, you bastard. Boys, take him down." Professor Cruz, momentarily stunned, stammered, "Mr. Wilson, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I cured you. Didn't you promise me a villa?" Kenneth's sneer remained unwavering. "A villa, you say? I'll make sure you get one, in hell." Without hesitation, the bodyguards forced Professor Cruz to the ground, pummeling him as if he were a punching bag. A powerful blow to his temple caused his eyes to roll back, and he fell unconscious. The entire Weaver family watched in horror. Kenneth's cruelty was undeniable. However, one could understand Kenneth's brutal demeanor. He had endured unimaginable suffering, from impotence to necrosis. If amputation were on the table, it might just push him over the edge. Still seething with rage, Kenneth stepped closer to Jordan, grabbing him by the collar and growling, "Now, you have 2 choices. 1, I wipe you and your entire family out right now. 2, you cure me immediately. What's your choice?" Jordan's face drained of color as he pleaded, "Mr. Wilson, please don't harm us. I choose the second option. We'll do everything we can to help you. How long will it take? If my penis can't be saved, I'll take you out first, then your family." Jordan nodded vigorously, responding, "We have many skilled doctors at our company. I'll summon them right away for antibacterial and anti-inflammatory treatment. It should hold for a while." Kenneth collapsed onto the sofa, his tone icy. "What are you waiting for? Call the doctors immediately." Jordan quickly instructed Jeffrey to contact the medical team from Weaver Pharmaceutical to come at once. Upon arrival, the doctors promptly infused Kenneth with antibiotics and began treating the ulceration. However, they echoed the opinion of the physician from Silverwing Hospital. While the antibiotics might delay the progression of the ulceration, amputation was still the ultimate solution. Fortunately, this treatment bought them several days to devise a plan. If a cure for Kenneth could not be found, amputation would become the last resort. While Kenneth underwent treatment, he addressed the Weaver family in a frosty tone, "I'm giving you 1 day. If you can't resolve my issue by tomorrow night, the Weaver family will cease to exist. Jordan nodded respectfully, assuring him, "Don't worry, Mr. Wilson. We'll do our utmost." Once aside, Jeffrey whispered urgently to him, "Dad, the doctor said there's no cure. What can we possibly do?" Jordan clenched his teeth, filled with anxiety. "We have to come up with something. Do you want our family to disappear?" Jeffrey wore a concerned frown as he faced his father, Jordan. "Dad, why don't we just sell our property and escape with the money? If Kenneth really wants to come after us, we'll be done for," he exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Jordan erupted in anger, "You fool! Sell our property? If we rush to sell, my billion-dollar empire could drop to a mere 200 million. Do you understand the gravity of that, you idiot? This is my life's work." Liam nodded in agreement. "Dad is right. Jeff, Weaver Pharmaceutical is Dad's cherished creation. How could we possibly sell it just like that?" In response, Jeffrey raised his hand and slapped Liam. "Shut up. Do you really think you have a say in this matter?" Liam stumbled back from the force of the slap, covering his face. Though disheartened, he quickly regained his composure, asserting, "Jeff, I'll keep saying it. The company is Dad's hard work, we cannot sell it. I'm going to kill you." Jeffrey shouted, his face turning a furious shade of red. He looked ready to pounce on Liam when Jordan, who had typically looked down on Liam, intervened. "Your brother is right. We need to find a solution. You can't just sell everything and run away. This is my legacy, built over a lifetime." Jordan took a deep breath and continued, "Listen closely. Whichever of you can resolve this crisis will be appointed as the chairman of Weaver Pharmaceutical. The one who fails will demonstrate they are unfit to lead my company." Jeffrey exclaimed frantically, "Dad! How can this illegitimate bastard inherit your company?" Jordan retorted, "Illegitimate or not, he is still my son. If you, as the eldest, can't handle this, then you will be replaced." Liam, who had been quietly observing the heated exchange, felt a wave of relief wash over him. After enduring years of pressure from the Weaver family, he sensed that his moment to step up had finally arrived. Truth be told, Jordan would likely never hand over the family business to an illegitimate child. However, with Jeffrey's incompetence, he had to find a way to ignite his enthusiasm and encourage him to tackle the ongoing crisis. While the entire Weaver family anxiously searched for a solution to Kenneth's threat, Charlie entered his room after a shower. Claire was lounging on the bed in her nightgown, casually kicking her smooth legs while scrolling through Twitter. On most days, she was inundated with work and stress, so indulging in mindless entertainment on her phone and reading novels in bed had become her favorite way to unwind. Just as Charlie settled down on his makeshift bed on the floor, Claire suddenly screamed and tossed her phone, which hit Charlie square in the face. Ignoring the pain, Charlie asked, "Dear, what's the matter?" Claire grimaced in disgust. "Oh no, I just saw something on Twitter that was revolting." Curious, Charlie leaned in. "What is it? Let me see how bad it is." He reached for her phone that had fallen to the floor. Claire shrieked again, "No, don't look. It's too disgusting. How bad can it be? Now I'm even more curious." He turned on the screen and his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. It was Kian Webb, the creep known for psychologically manipulating girls. Seeing Kian's hysterical reaction in the video confirmed for Charlie that his hypnosis had indeed worked. It was genuinely a delight to witness his unraveling. He was practically done for, destined to suffer an unbearable existence where he had to endure humiliation every hour. Thankfully, he would no longer have the opportunity to ruin another girl's life. With a grin, Charlie locked his screen and turned to Claire, saying, "I know this guy." "Really?" Claire responded, her surprise evident. "How do you know him?" "He's a truly despicable individual who enjoys manipulating young women psychologically, pushing them to harm themselves and even take their own lives for his twisted gratification," Charlie explained. He began sharing Kian's dark past with Claire. Claire's anger flared as she absorbed Charlie's words. "Oh my goodness, what a monster. Why would he do that to other people's daughters? Charlie replied earnestly, "Unfortunately, there are always scumbags like him who derive pleasure from hurting others. They are the lowest of society, and sooner or later, karma catches up with them." Claire nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. It seems like karma has already gotten to him. Still shaken by the disturbing video, Claire decided to put her phone down for the night. Stretching her body, she said, I'm so tired. Charlie, can you please charge my phone? Thanks. I'm going to sleep now. Sure thing, Charlie agreed, plugging in her phone. In the stillness of the night, just as Charlie was about to drift off, he felt his phone vibrating beneath his pillow. He picked it up and saw a notification from Albert. "Master Wade, a group of Japanese men are lying in wait at the Serene World Clinic. I think they're planning to attack Dr. Simmons." Charlie quickly replied, "I believe they're after his medicine." "Damn it!" Albert exclaimed, furious. "Those lowlifes want to seize the magical elixir." "Master Wade, just say the word, and I'll gather my team to capture them, drag them back to my place, chop them up, and feed them to the Tibetan Mastiff." "Hold on," Charlie chuckled. "They have powerful connections. They're with Ichiro Kobayashi, the eldest son of Kobayashi Pharma. I'm planning a trap for him. Just have your guys discreetly protect Dr. Simmons. Let them take the medicine, I prepared it specifically for them." To set the trap for Ichiro Kobayashi, Charlie had refined several terminal lucidity pills and given them to Anthony. This remarkable pill could revive a person, making them feel alive and well for 1 to 2 hours, regardless of how terminally ill they were, even on the brink of death. However, it came with a dire consequence. Once those precious hours were up, the person would die instantly, beyond any hope of rescue. In reality, the pill wasn't poisonous, it functioned more like a euthanasia remedy, allowing someone to express their final wishes before their last breath. The pill's effect was to drain all the person's vitality during those 2 hours of clarity, enabling them to finalize arrangements for property, funerals, and other important matters. Historically, the pill was specially crafted for emperors and generals, kept by their bedside as they faced death. When consumed, it gave them vital time to issue critical orders for their nation and family. Eventually, as times changed, the pill lost its significance. It became rather dangerous, as even healthy individuals would face the same fatal outcome if they took it. They, too, would perish 2 hours later. Thus, in modern contexts, it was essentially akin to poison. Charlie had encountered the pill in an apocalyptic book and dismissed it as impractical. Yet now, it had proven its worth. It could serve as a cunning trap for Ichiro Kobayashi. After giving Albert some instructions, Charlie reached out to Isaac once more. As soon as the call connected, Charlie wasted no time, saying, "Once Ichiro succeeds tonight, he will undoubtedly try to flee the country as quickly as possible. You need to set a trap for him in Oris Hill. Let anyone in his group escape, but make sure Ichiro doesn't." Isaac responded promptly, "Rest assured, Mr. Wade. I've already made all the preparations. I will definitely intercept Ichiro before he gets a chance to escape." Isaac went on to assure him, "I'll ensure that the medicine Ichiro stole from Anthony never leaves the country." "No!" Charlie interrupted urgently. "I want them to take the medicine back to Japan. The medicine should leave, but Ichiro must not be allowed to follow." Isaac quickly replied, "Understood, Mr. Wade. You can count on me to prevent Ichiro's escape." "Great!" Charlie replied with a slight smile. "Once you capture Ichiro, please find a discreet and secluded place for me to meet him and handle things personally." "Absolutely, Mr. Wade." At that moment, Ichiro was completely unaware of the trap set for him. He was sitting in his Maybach, parked across from Serene World Clinic, while several of his men concealed themselves around the building, poised to spring into action at any moment. His father, Masao Kobayashi, had been bedridden and paralyzed for the last 3 years. During this time, Masao had given guidance to Ichiro and his brother, Jiro Kobayashi. He made it clear that the son who contributed the most to Kobayashi Pharma would inherit his position as chairman. Jiro, Ichiro's younger brother, had dedicated years to studying pharmaceutics and had successfully developed various new medications, which had been well received in the market. As a result, their father held Jiro in high regard. Ichiro, on the other hand, felt a twinge of frustration. Unlike Jiro, he did not have a background in pharmaceuticals, he had studied finance instead. While this made him more suitable for business and real estate, he felt out of his depth in the pharmaceutical realm. Only those with a true understanding of medicine could create effective treatments and grasp the intricacies of the medical market. If he could invent a miraculous pill, word of mouth could lead to significant profits. However, if the medication proved ineffective, no amount of advertising would save it. After the initial trial, consumers would likely never give it a second chance. This meant that Jiro had a much better shot at taking over the family business, despite Ichiro being the elder son. In a moment of desperation, Ichiro decided to travel to Oris Hill to attend the Chinese Medicine Expo. He hoped to uncover exceptional prescriptions that he could bring back to Japan and present to his family. Achieving something remarkable might improve his chances of succeeding his father. When he learned that the brilliant doctor, Dr. Simmons, who had recently cured a patient with severe paraplegia, would also be at the expo, Ichiro felt a surge of excitement. If he could obtain the right prescription, not only would he have the opportunity to fully cure his father, but he could also unlock tremendous business potential for his family. This could even lead to significant growth for Kobayashi Pharma. Ichiro was fully aware that his future hinged on the events of the night ahead. With a surge of excitement coursing through him, he quickly picked up the phone to call his father. His father, Masao, who remained confined to his bed due to paralysis, answered the call without delay. "Ichiro, where have you been these past few days? Why haven't you come to see me?" Ichiro replied hurriedly, "Dad. I'm in Oris Hill searching for a medicine for you. I heard about a brilliant doctor here who recently cured a patient with severe paraplegia." "Is that true?" Masao asked, his voice filled with surprise. Could there really be a miraculous doctor in Oris Hill capable of curing severe paraplegia? "Absolutely," Ichiro responded. "I've looked into the hospital records and confirmed that the patient has indeed recovered from severe paraplegia. I spoke to others, and they all say that this genius doctor managed the cure with just half of a magical pill." Half of a magical pill? Masao's excitement was palpable. For the last 3 years, he had endured immense suffering and pain, trapped in bed due to his paralysis. Once a renowned entrepreneur with boundless wealth, he felt as though life had stripped him of joy and opportunity, leaving him in despair. He had explored countless treatments, but it seemed there was no medicine in existence to heal severe paraplegia, making it nearly impossible to restore a patient to their former state. Even intensive physical therapy offered little hope of standing, let alone walking and living a normal life. Yet, hearing Ichiro's news about the extraordinary doctor in Oris Hill sparked a glimmer of hope in Masao's heart. He eagerly anticipated the possibility of a cure. "Ichiro, you must get me this magical medicine, no matter the cost, even if it's $100 million, he exclaimed. Ichiro quickly clarified, "Dad, I'm not sure what the genius doctor is thinking, but he's not willing to sell me the medicine. However, there's no need to worry. I'm ready to take the medicine by any means necessary and send it to Japan tonight so you can have it as soon as possible." Continuing, Ichiro added, "I also heard that the genius doctor has more than one of these magical pills. Once we get one, we can have our team of researchers analyze it to uncover its ingredients. Then, Kobayashi Pharma can develop this medicine, and will rise to become the leading pharmaceutical company in the world. We'll bring great honor to Japan." "Fantastic. You're doing an excellent job," Masao replied, filled with enthusiasm. "You truly are my devoted son. Make sure to pull this off." Ichiro reassured him, "Don't worry, Dad. My private plane is already waiting for me at Oris Airport. After I secure the medicine, I'll leave a few people behind and head back to Japan immediately. As long as I board my private plane, I'll be able to fly back to Tokyo without any issues from anyone in Oris Hill." Masao exclaimed, "That means you'll land in Tokyo just 3 hours after takeoff. I'll be able to take this magical pill in less than 4 hours. I finally have a chance to stand up again." Ichiro felt tears welling up as he said, "Dad. This is a blessing from Amaterasu. You're destined for a life filled with glory, wealth, and health. Yes. Masao responded excitedly, then added a note of caution, Ichiro, please be careful and don't miss your flight. I'll be waiting for your good news in Tokyo. Ichiro quickly assured him, don't worry, Dad. I'll make it back with the magical pill, and soon you'll be able to stand on your own 2 feet. Ichiro was bubbling with excitement after hanging up the phone, feeling as if he might burst with joy. If he could obtain the magical pill, he was certain he would become the successor of Kobayashi Pharma. Visiting Oris Hill had turned out to be a fantastic opportunity. At that moment, Ichiro's assistant, who sat beside him in the Maybach, spoke up, Mr. Kobayashi, it's already 11 o'clock. Should we proceed now? Ichiro nodded, a sneer crossing his face as he commanded, go for it. The assistant swiftly grabbed his walkie-talkie and ordered, do it now. Within moments, 6 men stealthily infiltrated Anthony's Serene World Clinic. Meanwhile, Anthony was tucked away in the small bedroom of the clinic, sound asleep. In fact, he had been anticipating the arrival of the Japanese men at this hour. However, to ensure her safety, he had arranged for his granddaughter, Zyla, to spend the night at a hotel. As the 6 men entered the clinic, they swiftly made their way to Anthony's bedroom, where they found him lying in bed. One of the men quickly covered Anthony's mouth, brandishing a pistol at his temple, and warned, don't scream. If you cooperate, we'll spare your life. Feigning panic, Anthony stammered, what do you want? Hand over the magical pills, the man in black replied coldly. If you don't, I'll shoot. Fear coursed through Anthony, and he exclaimed, don't shoot. Please, I'll give them to you. He then reached into the small pocket of his pajamas and retrieved a tiny wooden box. This box, kept close to his body at all times, radiated Anthony's warmth, underscoring the pill's immense value to him. The man quickly opened the box, revealing 4 pills nestled inside. Overjoyed, he reported back to Ichiro through his walkie-talkie, Mr. Kobayashi, we've located 4 magical pills. 4? That's amazing! Ichiro exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Hurry and hand them over to me. The man inquired again, what should we do about this old man? Ichiro replied, just knock him out. We only need a 1-hour head start to ensure our plan succeeds. Understood. The man swiftly rendered Anthony unconscious with the butt of his pistol, and Anthony collapsed without a fight. At that moment, several of Albert's top professionals were covertly observing the entire scene. They had been prepared to intervene if the intruders intended to harm Anthony. However, since the intruders did not seem intent on causing him serious harm, Anthony would simply have to endure this ordeal. After being struck, Anthony fell unconscious, but fortunately, he was not in any danger. Once the men had accomplished their mission, they quickly exited Serene World Clinic. One of them hurried over to the Maybach parked across the street. As the car window rolled down, he eagerly handed the small wooden box to Ichiro, saying, Mr. Kobayashi, here's the medicine. Ichiro couldn't contain his eagerness as he opened the wooden box. The strong fragrance of the medicinal herbs made him tremble with excitement. Fantastic! Ichiro exclaimed. Head straight to Oris Airport. We're flying to Tokyo immediately. He then instructed the driver, drive now. Get us to the airport as quickly as possible. Turning to his assistant, Ichiro added, notify the crew to prepare for takeoff right away. I want the plane to leave without any delays as soon as we arrive at the airport. If anyone tries to interfere and stop our departure, we will face dire consequences. His assistant offered a reassuring smile before saying, don't stress too much, Mr. Kobayashi. I doubt anyone in Oris Hill can react that quickly. We should reach the airport in about half an hour. Once there, you'll breeze through security thanks to the VIP passage. We'll be airborne within an hour. At that point, not even God can stop us. With that, Ichiro's Maybach sped away from Serene World Clinic, making a beeline for the expressway and the airport. Their goal was to arrive as swiftly as possible to catch their flight back to Tokyo. As they drove, Ichiro's excitement surged. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the 4 magical pills resting before him. With this magical pill, the Kobayashi family will rise to power globally. I'm definitely going to become the chairman of Kobayashi Pharma, he murmured to himself. The Maybach zoomed along, reaching Oris Airport in record time. Upon arriving, Ichiro sprang out of the car, eager to rush into the airport. However, the moment he stepped out, 8 off-road Mercedes-Benz vehicles rolled up and surrounded his Maybach. Out of these vehicles emerged 30 bodyguards clad in black, all seasoned fighters personally trained by Isaac, showcasing exceptional strength and skills. Isaac exited one of the off-road vehicles, gazing coldly at Ichiro. "Mr. Kobayashi, our young lord would like to have a word with you," he declared. "Your young lord?" Ichiro stammered, his heart racing as he concealed the magical pills in his pocket. "Who is your young lord? Do you know who I am?" "I'm the vice chairman of Kobayashi Pharma." Isaac casually patted Ichiro's face and replied indifferently, "Kobayashi Pharma may be a Japanese company, but we're in Oris Hill. Why act so important? Japan is far away, separated by oceans. What's the point in telling me who you are?" Ichiro felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was puzzled as to why these individuals were blocking his path. Was it due to the magical pills, or was there another reason? If it was indeed about the pills, he could be in grave danger. The strength and capability of this group were evident, escaping them would be near impossible. Yet, if their motives were unrelated, did that mean he could still send the medicine back to Japan safely? Trying to maintain his composure, Ichiro asked, "Who is your young lord?" Isaac responded coolly, "Mr. Kobayashi, your family has plagiarized numerous ancient Chinese prescriptions, so I assume you're familiar with our country's history. Have you heard of the Wade family from Eastcliff?" "The Wade family?" Ichiro's shock was palpable. How could he not know of them? The Wade family was the most formidable family in the nation, their influence ranking among the highest in the world. Even major conglomerates in Japan paled in comparison to them, let alone a small pharmaceutical company like his. Panic set in, and Ichiro blurted, "What does your young lord want with me?" Isaac replied, "If you want to know, you'll find out once you come with me." Ichiro pressed, "And what if I refuse to go with you?" Isaac smirked slightly, pulling out a pistol from his pocket. "Since our young lord has instructed me to bring you, if I fail to deliver you alive, I'll ensure I bring your lifeless body instead." Ichiro's concern deepened, but he was even more anxious about whether he could send the magical pills to Tokyo first. This was crucial for solidifying his family's foundation. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he cautiously suggested, "Could I go with you on my own while my assistant returns to Japan? He has important matters to attend to." Isaac chuckled before responding, "Of course, everyone is free to leave except for you." With a sigh of relief, Ichiro discreetly handed the small wooden box containing the pills to his assistant. He then patted his shoulder gently and said, "You should catch the flight back to Tokyo first. Let my father know I'm alright and that I'll see him soon." Ichiro passed the stolen magical pills to his assistant, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he watched his assistant smoothly enter the airport. Afterward, he turned to Isaac and inquired, "Where is your young lord?" Isaac responded casually, "You'll find out once you come with me." With that, he gestured to the people around him, who promptly escorted Ichiro to the nearest off-road Mercedes-Benz. The convoy swiftly departed the airport, en route to Albert's dog farm situated in the suburbs. During the drive, Isaac made a call to Charlie, stating, "Mr. Wade, Ichiro is in my custody now. I'm taking him to Don Albert's dog farm. If you wish to join us, I can have someone pick you up right away." Charlie glanced at Claire, who was peacefully asleep at that moment, and replied, "Sounds good. Please arrange for a car to pick me up outside my house in 5 minutes." After gifting Claire a stunning pearl and clam bracelet worth hundreds of millions, she finally found a restful sleep, which meant she wouldn't wake up no matter what transpired during the night. Charlie felt assured that she wouldn't notice his late-night departure. About 5 minutes later, Charlie stepped outside his home to find a Rolls-Royce waiting for him. Although he had never met the driver before, the driver recognized him immediately, opening the door and respectfully saying, "Mr. Wade, please." Charlie nodded in acknowledgement and climbed into the car, which then set off out of the city. Upon arriving at Albert's dog farm, Charlie noticed that Isaac was already there. This was Charlie's first visit to Albert's dog farm, despite having heard about it for a long time. The dog farm was tucked away in a remote area and was impressively expansive. As Charlie stepped out of the vehicle, he was greeted with the loud barks and growls of numerous dogs. The sounds were deep and menacing, suggesting that many of these dogs were quite large. It was rumored that Albert operated this dog farm primarily to breed and train fighting dogs for underground dog fighting events. Enthusiasts from the underworld often organized competitions, betting millions of dollars on their favored dogs. In addition to breeding dogs, Albert also utilized this place as a site for torture. If he needed someone eliminated, they would simply be sent here to serve as prey for the ferocious fighting dogs. A 3-story building stood in the yard of the dog farm, serving as an office and resting area for the staff. This building included a warehouse for dog food and a secret room where Albert often carried out his grim activities. At that moment, Ichiro was suspended from a frame in the darkness, his hands completely restrained. The criminal underworld of Oris Hill mirrored that of Hong Kong or Taiwan, governed by strict rules that had remained unchanged for over a century. When gang interests were threatened, the typical first response was swift punishment. Meanwhile, the 6 men in black, whom Ichiro had dispatched to steal the magical pills from Anthony, were also being held captive in the same place. Seeing the 6 men filled Ichiro with dread. He realized that this situation might be linked to the magical pills and couldn't help but wonder what fate awaited him now that he had returned the pills to Japan. Just then, Charlie entered the building. Isaac greeted him with a respectful bow, saying, "Mr. Wade, Ichiro and his 6 men are all here." Charlie nodded slightly and turned his attention to Ichiro, smiling as he remarked, "Mr. Kobayashi, it seems we finally meet again." "Ah, you are," Ichiro suddenly recalled Charlie. Ichiro remembered Charlie from the Chinese Medicine Expo when he had been asking Anthony for the prescription for the magical pill. At that time, Ichiro had mistakenly assumed Charlie was merely one of Anthony's subordinates. To his surprise, he now realized that Charlie was actually the young lord of the Wade family. Charlie regarded Ichiro, who was helplessly suspended, and coldly said, "Mr. Kobayashi, you have quite the nerve. Who gave you the gall to send men to rob an elderly man of his magical pills? Are you eager to meet your end?" Ichiro, panicking, quickly exclaimed, "Mr. Wade, this is all a terrible misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Charlie retorted, pointing at the 6 men in black tied up nearby. "Are these 6 men not yours?" Ichiro shook his head vehemently. "No. I don't know them at all." Charlie nodded thoughtfully before addressing the 6 men, asking, "Do you recognize this individual?" The 6 men stared back at him with blank expressions, appearing as if they couldn't understand his language at all. At that moment, Isaac stepped forward and spoke to them in Japanese. The 6 men responded by shaking their heads and speaking rapidly among themselves. Shortly after, Isaac turned to Charlie and said, "Mr. Wade, they claim they don't know this man at all." "Oh," Charlie replied, nodding slightly. He then added, "Since they're unfamiliar with each other, just choose one of them and chop him up alive. After that, you can feed his remains to the dogs, then ask the other 5 for more information." "Understood." Isaac quickly translated Charlie's orders into Japanese, leaving the 6 men shocked and speechless. They were incredulous that after just one simple question, Charlie would resort to such brutality. Was he truly that fearless? Charlie then instructed Albert, "Since you know this area better, take these 6 men out, weigh them one by one, and select the heaviest to dispose of. Make sure the other 5 witness the whole process before bringing them back for further questioning." Albert asked respectfully, "Mr. Wade, what if they confess before that?" Charlie replied nonchalantly, "At this point, it's too late. Regardless of what they say, we'll feed all of them to the dogs tonight." Ichiro was in complete shock. Unlike the other 6, he understood their language and grasped the full implication of Charlie's words. He was genuinely contemplating the horrifying possibility that Charlie would choose to chop him up as well. As Albert and his team escorted the 6 men out of the building, Ichiro's anxiety escalated. Approximately 10 minutes later, the unsettling sounds of howling and growling dogs echoed from the dog farm. After a brief while, the remaining 5 men were dragged back into the building, visibly trembling with fear. As soon as they entered, panic ensued. They began shouting at Ichiro in Japanese. Isaac swiftly interpreted their frantic claims for Charlie. "Mr. Wade, they're telling Ichiro that they witnessed their companion being chopped up and fed to the dogs." Charlie nodded and turned his gaze to Ichiro, who looked on the verge of fainting from terror. In a cold tone, Charlie warned, "Ichiro Kobayashi, this is your final chance. Be truthful with me now, or you'll meet the same fate as that unfortunate man." Though Ichiro was determined to support his family, he never intended for that to cost him his life. Overwhelmed by the reality of Charlie's intentions, he quickly pleaded, "Mr. Wade, I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. I was the one who hired them to rob Dr. Simmons of his magical pills. Please have mercy, I'm willing to pay any price." Charlie, frowning, asked, "Where is the medicine now?" Ichiro responded, "My assistant took it to the airport." Charlie pressed on, "Has the plane already taken off?" Ichiro nodded fervently, "Yes, it should have departed by now and left Oris Hill's airspace." Furious, Charlie clenched his teeth. "How dare you steal the medicine of our ancestors?" "Very well. Since your man has already smuggled our medicine back to Japan, you will pay for this with your life in this country." Ichiro was overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down his face as Charlie spoke. Despite not being a bad person, he was a wealthy young lord who aimed to bring honor to his family through his actions. Now, however, he found himself ensnared by Charlie, trapped in a dog farm, where he could be devoured by vicious dogs at any moment. Naturally, Ichiro felt both terrified and regretful. With desperation in his voice, he pleaded, "Mr. Wade, I'm begging you. Just give me a number. I promise to pay whatever you ask. If not, I can call my father and ask him to instruct the crew to turn the plane around and head back to Oris Hill immediately. I'll return the magical pill to you directly. Would that work for you?" Charlie retorted, "Are you seriously trying to deceive me right now? Do you really think I'm that gullible? I know there are many companies with advanced component analysis equipment. With just a sample, you could figure out all the ingredients of a medicinal product in minutes. Kobayashi Pharma is a major pharmaceutical company, you must have such technology, right?" Ichiro nodded through his tears, "Yes, we do have that kind of equipment. But I didn't bring it with me to Oris Hill. So, Mr. Wade, you can be assured that unless the magical pills reach the Kobayashi Pharma lab, we won't be able to analyze their ingredients." Charlie scoffed, replying, "Do you really expect me to believe that? For all I know, you could have the equipment on your plane. You might already have a list of the magical pill's ingredients. You could have even had someone scrape off a bit of the pill, and that tiny sample would be enough for you to analyze." Ichiro, still sobbing, responded, "Mr. Wade, I swear on my honor that I'm not lying." Charlie slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "You're a thief and a robber, and you dare to talk about honor in front of me?" Ichiro was left speechless. Charlie was right, he was indeed a thief, and it was quite ironic for him to speak of honor in this situation. In a hurry, Ichiro asked, "Mr. Wade, please tell me what I can do. If you propose a solution, I'll do everything I can to fulfill your request." Charlie replied, "It's actually quite simple. Since you've stolen our magical pill, I can only assume you have the ingredients and formula. It would be best for you to pay us directly for the prescription of the magical pills." Ichiro immediately nodded in agreement, "No problem. Absolutely no problem. Mr. Wade, please tell me the price so I can inform my family right away." Charlie responded coolly, $10 billion. "If you don't pay, not only will I kill you and feed you to the dogs, but I will also expose how someone from Kobayashi Pharma stole another's prescription on international grounds. That would surely tarnish Kobayashi Pharma's reputation worldwide." Ichiro was utterly shocked, exclaiming, "Mr. Wade, $10 billion is far too much, we simply don't have that kind of money. Are you still trying to negotiate with me at a time like this?" Charlie asked coldly. "I've done my research on Kobayashi Pharma. I know your company is thriving and that you reported a net profit of $2 billion just last year. I also found out that you borrowed a significant amount from the bank to construct Asia's largest production base in Osaka, Japan. That money must be sitting in Kobayashi Pharma's bank account now, right? Ichiro trembled as he explained, Mr. Wade, the truth is, that money is crucial for Kobayashi Pharma. Moreover, it is under my father's control, and I don't have access to it. Charlie nodded and said, all right then. You can call your father and tell him everything right now. Afterward, Charlie instructed Isaac, loosen his right hand and hand him the cell phone. Isaac complied, releasing Ichiro's right hand and giving him his cell phone. Ichiro felt a surge of determination as he prepared to call his father. Meanwhile, Masao was filled with impatience, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the magical pills in Tokyo. His anxiety was palpable. He had even instructed his family to arrange for an ambulance to take him straight to the airport so he could await the shipment there. The Kobayashi family held a prominent reputation in Tokyo, possessing a private independent hangar at Tokyo Airport for their personal jet. Additionally, this hangar featured a luxurious lounge owned by the Kobayashi family. It was there that Masao brought his younger son, Jiro, as they both waited for the magical pills to arrive. Suddenly, Masao's phone rang, and it was Ichiro. He quickly asked, Ichiro, I heard you didn't board the plane that took off earlier. Where are you right now? Ichiro rushed to respond, Dad. I was captured by the young lord of the Wade family in Eastcliff. He accused me of stealing the magical pills and their prescription. Now, he's demanding we pay $10 billion for the patent of the prescription. If we don't, he'll not only take my life but also expose Kobayashi Pharma's theft of the prescriptions. What? Masao exclaimed in shock, his voice rising, how could you be so reckless? Ichiro pleaded, Dad. I was careful. I don't know how they found out about me. You have to help me, or I'm going to die tonight. Masao responded coldly, $10 billion is an outrageous demand. I won't agree to that. I might consider $1 billion instead. Isaac had been translating the entire conversation for Charlie, and as soon as he heard Masao's offer, he scoffed, Mr. Masao Kobayashi, with all due respect, the magical pills you've taken from us are extraordinary. They have powerful healing properties that could cure your severe paraplegia and similar ailments. If you release this drug to the market, you could easily make at least $10 billion within a year. This is actually a fantastic deal for you. Do you understand? Masao snorted, how can I trust that this medicine is as miraculous as you claim? Charlie replied, it's quite simple. The magical pills will arrive in Tokyo in less than an hour. I've heard you're currently paralyzed and bedridden. After taking our medicine, you should see significant improvement in no more than 10 minutes. Once you experience its effects firsthand, you'll be obliged to pay us the $10 billion immediately. If not, I will expose the fact that your son stole the medicine and prescription. Kobayashi Pharma's reputation will be destroyed. He added ominously, and your son will face dire consequences as well. Masao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His son was caught in a precarious situation, and the opposing party had undeniable evidence of his wrongdoing. If he refused to cooperate, the truth would surely come out, leading to Kobayashi Pharma's disgrace on a global scale. In such a scenario, the Japanese government would likely ban the production of these magical pills in accordance with international law. This would leave Masao at a severe disadvantage and possibly cost his son his life. Conversely, if the medicine truly worked as advertised, $10 billion would be a small price to pay. He could easily recuperate that amount within a year, and start seeing profits shortly after. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Masao quickly replied, all right. If your magical pill truly cures my severe paraplegia and restores my health, I will pay you $10 billion for the exclusive rights to this prescription. 1 hour later, a Global Express private jet touched down at Tokyo Airport. After landing, the plane made its way to its designated private hangar. In the hangar, Masao had been waiting patiently for quite some time. The moment the jet entered the hangar, it halted, and the door swung open instantly. Ichiro's assistant eagerly leaped out, holding a small wooden box in his hand, and hurried over to Masao. Masao, seated in his wheelchair, felt a surge of anticipation for the medicine. His second son, Jiro, pushed the wheelchair, wearing a blank expression. Internally, Jiro was quite frustrated. He had been gaining ground in the race to become the family heir, relying solely on his own skills to surpass his elder brother. Yet, unexpectedly, his brother had traveled all the way to Oris Hill in pursuit of the legendary pills. If this medicine truly possessed miraculous properties, it wouldn't just cure their father's illness, it would also yield significant profits for Kobayashi Pharma. In that case, all the advantages Jiro had worked so hard to accumulate over the years would be rendered meaningless. With both hands, Ichiro's assistant presented the magical medicine to Masao, exclaiming, "Chairman! This is the miraculous medicine that the vice-chairman went to great lengths to obtain for you. He instructed me to deliver it to you as soon as I arrived in Tokyo." Masao nodded, unable to contain his excitement. "Please, give me one of the pills." The assistant quickly opened the small wooden box and handed a pill to Masao, while one of the servants rushed over with a glass of warm water. Trembling with anticipation, Masao held the pill close to his nose, inhaling its fragrant aroma. "This scent is so rich and pure, infused with the essence of herbal medicine. Just the fragrance alone revitalizes the spirit," he exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the pill, accompanied by the warm water. Everyone present watched intently, wondering if this medicine was truly as extraordinary as claimed. What if it could actually reverse severe paraplegia? Suddenly, Masao felt a wave of warmth enveloping his abdomen, spreading pleasantly throughout his body. He couldn't help but sigh, "This is incredible. I haven't felt any sensation in my legs for a long time, yet this medicine is warming them up." Minutes later, a powerful surge of strength coursed through Masao, making him feel rejuvenated, as if he had turned back the clock by 10 or even 20 years. Overcome with excitement, he attempted to stand, eager to reclaim control of his legs. To his astonishment, he managed to stand on his own with minimal effort. "Oh my God!" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even Jiro was taken aback. Having studied medicine, he understood that treating issues related to the nervous system was incredibly challenging, if not impossible. No amount of wealth could restore a paralyzed person completely, let alone allow them to stand unaided. Yet, in under 10 minutes, this miraculous medicine had enabled his father, who had been paralyzed for over 3 years, to stand unaided. This was nothing short of astonishing. This medicine could potentially treat paraplegia, hemiplegia, strokes, and even conditions like Parkinson's disease, all of which were linked to the nervous system. This truly was an unbeatable miracle medicine. Masao decided to take a step forward, initially expecting to stumble, but to his surprise, he walked with ease. Filled with exhilaration, he began to walk faster, even spinning around and trotting a few steps. He felt not only liberated from his paralysis but also rejuvenated, as if he were 20 years younger. The family doctor rushed forward to assess Masao's condition, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Chairman, your damaged nervous system has been completely restored. This is nothing short of a medical miracle." "Yes. A miracle. This is a miracle that even Amaterasu might not be able to achieve." Masao was so thrilled that he felt like he might burst with excitement. Just as his joy reached its peak, Charlie's phone call arrived without delay. "Mr. Kobayashi, how does the medicine feel?" Charlie inquired. At this moment, Masao was completely convinced of the magical medicine's power. Overcome with enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Mr. Wade, I agree to your terms. I will purchase the patent for these miraculous pills for $10 billion. Charlie responded, "I'll provide you with my bank account details now. Make sure to transfer the funds within 20 minutes. If you don't, I will reveal all your wrongdoings to the world." Masao quickly assured him, "Mr. Wade, rest assured. I will instruct my financial team to transfer the money immediately." In truth, the total funds on Kobayashi Pharma's financial records were just over $10 billion, with more than 70% of that figure being bank loans. Yet, for Masao, this investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. With this extraordinary pill, Kobayashi Pharma was bound to rise to become the world's leading pharmaceutical company. A few minutes later, Charlie received a notification. Japan's Kobayashi Pharma has successfully transferred $10 billion into your account. Seeing that the money had been received, Charlie smiled and said to Masao, Mr. Kobayashi, I wish you and Ichiro all the best in your endeavors. As soon as he finished speaking, Charlie promptly hung up the phone. At that moment, Ichiro, filled with anticipation, asked, Mr. Wade, since my family has transferred the funds, can I leave now? Charlie smiled enigmatically and replied, Are you so eager to leave? Ichiro responded, I want to return to Tokyo without delay to prepare for taking over Kobayashi Pharma. Charlie chuckled, Mr. Kobayashi, don't worry too much. In about half an hour, you may find yourself begging me for assistance. What do you mean by that? Ichiro asked, surprised. Are you reconsidering your promise? Charlie smirked and said confidently, Charlie Wade, have never gone back on my word. If you choose to leave now, you may do so. But if you run back later seeking my protection, I will think twice before helping you. Ichiro frowned, unable to comprehend Charlie's insinuation. All he could think about was getting back to Japan quickly. He hastily said, Mr. Wade, thank you for your generosity. Could you please arrange for me and my men to get to the airport as soon as possible? I want to catch the earliest flight back to Japan. Charlie shook his head firmly, You can leave, but your 5 companions cannot. Ichiro quickly inquired, What do you mean by that? Charlie explained, These 5 individuals were not part of our deal. Moreover, they committed armed robbery in Oris Hill, which is a serious crime, and they must face the consequences. Ichiro exclaimed, Mr. Wade, is it really necessary to kill them? Charlie replied coolly, If I let them go today, other companies like Dahlin Pharmaceuticals, Pana Pharmaceuticals, and Sony Pharmaceuticals might think they can act recklessly in Oris Hill in the future. If you continue to negotiate with me, I might just have to take more drastic measures. With a look of horror, Ichiro fell silent, glancing at his 5 confused subordinates who couldn't understand the local language. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Please take me to the airport. Turning to Albert, Charlie instructed, Albert, personally escort him to the airport. If he begs you to bring him back later, you must return him to me. But first, find a place to give him a good beating before bringing him back. Understood. Albert nodded respectfully. Mr. Kobayashi, please follow me. Ichiro looked at Charlie seriously and said, Mr. Wade, you are quite the confident man. However, I assure you, I have no intention of returning here. Goodbye. Charlie smiled silently, not responding. He estimated that Masao, the elderly man, would likely be dead within the next 20 minutes to half an hour. When that happened, Ichiro's younger brother would surely suspect that Ichiro had intentionally caused their father's demise. Even if he didn't doubt Ichiro's loyalty, the death of his father would be a burden for Ichiro as he tried to take over the pharmaceutical company. At that point, Ichiro would undoubtedly find himself pursued by Kobayashi Pharma, scared to return to Japan. Albert was driving a thrilled Ichiro as they hurried to the airport. Ichiro's excitement was palpable. Despite the hefty $10 billion payment to Charlie for the medicine prescription, his father's paralysis had been completely reversed. In addition, Kobayashi Pharma had successfully obtained the prescription for the miraculous medicine. This prescription meant that Kobayashi Pharma was on the verge of significant growth. Once Ichiro became the chairman of Kobayashi Pharma, he would finally reach the peak of his ambitions. He could hardly contain his excitement to return to Tokyo and bask in his father's admiration and respect. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Japan, Masao, now fully healthy, was reveling in the joys of youth. His improved physical condition made him eager to seek out 2 young women to relive the vitality he had long missed. As he exited the airport, Masao felt the urge to drive himself. 2 of his greatest passions in life were women and cars. Both pursuits offered him a strong sense of control. However, finding women at this moment would prove challenging. Besides, his reputation could suffer if he sought companionship too soon after his recovery, especially with his second son accompanying him. But surely, he could still drive, right? Jiro, aware of his father's wishes, knew he couldn't refuse. He felt vulnerable at the moment, knowing that once his older brother returned to Tokyo, he would be seen as the hero of the Kobayashi family. Thus, Jiro understood the need to flatter his father now. Quickly, he suggested, "Dad, why not take my Bentley sports car home instead? You used to love speed when you were younger. This car is sleek and sporty, and since it's late at night, the roads should be clear, allowing you to drive as fast as you want." "All right." Masao chuckled, sliding into the driver's seat of Jiro's Bentley sports car. Jiro quickly hopped into the passenger seat and remarked, "Dad, I never thought I'd get to ride in a car driven by you again in my lifetime. I've always felt secure and enjoyed the experience of being in your car." Masao nodded with a smile, saying, "Jiro, this is truly a stroke of good fortune. Amaterasu might not have imagined I would still get to enjoy these moments. It feels like a second spring in my life." Jiro, filled with anticipation, exclaimed, "Dad, why don't you start the car? I can't wait to see you behind the wheel again." Masao smiled and reached for the button to start the engine. However, just as he reached out, he suddenly felt a stiffness seize his body, as if he were losing control. Noticing his father's hand hovering over the button without pressing it, Jiro quickly inquired, "Dad, are you feeling too excited?" Masao couldn't speak, only managing to whimper as he struggled to breathe, feeling as if he might suffocate. When Jiro turned to look at his father, he was horrified. Masao's face had turned a dark shade of purple, with blood vessels on his neck and forehead bulging alarmingly. It was a terrifying sight. Panicking, Jiro exclaimed, "Dad! What's happening to you?" Masao felt as though strong hands were squeezing his neck. With a pained expression, he managed to utter, This medicine, is poisonous." And just like that, Masao lost all his strength, his head tilting as he collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The terminal lucidity pill finally revealed its true nature, leading to Masao's untimely demise. Unbeknownst to Masao, he was on the brink of death, having consumed what he thought was a remedy, but was, in fact, a lethal poison. At that moment, Jiro flung open the car door and shouted to the family members who were preparing to get into other vehicles, "Dad has been poisoned. The so-called magic medicine my brother brought back is toxic." His words hit everyone like a bolt of lightning. A crowd quickly gathered around his Bentley, and the family doctor rushed over to assess the situation. It was evident to all that the elderly man was unmistakably dead. Masao's face was a grotesque sight, his expression was contorted and horrifying. His skin had turned a deep shade of black, his eyes were bloodshot, and blood seeped from them. His mouth was agape, and he had died a truly agonizing death. The family doctor stepped forward, his voice shaking as he confirmed, "The chairman, he's really gone. He truly died from poisoning." Could the magic medicine actually have been poison? The Kobayashi family stood frozen in shock, grappling with the implications of his statement. If the magic medicine was indeed poisonous, they faced a monumental disaster. With the chairman of Kobayashi Pharma now deceased, the company had already transferred nearly all of its cash to another party. To make matters worse, over 70% of that amount had been financed through bank loans. This meant that Kobayashi Pharma would require 8 to 10 years to repay the banks. The prospects for rapid growth seemed utterly bleak. At that moment, the future of Kobayashi Pharma appeared grim. Jiro wore a dark expression, clouded with sorrow over his father's death, yet a flicker of excitement brewed within him. He realized that his brother, Ichiro, would no longer pose a threat to his position. Not only would Ichiro be unable to challenge him, but Jiro could also command his elimination. Taking the life of his own father was an unthinkable crime. Should Ichiro dare to return to Japan, he would face a gruesome fate. No! Even if Ichiro chose to stay away from Japan, Jiro would ensure that someone would be dispatched to track him down and finish him off. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiro's expression hardened. My brother, Ichiro, must be the one who plotted to harm and kill our father. Such treachery cannot go unpunished. Japanese cultural customs closely mirror those of China, and both traditions hold that killing one's own father is the gravest sin imaginable. With gritted teeth, Jiro declared, Jiro Kobayashi, hereby announce a bounty of 5 billion yen for anyone who can eliminate Ichiro Kobayashi for the heinous crime of murdering our father. I will also temporarily assume the role of chairman of Kobayashi Pharma. Spread the word to all gang members in Japan and beyond, Ichiro must be found. 5 billion yen translates to roughly $50 million, an enormous sum. Even though Kobayashi Pharma had just suffered a staggering loss of $10 billion, it remained a globally recognized pharmaceutical company. Jiro believed that spending 5 billion yen to secure his brother's death was a worthy investment. This reward would undoubtedly galvanize the Japanese gangs to hunt down Ichiro. Once Ichiro was out of the picture, Jiro would be the uncontested chairman of the company. Meanwhile, Ichiro's assistant was terrified and hurriedly fled the airport, ensuring he went unnoticed. Once safe, he quickly dialed Ichiro's number. As soon as the call connected, he exclaimed, "Mr. Kobayashi, don't return to Japan. You cannot come back. Your father has died, and your younger brother believes you killed him with that magic medicine. Now he's put a 5 billion yen bounty on your life." Ichiro was completely taken aback by his assistant's shocking news. His father had passed away. He died after taking the magical medicine that Ichiro had sent him. How could this be true? Was it possible that the magic medicine was actually poison? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ichiro felt a wave of anger and fear. He longed to confront Charlie face to face. Charlie had the audacity to swindle his family out of $10 billion and poison his father to death. Wasn't that utterly cruel? Yet, deep down, Ichiro understood that he could never overpower Charlie. What would be the point of confronting him? His father was gone, and there was no way to bring him back to life. Ichiro also realized that it would be futile to expect Charlie to return the $10 billion. In that moment, Ichiro's assistant urgently advised, "Mr. Ichiro, you need to find a place to hide in Oris Hill. Avoid being seen for now. I suspect that many Japanese gang members and assassins will be coming to Oris Hill to hunt you down tomorrow." Listening to his assistant's words filled Ichiro with panic and dread. This was dire. His brother had placed a bounty of 5 billion yen on his head. Suddenly, Ichiro recalled something Charlie had said before leaving. He quickly pleaded with Albert to take him back to Charlie. It seemed Charlie had anticipated this turn of events. That scoundrel! He deliberately set this trap and caused his father's death. Ichiro was consumed with a desire to make Charlie pay. However, as he pondered his situation, Ichiro knew he could not return to Japan anytime soon. Furthermore, he had nowhere to hide in Oris Hill when the Japanese gang members came searching for him tomorrow. It appeared that Charlie was his only hope for survival. After all, Charlie had significant influence in the country, and no Japanese gang members could possibly challenge him. Desperate, Ichiro implored Albert, "Don Albert, please, could you take me back to Mr. Wade?" Albert nodded slightly before pulling the car over and moving to the front passenger seat. He opened the door, yanked Ichiro out, and began to punch and beat him without uttering a word. After taking a beating, Ichiro shouted, "Don Albert, what are you doing?" Albert simply replied, "This is what Mr. Wade instructed me to do. He said if you asked me to bring you back, I should first give you a thrashing before taking you to see him." With that, Albert continued to kick and strike Ichiro, who was now lying on the ground. Even though Albert was older than Ichiro, he was a mob boss, and his physical strength was extraordinary. After just a few blows, Ichiro felt dizzy but remained silent, fearing that Albert might abandon him to his fate. Once the beating was over, Albert lifted Ichiro to his feet and tossed him into the car, heading back to the dog farm. Upon their return, Ichiro discovered that his remaining 5 men had already been fed to the dogs. As soon as he faced Charlie, he broke down and demanded, "Mr. Wade, why did you deceive us with fake medicine? My father is dead, and my brother is out to kill me for revenge. How could you be so cruel?" Charlie smirked, curling his lips in disdain, and replied, "You foolish Japanese. Is there something wrong with your brain? When did I ever give you any fake medicine or lie to you?" In a heated moment, Ichiro shouted, "My father passed away suddenly after taking your medicine. Are you really saying it's not related to the medicine? Charlie simply shrugged and replied, weren't you the one who stole the medicine? Do you even remember how this all unfolded? You took it upon yourself to rob and steal the medicine. Let me make this clear, you were the one who stole it. Do you understand? I didn't give you anything. He continued, you were the one who procured the poison all by yourself and arranged for it to be delivered to your father. After taking that poison, he died. This is entirely your doing. So, what part of this is my responsibility? Did I ever instruct you to steal poison from Dr. Simmons? At this point, Ichiro was left utterly speechless. Charlie was right, Ichiro had indeed sent his men to steal the medicine from Anthony. However, he never anticipated that the so-called magical pills he had taken were actually poison. Even if Anthony and Charlie had conspired against him, he knew he had no grounds for a lawsuit or revenge. After all, he was the thief in this situation, and the consequences of his actions were entirely his own doing. Ichiro realized that no one in his family, especially his younger brother, would ever forgive him. They would surely accuse him of causing their father's death. Overwhelmed with despair, Ichiro knelt before Charlie, weeping and pleading, Mr. Wade, I acknowledge that everything that happened is my fault. My malicious intent led to this tragedy. I was the one who sent my men to rob Dr. Simmons of his so-called magic medicine. Please, spare my life considering that I indirectly helped you gain $10 billion. If you don't, I'm truly finished. Charlie nodded and said, I can provide you with temporary shelter at the dog farm. If you remain there, your brother and the Japanese gang will be unable to find you. Relieved, Ichiro quickly bowed to Charlie, expressing his gratitude, Thank you, Mr. Wade. Thank you. Charlie responded, I appreciate your thanks, but you shouldn't just sit idly by waiting for your demise. You need to contribute and earn your keep here. He continued, Here's what we'll do, you'll assist at the dog farm by taking care of the dogs, walking them, and cleaning up after them. Though Ichiro was not thrilled about this arrangement, he dared not voice his dissatisfaction. Instead, he nodded repeatedly, saying, Of course, Mr. Wade. I'll get it all done. Satisfied, Charlie turned to Albert and instructed, Albert, please make all the necessary arrangements. Let him stay and help you at the dog farm, and keep an eye on him for me. Albert responded respectfully, Mr. Wade, I'll take care of everything right away. Charlie nodded and said, Ichiro, you can go with Albert now. Ichiro quickly got up and followed Albert into the night, a grateful expression on his face. Once they left, Isaac stepped forward cautiously and asked, Mr. Wade, are you really going to keep this Japanese man at the dog farm? Charlie smiled and replied, I'm only keeping him there temporarily while waiting for his brother to offer a bounty for his head. As long as Ichiro is alive, his brother's position as chairman of Kobayashi Pharma will be unstable. The more he struggles to find Ichiro, the more desperate he'll become. I plan to sell him to his brother when the price reaches $1 or $2 billion. Isaac was taken aback and said, If that's the case, Ichiro is surely doomed. He deserves it. Charlie sneered. Kobayashi Pharma has repeatedly plagiarized ancient Chinese medicine, and now Ichiro has come to Oris Hill to steal from Dr. Simmons. They've been invading our country for ages, and they dare to rob us. We must ensure they face the consequences for their actions. Otherwise, we'll be ridiculed for not standing up for ourselves. Isaac remarked, Mr. Wade, doesn't this count as kidnapping? Plus, you've already extorted $10 billion from them. They've lost their father because of this. Hasn't the Kobayashi family suffered enough for their crimes? Charlie smiled slightly and replied, This isn't enough at all. Ichiro must pay for his actions. Otherwise, he'll think he can come to Oris Hill to cheat, deceive, and steal whenever he pleases. He must be delusional if he believes he can escape the consequences of his actions. Ichiro was completely unaware of Charlie's ulterior motives when he took him in. What he didn't realize was that Charlie intended to sell him to his brother. Charlie harbored no sympathy for Ichiro. In fact, he loathed him with a passion. Fortunately, Charlie had been vigilant. If Anthony's magical pills had been stolen by Ichiro, the consequences would have been disastrous. Although Charlie doubted that the Japanese could decipher his prescription, he was certain that if they managed to do so, it would lead to chaos. For this reason, Charlie believed that the Japanese were to blame for their own predicament. Whether it was the 6 men clad in black, Masao in Tokyo, or Ichiro, who was on the brink of death, they all had themselves to blame for their fates. Before dawn, Isaac drove Charlie home. This time, Isaac had a newfound appreciation for Charlie's capabilities. Initially, he viewed Charlie as just an ordinary young lord who had been living away from the Wade family. Now that he was back, it became clear that his greatest asset was none other than the Wade family itself. However, Isaac would never have guessed that this seemingly humble young lord possessed such extraordinary strength and influence. Not only did many affluent and powerful individuals in Oris Hill respect him, but Charlie also had the cunning to dismantle Kobayashi Pharma as a lesson to them. The Kobayashi family had given Charlie $10 billion, and in return, Charlie had taken Masao's life to pay for his transgressions. Soon, Ichiro would meet a similar fate. This realization filled Isaac with a mix of admiration and deep-seated fear for Charlie. At that moment, Charlie sat quietly in the back seat of the car. As they neared home, Charlie suddenly instructed, "Isaac, make sure not to inform the Wade family about today's events." Isaac quickly nodded and replied dutifully, "Mr. Wade, you can count on me to keep this under wraps." Isaac was merely a representative for the Wade family in the Oris province, but there were countless others like him across the country and the globe, all working for the family. This made it quite challenging for Isaac to ascend the ranks. However, with Charlie now in Oris Hill, he recognized this as his prime opportunity to prove himself. If he earned Charlie's favor, when Charlie eventually returned to Eastcliff to reunite with the Wade family, Isaac would certainly benefit from Charlie's rise to power. Thus, Isaac resolved to serve Charlie as his one and only master. Charlie was pleased with this attitude and asked, "By the way, have you heard about Kenneth from the Wilson family in Eastcliff and Kian from the Webb family in the southern region? What's their current situation?" Isaac was a formidable figure in Oris Hill. Before Charlie's arrival, Albert had already been prepared to serve him. With a robust network of connections and intelligence in the area, Charlie was confident that Isaac would have the answers. Isaac casually replied, "Kenneth went to Silverwing Hospital tonight, and it appears he has an ulceration issue. The doctors informed him that over 80% of it is beyond saving, and they recommended amputation. I also heard that Kenneth brought a group of men to confront the Weaver family." Charlie chuckled and remarked, "It sounds like Kenneth took some dubious medicine, didn't he?" "Yes," Isaac confirmed. "It seems the Weaver family developed a new drug, and he was the first to try it, but things went awry." Charlie nodded thoughtfully. He clearly understood Kenneth's predicament. The relentless strain had irreparably damaged Kenneth's nerves, meaning he would never reclaim his manhood in this lifetime. Even if Anthony had provided him with the miraculous pills, they would have been of no use. If Kenneth were to take any medication recklessly in an attempt to restore his abilities, it would only lead to further complications, causing the medicine to build up in his system and result in tissue necrosis. The Weaver family truly seemed to be in a precarious situation. Kenneth was not only challenging to deal with but also malevolent. He was determined to obliterate the Weaver family completely. At that moment, Isaac chimed in, "The second young lord of the Webb family is currently confined at Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. Apparently, he's afflicted with a peculiar disease. He has to consume excrement every hour, otherwise, he feels as though he's dying. His father and brother flew into Oris Hill overnight, bringing along numerous mental and medical specialists, but their efforts have proven futile. They can barely keep him alive by feeding him every hour." As he recounted this bizarre situation, Isaac sighed, saying, "I pride myself on being well informed, but I've never come across anything like this before. If it weren't for the videos circulating on social media, I would struggle to believe it. The world is indeed a strange place." Curious, Charlie asked, "What are his father and brother up to?" Isaac quickly responded, "The head of the Webb family is Kian's grandfather, Lord Webb. Despite being the current leader, Kian's father, Donald Webb, is already heavily involved in the family business, likely preparing to take over the leadership in the future." Continuing, Isaac explained, "Kian's brother, Sean Webb, graduated from Cambridge University just last year and has begun to take on responsibilities in the family business under Donald's mentorship. Donald views Sean as his successor and is grooming him for future leadership. Charlie listened attentively, acknowledging the Webb family's significant influence in the southern region. However, he felt no fear toward them. He had taught the second young lord of the Webb family a lesson because that young man was ruthless and heartless. If the Webb family chose to investigate further, Charlie was more than willing to engage them in a bit of fun. Just then, Isaac's car pulled up in front of Charlie's house. Charlie opened the car door and said, "You've been busy all night. Thank you for your efforts. You should head home and get some rest." Isaac nodded gratefully, saying, "Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Wade." After stepping out of the car, Charlie noticed the sky beginning to lighten. Upon entering his house, Charlie saw that his wife, Claire, and his father-in-law were still peacefully asleep. He returned to his bedroom and felt relieved to see Claire sleeping soundly. Thanks to the apocalyptic book, Charlie's mental state was always optimal, allowing him to feel energized even after a sleepless night. He then took out the 300-year-old purple ginseng he had purchased for $100 million at an auction the previous evening and examined it closely. This extraordinary purple ginseng possessed immense medicinal properties, providing more than enough potency for Charlie to create an even more effective rejuvenating pill. The effects of this rejuvenating pill were remarkable. It had the power to bring the dead back to life. For someone on the brink of death, taking this pill could restore them to life and grant them several additional years. Moreover, if someone took this pill in their later years, they might extend their lifespan by 10 years or more. Even a healthy individual consuming this pill could experience a significant boost in vitality, enhanced immunity against diseases, and increased resistance to various toxins. For an ordinary person, this rejuvenating pill would be considered one of the most magical remedies available. Although Charlie's body was already stronger than that of most people, regularly taking the rejuvenating pill would help him optimize his health and push his limits even further. With this in mind, Charlie resolved to spend some time today preparing the remaining herbs and materials necessary to refine the rejuvenating pills. Claire awoke around 7 o'clock in the morning. Upon hearing some stirring, Charlie quickly pretended to be asleep, lying still on the floor. As Claire quietly got out of bed, she stretched and glanced at Charlie, who was still sprawled on the floor, and a wave of distress washed over her. Since marrying Charlie and welcoming him into the Wilson family, he had been sleeping on the floor for over 3 years. Initially, Claire didn't think much of Charlie. She had no feelings for him back then. However, after spending so many years together, Claire found herself feeling a surprising sense of safety with Charlie by her side. At times, she even worried that he might leave her unexpectedly. Recently, a lot had transpired at home, reinforcing Claire's belief that Charlie was the only person she could truly count on in this world. Compared to him, her close relatives seemed utterly unreliable. There was no need to mention her grandmother and other relatives. They had never considered her part of their family. As for Claire's mother, she left her utterly speechless. In her mother's eyes, Claire was merely a means to an end, a tool for achieving a lavish lifestyle. Despite being married to Charlie for over 3 years, Elaine still hoped for a divorce so Claire could marry a wealthy man. Furthermore, Claire's father was a confused individual, and it would be a blessing if he didn't create problems for them, let alone offer any support in critical moments. Thus, Claire felt the most secure with Charlie, who was still sleeping on the floor. Her heart raced as she observed him, and suddenly, the bedroom door swung open. Looking up, Claire saw her mother, Elaine, rushing into the room in her pajamas. Claire couldn't help but ask, "Mom, what are you doing? Why did you come in without knocking?" Elaine dashed to the side of the bed, glanced down at the sleeping Charlie, and sighed in relief. "I had a nightmare. I dreamt that you were pregnant with Charlie's baby, and it terrified me. I had to check to see if he was in your bed. Thankfully, he isn't." As she gently massaged her chest, Elaine continued, "Listen, Claire. You must never let Charlie sleep in your bed. Do you understand?" Feeling annoyed, Claire replied, "Mom, Charlie and I are husband and wife. Our sleeping arrangement is none of your concern." "Nonsense!" Elaine shouted, placing her hands on her hips. I gave birth to you, so everything you do is my business. I won't allow some worthless man to take advantage of my daughter." Claire shot back, "Mom. Charlie saved your life." Elaine, with one hand still on her hip, waved her other hand dismissively. "Don't talk to me about that useless man. I've lived long enough to know that being heartless is the only way to survive." Then she added, "Claire, you need to be smart. The most valuable thing you have is your body. With your looks, you could easily marry a billionaire after divorcing Charlie. Our family would thrive." Frustrated, Claire flicked her quilt and declared, "I'm done arguing. I'm going to wash up now." "Hey, you!" Elaine hurried after Claire, eager to continue her lecture. Once they left the room, Charlie opened his eyes, feeling troubled. His devil of a mother-in-law was truly insufferable. He resolved to teach her a lesson someday. At 7:30 in the morning, Charlie feigned waking up just then. After freshening up, he stepped out to grab something before returning home. Claire rushed to her office following breakfast. Meanwhile, Elaine cleared the dishes and then pulled her husband, Jacob, along to visit the villa at Thompson first. She was growing increasingly impatient with the slow pace of renovations at the villa. Jacob was reluctant to go and tried to reason with her, saying, "The villa has several floors and spans over 1,000 square meters. Renovating and decorating it is a huge task. It will likely take over 6 months to finish. Your impatience won't change that." Elaine retorted, "I don't care. I've lived in this rundown house long enough. If the renovations aren't finished by next month, I'd rather sleep in the unfinished villa than stay here for another minute." Elaine insisted, "Stop with the excuses. Change your clothes and drive me to the villa. Hurry up, or I'll get rid of all the antiques you've brought home." Jacob had little ambition in life, with his true passion being antiques. Despite often falling victim to scams and spending a lot on items that turned out to be worthless, he believed each piece was a treasure. Even if they held no value now, he was sure they would be worth something in the future. Hearing Elaine's threat to toss his treasures, Jacob quickly gave in. All right. I'll go with you," he conceded. Elaine nudged him and said, "What are you waiting for? Get dressed." Jacob protested, "I haven't finished my crullers yet. Let me eat first." Eat. That's all you do." Elaine snapped in frustration. "You're becoming just like Charlie. All you do is eat and sleep. What else have you accomplished?" With a somber expression, Jacob replied, "Fine, I'll stop eating." After saying this, he quickly got up to change his clothes. Once he returned, Elaine urged him to leave the house immediately. Seeing his family had left, Charlie quickly grabbed his cell phone and called Graham. He requested over 30 different types of medicinal herbs and materials to refine his rejuvenating pill as soon as possible. Graham readily agreed to send the herbs and assured Charlie they would be delivered promptly. Just after hanging up, Charlie received a call from Anthony. As soon as Anthony was on the line, he respectfully asked, "Mr. Wade, did you manage to catch the Japanese man who tried to steal the medicine from me yesterday?" "Yes, we caught them," Charlie confirmed. "I set a trap, and surprisingly, they walked right into it." Anthony expressed his astonishment, saying, "Mr. Wade, I heard from some contacts in the medical field that Mr. Masao Kobayashi, chairman of Kobayashi Pharma, passed away unexpectedly this morning. Is this connected to the 4 pills you gave me?" Charlie replied calmly, "Yes, Mr. Masao Kobayashi died after taking one of the pills. They aren't miraculous, they're actually poison." Anthony had suspected something was off with the pills. Upon hearing Charlie's confirmation, he exclaimed, "Mr. Wade, you're truly remarkable. If you hadn't orchestrated this plan, those magical pills would have been taken by the Japanese man." As they spoke, Charlie heard Anthony's granddaughter, Zyla, in the background saying, "Grandpa. Jeffrey and Liam from the Weaver family are here to see you." "The Weaver family?" Anthony frowned. "What do they want?" Charlie smiled and replied, "I heard that Kenneth is experiencing complications after taking the medicine from the Weaver family. They're likely here to ask for your assistance." Anthony quickly responded, Mr. Wade, don't worry. I know Kenneth has been very disrespectful to you. Even if he were to die right in front of me, I wouldn't lift a finger to help him." At that moment, Jeffrey and Liam were intercepted by the staff at Serene World Clinic. "Excuse me, did you schedule an appointment for today?" the young man asked, scrutinizing Jeffrey closely. Having never seen Jeffrey before, the staff member was cautious. After all, Serene World Clinic had seen its share of disruptive visitors looking for Anthony over the past couple of days, making him hesitant to let anyone in without verification. In a hurry, Jeffrey responded, "Hello, young brother. I am Jeffrey, the young lord of the Weaver family. Please inform the brilliant Dr. Simmons that I regret having offended him at the Chinese Medical Expo recently. I'm here to sincerely apologize and hope he will allow me the chance to do so in person." The young man replied with a frosty tone, "Dr. Simmons has made it clear, he won't see anyone who hasn't made an appointment. You need to leave at once. You should at least show me some respect. I am still the young lord of the Weaver family, after all. Let me explain. I'm sorry, but none of us at Serene World Clinic are familiar with the Weaver family. Please leave immediately, or I will have to call the police." The staff member was resolute, showing no inclination to treat Jeffrey with any respect, and he was actively ushering him out of the clinic. "Please don't do this to me, brother. We can have a civil conversation." Jeffrey began to panic. His primary reason for being there was to plead with Anthony to help save Kenneth. If Kenneth's condition continued to deteriorate to the point of requiring amputation, the Weaver family would bear significant consequences. In Jeffrey's eyes, Anthony was likely the only person capable of saving Kenneth right now. Even if Jeffrey's request seemed extravagant, if Anthony could heal Kenneth, it would spare the Weaver family from a major disaster. Thus, Jeffrey placed all his hopes on Anthony. He knew his father would be furious if he discovered that Jeffrey hadn't even managed to see Anthony in person. Meanwhile, Liam, the illegitimate son of the Weaver family, stood silently by, saying nothing. This time, their father, Jordan, had declared that whoever resolved this crisis would succeed him as chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals. Naturally, Liam also thought of seeking Anthony's assistance. However, he hadn't anticipated that Jeffrey would have the same plan, and since he had encountered his brother at the clinic, he could only play the role of supporter and assistant to him. Desperate to see Anthony, Jeffrey raised his voice and shouted into Serene World Clinic, "Dr. Simmons, we need your help to save a life. Please let us in." The young staff member was infuriated. "I've already told you that Dr. Simmons won't see anyone without an appointment. Don't you think it's utterly shameless to yell like that?" Just then, Anthony stepped out of his consultation room after finishing a phone call with Charlie. He walked toward the door and fixed a cold stare on the Weaver brothers, asking, "What are you two doing causing a disturbance at Serene World Clinic?" Upon seeing Anthony, Jeffrey quickly pushed the staff member aside and exclaimed, "Dr. Simmons, I'm Jeffrey from the Weaver family. I urgently need your help." Anthony shot him a piercing glare and replied, "I remember you. I witnessed your disrespect towards Mr. Wade at the Chinese Medical Expo. How dare you come here and cause trouble at my clinic?" Desperately, Jeffrey pleaded, "Please don't misunderstand, Dr. Simmons. I was confused and I acknowledge that I was disrespectful to Mr. Wade at the Chinese Medical Expo. That was entirely my fault. I ask for your mercy and hope you can forgive my mistake." "That's impossible," Anthony said coldly. "Mr. Wade has always been kind to me. Offending him is far more serious than offending me. Therefore, no matter what you ask, I will not assist you. Please leave this place immediately." Once Anthony finished speaking, he turned around, prepared to usher them out. In a panic, Jeffrey began to plead, "I truly apologize for my actions, Dr. Simmons. I realize it was my error. I take full responsibility. I won't complain if you choose to reprimand or hit me. But please, the Weaver family is facing a dire situation. Can you really stand by and watch us be utterly destroyed?" Anthony responded icily, "I'm sorry, but I don't know you at all. Your family's problems are not my concern. Please leave at once." Hearing Anthony's dismissive words, Jeffrey quickly grabbed the brocade box from Liam before presenting it to Anthony, saying earnestly, "Dr. Simmons, This is merely a token of my gratitude. It's a piece of Haitian jade valued at over $5 million. I hope you'll accept it." Without even glancing at the jade, Anthony replied bluntly, "I don't care what it's worth. I won't accept it, even if it were valued at $50 million or $500 million. Take it back and leave immediately. You are not welcome here." In that moment, Liam, who had been quiet until now, sighed and knelt before Anthony, desperately imploring, "Dr. Simmons, I beg of you, have mercy and save the Weaver family. I will bow in gratitude for your kindness." Seeing Liam's sincere demeanor softened Anthony's anger slightly. In contrast to the arrogant Jeffrey, Liam appeared much more educated and respectful. The two brothers were clearly opposites. Jeffrey shot a glare at Liam, feeling resentful. Inside, he thought, "This idiot is really good at pretending." Kneeling before Dr. Simmons. Maybe he wants to steal the spotlight and take over as the family head. With that thought, Jeffrey kicked Liam aside and shouted, "You're just an illegitimate child. What gives you the right to kneel for the Weaver family? If anyone is going to kneel, it should be me." Despite being knocked to the ground, Liam remained silent. He quickly rose, dusted himself off, and stepped aside humbly. Meanwhile, Jeffrey dropped to his knees, pleading, "Dr. Simmons, you must have heard that Kenneth's condition worsened after taking the medication from the Weaver family. His health is deteriorating, and he threatens to ruin us. You're the only one who can help the Weaver family now." Anthony was already aware of the reason for their visit and, after hearing Jeffrey's plea, he firmly rejected their request once more. "You want me to help Kenneth? That's impossible. You and Kenneth have both disrespected Mr. Wade. Even if the sky were falling, I wouldn't lift a finger to assist him." After stating this, Anthony addressed his staff coolly, "Please escort these two men out of my clinic now." With that, Anthony turned and walked deeper into Serene World Clinic without looking back. While a healer is often expected to be compassionate, no one should be obligated to assist the wicked. The staff quickly removed Liam and Jeffrey, warning, "If either of you dares to return to Serene World Clinic, I will call the police." Jeffrey stood at the entrance of the clinic with a grim expression. Aside from Anthony, there were no other skilled doctors in Oris Hill who could cure Kenneth. Consequently, Kenneth's condition might worsen, leaving the Weaver family with no hope. Liam quietly asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Jeffrey shot him a disdainful look before slapping him and retorting, "Liam, how many times do I have to remind you not to call me your brother? You're a bastard child and unworthy of that title." After that, Jeffrey glared at him contemptuously and added, "I'm going to find someone else to resolve this issue. You can go home." With that, Jeffrey climbed into his limousine and sped away. Liam stood there momentarily, rage flickering in his eyes. Then, he reached into his pocket, feeling something he had kept hidden for over 10 years. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision, gritting his teeth before turning back to re-enter Serene World Clinic. As Liam stepped back into Serene World Clinic, a staff member noticed him and frowned. "What are you doing here again? You're not welcome. Please leave." Liam pleaded, "Brother, I have something important to discuss with Dr. Simmons. I promise I'll leave right after." The staff member glared at him. "Dr. Simmons has made it clear he doesn't want to see you. Why are you being so stubborn?" Without hesitation, Liam sank to his knees and shouted, "Dr. Simmons, it's Liam. I need to speak with you face to face. Please, I beg you to listen for just a moment. If you refuse, I'll wait right here until you decide to see me." Meanwhile, Anthony was in the consultation room at the back of the clinic. He couldn't help but let out a sigh as he heard Liam's voice echoing through the hall. Having interacted with the illegitimate son of the Weaver family a few times, Anthony recognized Liam's education and politeness. He also felt a deep sympathy for Liam's predicament within the Weaver family. Moved by Liam's desperation, Anthony stepped out of the consultation room. Seeing that Jeffrey had left and Liam was alone at the entrance, he said, "You can come in and talk to me." Overjoyed, Liam exclaimed, "Thank you, Dr. Simmons." He quickly got to his feet and followed Anthony to the back of the clinic. Once inside the back hall, Liam pulled out a slender mahogany box from his pocket. He opened it to reveal a pristine piece of snow-white ginseng. With both hands, he presented the ginseng to Anthony, saying, "Dr. Simmons, this is the 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng that my mother left me before she passed away. I want to offer it to Mr. Wade in hopes that he will show mercy and help the Weaver family on my behalf." Anthony was taken aback upon seeing the snow-white ginseng. It truly was a 1,000-year-old specimen. He had only encountered descriptions of such ginseng in ancient medical texts and had thought it was merely a myth, believing that ginseng could only live up to 100 years at most. The ginseng before him, slightly translucent and waxed, was a testament to its age. It was clear that this was indeed a specimen over 1,000 years old. Amazed, Anthony stammered, "Is this really yours? How did you come to possess such a rare medicinal treasure?" Liam nodded earnestly. "Dr. Simmons, my mother is from Mount Galman. For generations, my ancestors, including my grandfather, have been gathering medicinal herbs from there. This 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng has been passed down through my mother's family as one of our most cherished heirlooms." He continued, "When my father, Jordan Weaver, began his business in medicinal materials, he frequently visited Mount Galman under the pretense of being a single man. He deceived my mother, and after I was born, he abandoned us. I spent most of my life on Mount Galman. As my mother lay gravely ill, she worried about me being left alone in the world. So, she secretly contacted my grandfather. Since I am a descendant of the Weaver family, my grandfather insisted my father bring me back to the family. Before she passed, my mother entrusted me with this 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng, instructing me to keep it safe for emergencies. Now that the Weaver family is in such dire straits, I am willing to offer it to Mr. Wade if he could help us." Anthony stood there, utterly speechless and deeply shocked. While he had always known Liam was an illegitimate child, he had no idea of the profound story that lay behind his circumstances. Liam had never shared his life story with anyone before. Anthony was the first person he ever confided in. Since being returned to the Weaver family, Liam had endured constant insults and humiliation from those around him. Throughout his childhood, his father, Jordan, and his half-brother, Jeffrey, had always harbored feelings of hatred towards him. He faced relentless scolding, physical abuse, and various forms of degradation, yet he gradually became numb to it all. Patiently, he awaited the day when he could finally escape his dark and miserable existence. With the Weaver family in the midst of a significant crisis and Jordan having declared that the position of chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals would be awarded to whoever could resolve this issue, Liam saw an opportunity. He decided to leverage the 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng he had kept hidden for over 2 decades to turn his life around. This 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng was a priceless treasure. To give some perspective, the 300-year-old purple ginseng that Charlie and Kenneth previously vied for was valued at approximately $30 million. In contrast, this 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng could ordinarily sell for at least $100 million, and in a bidding war, it could potentially reach $300 million or more. Liam was prepared to offer this exceptional ginseng to Charlie, hoping it would help resolve the crisis facing the Weaver family. If successful, Charlie would be in a position to take over as chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals. Anthony was taken aback by the mention of the 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng. He understood that Charlie had the expertise to refine and concoct medicine, and he realized how beneficial this ginseng would be for Charlie. Without hesitation, he pulled out his cell phone to call Charlie. At that moment, Charlie had just finished receiving medicinal herbs and materials from Graham. He had combined the 300-year-old purple ginseng with other herbs to create approximately 30 rejuvenating pills. Just as he completed making the pills, Charlie's phone rang. It was Anthony calling. As soon as the call connected, Anthony's voice came through. "Mr. Wade, Liam, the illegitimate son of the Weaver family, is seeking your assistance. He is willing to provide you with a 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng if you can help the Weaver family through their crisis." A 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng? Is that true? Charlie was genuinely surprised. The 300-year-old purple ginseng was already an incredibly rare medicinal herb, but the snow-white ginseng was even more valuable and scarce. Moreover, the medical community regarded the 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng as a true treasure. Charlie felt a surge of excitement at the thought of the 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng. He recalled reading in the apocalyptic book that even a snow-white ginseng aged over 500 years was considered a heavenly treasure with immense potency. Acquiring it could significantly enhance his abilities. Anthony quickly added, "To be honest, Mr. Wade, this is the first time I have seen a 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng myself. So, I can't guarantee its age, but I am certain it is over 500 years old." Charlie nodded thoughtfully and commended Anthony. "Dr. Simmons, you've done an excellent job with this. By the way, I've just created a new pill that can make you 10 times younger. I'll make sure to give you one of those." Anthony's excitement surged as he replied gratefully, "Mr. Wade, you are too generous. I'm just fulfilling my responsibilities." Charlie smiled and reassured him, "Dr. Simmons, I believe in rewarding and punishing fairly. If you assist me, I will certainly acknowledge your contributions. Please bring Liam to me so I can verify the authenticity of his 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng." Anthony responded promptly, "Understood, Mr. Wade. I'll bring him to you right away." After ending the call, Anthony turned to Liam and said, "Mr. Wade has agreed to meet with you. You can accompany me now." Upon hearing this, Liam's face lit up with gratitude. He bowed slightly and exclaimed, "Thank you for your kindness and support, Dr. Simmons." Anthony waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I'm simply assisting Mr. Wade. There's no need for thanks. If Mr. Wade is willing to help, you should express your gratitude to him directly." Liam nodded eagerly and asked, "Are we ready to leave now, Dr. Simmons?" With a nod, Anthony called out to his granddaughter, Zyla, "Could you drive us over to Mr. Wade's house?" Excited at the prospect of visiting Charlie, Zyla quickly responded, "Of course, Grandpa. Let's go right away. We wouldn't want Mr. Wade to wait too long." Liam grabbed his prized 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng and followed Anthony and Zyla out of Serene World Clinic. They climbed into Zyla's recently purchased Audi. After Anthony decided to settle in Oris Hill, Zyla had bought the car to make it easier for her to accompany her grandfather on his outings. As they drove towards Charlie's home, they arrived in just 10 minutes, pulling up in front of the house. Before entering, Anthony turned to Liam with a gentle warning. "Remember, your brother has had conflicts with Mr. Wade in the past. Be sure to show him respect when you see him." Liam nodded quickly, assuring, "Don't worry, Dr. Simmons. I would never dream of disrespecting Mr. Wade." "Good," Anthony replied, confident in Liam's intentions. He then pressed the doorbell. Charlie opened the door promptly. As soon as they saw him, Anthony and Zyla bowed respectfully and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Wade." Liam also rushed to salute and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Wade." Charlie smiled and replied, "There's no need to be so formal. Come in and have a seat so we can talk." The three of them stepped inside, eager to explore. Upon entering the living room, they couldn't help but glance around in surprise. This was their first visit to Charlie's home, and it contrasted sharply with his high status and connections in the upper class of Oris Hill. Why did someone of his caliber choose to live in such a modest residence? Liam found Charlie to be quite enigmatic. Here was a man capable of spending $100 million at an auction, yet he resided in such a simple setting. Unaware of their thoughts, Charlie gestured toward the sofa and said, "Please, take a seat." The trio nodded and settled down directly across from Charlie, ready for their discussion. At that moment, Charlie turned to Liam and asked with curiosity, "I heard you have something you want to ask me." Liam nodded eagerly, retrieving a wooden box from his pocket that contained a 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng. He handed it to Charlie and spoke with respect, "Mr. Wade, this snow-white ginseng is an heirloom from my mother's family, passed down through generations. I've kept it close all this time, but I realize that such a treasure cannot reach its full potential in my hands. After much consideration, I've decided to dedicate it to you, Mr. Wade." Charlie remained silent as he opened the wooden box to examine the 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng. Inside, he saw a piece of ginseng with roots resembling a human form, encased in a layer of wax. With just one glance, Charlie could sense the abundant spiritual energy emanating from the ginseng. It was truly a treasure from heaven and earth. Having thrived for thousands of years, it had absorbed the essence of nature itself. Furthermore, the ginseng originated from Mount Galman, a location known for its pristine ecology and careful preservation. This was indeed a pure specimen of snow-white ginseng. Charlie felt a surge of excitement. If he were to use this 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng, it could significantly elevate his strength and abilities. This was an opportunity he couldn't resist. With that thought, Charlie asked, "What do you need from me, Liam?" Liam quickly replied, "Mr. Wade, you're aware of Kenneth Wilson, the chairman of Modest Way Group from Eastcliff, right? He recently lost his manhood, and after taking a remedy from the Weaver family, his condition has worsened to the point where the doctor is recommending amputation. If he goes through with it, it would spell disaster for the Weaver family. I'm asking you to help them, Mr. Wade. If you can cure Kenneth, the Weaver family can avoid this catastrophe." Charlie smiled playfully, then, instead of answering directly, he asked with curiosity, "I've heard you've endured a lot of humiliation from the Weaver family. Why are you giving me this precious snow-white ginseng now and asking for my help for them?" Liam quickly admitted, "Yes, I've faced endless insults from the Weaver family over the years. To be honest, I have no affection for them. If my mother hadn't fallen sick and passed away when I was so young, I wouldn't have even engaged with the Weaver family. I left Mount Galman just to come to Oris Hill." As he spoke, Liam's emotions surged. Clenching his fists, he declared, "The Weaver family has humiliated me for far too long. My only reason for staying is to find an opportunity to avenge all the wrongs they've inflicted upon me. My father caused my mother great pain, and I've always wanted him to apologize at her grave on Mount Galman." At this point, Liam was visibly agitated. His voice trembled as he continued, "Mr. Wade, my mother was the only daughter of a family of herbal medicine collectors at the foot of Mount Galman. Though not from a prominent family, they led a decent life due to their herbal craftsmanship. When my father, a worthless man, came to Mount Galman, he was instantly charmed by my mother's beauty. He deceived her while she was still young and innocent, leading her to believe he would marry her. But when he learned she was pregnant, he abandoned her." Liam recounted the painful history. "My mother faced ridicule in Mount Galman while pregnant with me, and if it hadn't been for her pregnancy, she might have ended her life long before I was born. After Liam was born, he became the target of scorn as a bastard child, subjected to mockery from the villagers. The only solace he had during his childhood was his mother's love. Sadly, his mother fell ill due to overwork and the burden of resentment, passing away when Liam was still a young boy. Since entering the Weaver family, Liam had known nothing but hardship. His father looked down on his mother, and by extension, on him. His stepmother and half-brother mistreated him, subjecting him to abuse and humiliation for over 20 years. All the while, Liam bottled up his resentment, waiting for the moment he could seek revenge. As he expressed this to Charlie, Liam said sincerely, "Mr. Wade, my father has promised that whoever resolves this crisis will become the chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals. If you can help me achieve that, I vow to serve you and follow your orders for the rest of my life." When Charlie heard Liam's words, he felt a sudden connection, realizing that Liam was facing a situation remarkably similar to his own. Once, Charlie had also been an orphan, feeling like a worthless outcast who was subjected to humiliation and bullying. His life took a turn for the better when Stephen Thompson discovered him and entrusted him with Grand Group along with a black card containing billions of dollars. Later on, Charlie stumbled upon the apocalyptic book, which opened the door to his remarkable transformation. He, too, had been overlooked and rejected by everyone, yearning for a chance to prove himself and to retaliate against those who had belittled him in the past. This understanding allowed Charlie to empathize deeply with Liam's emotions. Liam had been labeled a bastard since childhood. After losing his mother, he was brought into the home of his biological father, where he faced even harsher torment and humiliation. Over the years, his capacity for tolerance had significantly grown. Reflecting on this, Charlie resolved to extend his help to Liam. He aimed to assist him in seizing control of the entire Weaver family. It was fortuitous that Liam's brother was Charlie's adversary. Additionally, it presented an excellent opportunity for Charlie to utilize the priceless 1,000-year-old snow-white ginseng for his own benefit. With determination, Charlie said, "Liam, since you have such a strong desire for revenge, I will certainly assist you. Overwhelmed with excitement, Liam knelt down and bowed his head to the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Wade. Your generosity means everything to me. I will remember this forever." Charlie nodded, helping him to his feet as he inquired, "Where is Kenneth located now?" "He's at the Weaver family mansion." Liam responded eagerly. Due to the ulceration on his penis, he can only receive temporary anti-inflammatory and antibacterial treatments there. Charlie nodded thoughtfully and replied, "All right then, let's go treat him right away." He then added, "But I need to clarify that I will only address the ulceration to prevent further decay. I won't be restoring his manhood." Liam quickly assured him, "Mr. Wade, don't worry. The state of his manhood is irrelevant to the Weaver family. They only need him to be treated for the ulceration to avoid amputation." Charlie smiled and said, "Very well. Let's head out." Liam nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Okay, Mr. Wade." Meanwhile, a group had gathered in the living room of the Weaver family mansion, their faces reflecting deep anxiety. Time was running out for Kenneth, and it seemed no one had found a solution to his dire condition. Kenneth's own expression was grim as he continued to receive fluids. The antibiotics might slow the rotting process, but they were no cure. He was increasingly aware of the pain and the severity of his situation. Seeing the members of the Weaver family return one after another, Kenneth couldn't contain his frustration. "What's going on? Haven't you found a way to heal me yet?" he demanded, his anger evident. Everyone exchanged anxious glances, their faces filled with embarrassment and panic as they grappled with the lack of solutions. Kenneth shot a fierce glare at the head of the Weaver family and demanded, "Jordan Weaver, have you found a way to cure me yet?" Jordan, visibly shaken, responded, "Don't worry, Chairman Wilson. I've already sent someone to find a renowned doctor to come and treat you. I've also activated all the Weaver family's connections in the pharmaceutical field, and we're searching for stronger antibiotics to help cure you." Despite his words, deep down, Jordan felt hopeless. Initially, he had hoped that Jeffrey could convince Anthony to come and treat Kenneth, but Anthony had shown him no respect. After Jeffrey was expelled from Serene World Clinic by Anthony, he sought out other famous doctors in Oris Hill, but as soon as any of them learned that the patient was Kenneth, they all declined to help. News of Anthony's incident had spread throughout Oris Hill, and it was common knowledge that Kenneth was suffering due to indiscriminate medication use, which had led to severe complications. The doctor at Silverwing Hospital had advised that the only solution was amputation. Who would dare to get involved under such circumstances? If they failed to treat Kenneth, they would not only face ridicule but might also incur his wrath. After all, Kenneth had retaliated against the Weaver family simply because they had given him medication that led to his current condition. After fruitless searches for a doctor, Jeffrey returned home in desperation. Meanwhile, other members of the Weaver family faced similar challenges. As soon as doctors heard that the patient was Kenneth, they were not interested, no matter how much money was offered. Seeing this, Jordan felt a heavy sense of dread about the future of the Weaver family. Kenneth's condition was deteriorating quickly. At this rate, it was projected that his situation could become critical in less than 2 days, and if that happened, the Weaver family would surely face ruin. In a moment of urgency, Jeffrey pulled Jordan aside and asked quietly, "Dad, what should we do now? Should we consider running away?" Jordan looked at Jeffrey, his face darkening with frustration. "You always want to escape. Where do you think you could go? Do you really believe Kenneth wouldn't come after us if we left Oris Hill?" Visibly annoyed, Jordan continued, "I asked you to bring Dr. Simmons here, but instead, you returned empty-handed. You're utterly useless." Jeffrey, feeling wronged, replied, "Dad, you can't blame me. The moment Dr. Simmons learned I wanted him to treat Kenneth, he flatly refused. It's clear he has a grudge against Kenneth. What more could I do?" At that moment, in a fit of anger, Jordan slapped Jeffrey across the face and scolded him, "This is typical of you. Whenever there's a problem, you always avoid responsibility. Just because Dr. Simmons won't come doesn't mean you're free from blame. Have you thought about how we ended up in this mess? If you hadn't tried to impress Kenneth with that untested drug, we wouldn't be in this situation." Jordan's anger surged as he continued, "If you hadn't done that, we wouldn't be facing this disaster. I've dedicated my entire life to building Weaver Pharmaceuticals, and now you're about to ruin it all." Jeffrey had grown up spoiled, rarely facing the consequences of his actions. Now, confronted with the reality of his mistakes, he faced his father's wrath. With a pained expression, Jeffrey could only cover his face and stammer, "Dad, I'm truly sorry. I messed up, but my intentions were good. I just wanted to strengthen the Weaver family's position. After all, Kenneth is the chairman of Modest Way Group, and I thought building a relationship with him would benefit our future." Jordan sighed, feeling a mix of despair and sympathy. He realized that Jeffrey hadn't meant any harm, he had simply wanted to help the family thrive. Was this truly the fate of the Weaver family? Perhaps it was the price they had to pay for his youthful indiscretions? Just as he was losing hope, a voice from the Weaver family suddenly exclaimed, "Liam has returned with the genius doctor, Dr. Simmons, and a young man." The moment those words left his lips, excitement surged through the crowd. Jordan's eyes grew wide with anticipation as he stammered, "What did you just say? Who did Liam bring back with him?" A voice shouted from the doorway, "Liam returned with Dr. Simmons and a young man. There. Already in the yard." As soon as the words were spoken, Jordan's face lit up with sheer joy. Dr. Simmons was here. Had Liam finally invited Dr. Simmons to visit? This was incredible. It felt like a glimmer of hope for the Weaver family. Kenneth was bubbling with excitement too. Ignoring the needle that was still in the back of his hand, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ever since Kenneth's condition had worsened, he realized that Dr. Simmons was his only hope for a cure. However, he was acutely aware that Anthony harbored deep resentment towards him, making it seem impossible for him to offer help. Why would Anthony change his mind now and agree to treat him for the sake of the Weaver family? Kenneth found it perplexing, but he pushed those thoughts aside. All he wanted was to heal. Even if he could never use it again, he wished for it to be in perfect shape. Amputation was not an option he was willing to consider. At that moment, Jordan, despite his poor health, hurried toward the door, his heart racing with excitement. "Quick! Bring Dr. Simmons in right away." Jeffrey, in disbelief, interjected, "How on earth could that scoundrel, Liam, have convinced Dr. Simmons to come here? It's impossible." "Enough. I don't care how he managed it. What matters is that he brought Dr. Simmons with him," Jordan retorted, glaring at Jeffrey. "Keep your opinions to yourself until Dr. Simmons has treated Chairman Wilson." Though frustrated, Jeffrey could only nod in response to his father's directive. Meanwhile, Liam entered the Weaver family mansion alongside Anthony and Charlie. Upon seeing Anthony, the other members of the Weaver family exhaled in relief. With Anthony's arrival, everyone felt that salvation for the Weaver family was finally within reach. Who would have thought that at such a critical moment, it would be Liam who turned everything around? He's truly remarkable. It looks like Weaver Pharmaceuticals might soon be in Liam's capable hands. Liam's unexpected actions seemed to shift the entire dynamic of the Weaver family. After all, it was Jordan who had declared that anyone who could save them from this crisis would become the chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals and head of the family. Strangely, a sense of unease filled the air. Jeffrey, consumed by resentment, seethed at the praise for Liam. "Liam! You audacious fool! How dare you overshadow me?" And then there was that infuriating Dr. Simmons. When Jeffrey had reached out to him, he had refused to come. So why accept Liam's invitation? Just then, Jeffrey laid eyes on Charlie. His expression soured instantly. He would never forget the humiliation Charlie had inflicted upon him at Glorious Club, forcing him to lick the urinals. To everyone's surprise, this guy was actually involved with that scoundrel, Liam. Kenneth had been eager to greet Anthony with enthusiasm, but his expression quickly shifted when he spotted Charlie. Simultaneously, a wave of frustration washed over him. The humiliation he felt in front of Charlie was equal to what Jeffrey had endured. Initially, Kenneth viewed Charlie as his arch-nemesis. However, with Charlie present alongside Anthony, he found himself too intimidated to speak up or create a scene. He understood that Anthony held Charlie in high regard, and if he provoked Charlie again, Kenneth feared that Anthony might refuse to treat him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Kenneth stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said, "Uncle Simmons, I realize I've upset you before. I acknowledge my mistakes and take full responsibility. Please, I beg you to heal me." Anthony, however, responded coolly, "I've made it clear that our families will no longer be connected. Please refrain from calling me your uncle in the future." He then gestured towards Charlie and added with respect, "The one who will assist you today is not me, but Mr. Wade." In Anthony's eyes, Charlie possessed almost divine abilities. His skill in refining magical pills and medicine surpassed that of all doctors and pharmacists globally. Thus, Anthony held Charlie in the highest esteem. Kenneth was taken aback by this revelation and looked at Charlie in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Charlie, do you really think someone like you can cure me?" Charlie, wearing a playful smirk, replied, "Well, Kenneth, what kind of attitude is that? Do you genuinely want to face amputation?" Anthony frowned and interjected, "Kenneth, Mr. Wade is your only hope to alleviate your suffering. I urge you not to regret your disrespect towards him." Kenneth felt choked by Anthony's words. He had long suspected that Charlie was the one responsible for his loss of manhood initially, but he had no proof to support his theory. Moreover, Charlie had humiliated him on multiple occasions, even forcing him to refer to him as his father and grandfather. It was safe to say that Charlie was the person Kenneth despised the most in this world. However, upon realizing that Charlie might be his only chance at salvation, Kenneth quickly buried his animosity. He then looked at Charlie with a sycophantic expression and pleaded, "I was wrong, Mr. Wade. Please don't hold a grudge against me. I need your help. Please save my life." Charlie offered a faint smile and remarked, "Kenneth, have you forgotten who I am?" Kenneth gritted his teeth, secretly resolving to endure this humiliation for his own sake. He promptly knelt before Charlie and declared, "Grandpa, everything that happened in the past was my fault. Please don't take offense, and kindly cure me." As he said this, he slapped himself across the face, fearing that Charlie might still be angry and refuse him treatment. Everyone assembled in the Weaver family mansion was left in shock. Here was Chairman Wilson. The chairman of Modestway Group was actually addressing a young man as his grandfather. Who was this young man that could elicit such deference from the chairman of a publicly listed corporation? Charlie nodded in approval and said, "All right then, I must say you're improving in your approach." Both Jordan and Anthony admired Charlie, but for Kenneth to call Charlie his grandfather was truly astonishing. At that moment, Jordan stepped forward and praised, "I've heard of your reputation for ages, Mr. Wade. I never imagined I'd meet you today. You are indeed a master. Please assist us in curing the chairman's ailment." Meanwhile, Jeffrey, standing off to the side, felt a surge of anger upon seeing Charlie. He clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "Dad! This grandson is no master at all. I've looked into him and found that he's merely someone who dabbles in feng shui. Don't be deceived. That scoundrel, Liam, must have brought him here to trick you." Jordan, shaken by Jeffrey's words, noticed the frown on Charlie's face and without hesitation, slapped Jeffrey across the face. Unexpectedly, Kenneth, still kneeling, jumped up and delivered a slap to Jeffrey as well, landing a strike on both sides of his cheek.